Seeing that Zhou Hao finally became nervous after he revealed that Willie Worth was Soros' undercover agent, Lu Wanhong was very satisfied. From just now, Zhou Hao has been indifferent to his lurking in the Soros group. It's not salty. It's obvious that he doesn't believe in himself, and this matter of Willie Worth touched Zhou Hao's deep interests, and he couldn't help not paying attention. At this point, Lu Wanhong felt that he had finally mastered a little initiative, and was no longer a posture of seeking Zhou Hao. Wang Shijuan knows nothing about Zhou Hao in this financial war. What she can usually do is to enjoy Zhou Hao's joy and grieve Zhou Hao's sorrow. At this time, seeing Zhou Hao so nervous and frustrated, she also became anxious. Asked with concern, "Ho, what's the matter? Who is that Willie Worth?" In the face of Wang Shijuan's concern, Zhou Hao's anger and anxiety on his face was immediately suppressed, and he smiled softly at her. "It's nothing, don't worry." On the other side, Lu Mingwei saw Wang Shijuan caring about Zhou Hao so much. His heart was really jealous, and he wished to Wang Shijuan from Zhou Hao right now and let himself take good care of this pure and kind beautiful girl. It's a pity that Wang Shijuan's attention was all on Zhou Hao, and he didn't notice Lu Mingwei's zealous gaze. On the contrary, Zhou Hao had been paying attention to Lu Mingwei, and now he saw Wang Shijuan's eyes full of desire, and his own eyes were gritted teeth. So he sneered in his heart and secretly said, "Look how long you can toss." However, Lu Wanhong did not notice the hatred of his son and Zhou Hao. He deliberately showed a worried look on his face and said, "Mr. Zhou, that Willie Worth is a very important person on your side. Otherwise, how do you know so many secrets? Now he has told Soros all those secrets. This will probably do great harm to your plan with the Hong Kong government, and it will also do great harm to the interests of our country. If this battle is really won by Soros and the others, how many people will be ruined here in Hong Kong?" Looking at Lu Wanhong's worry about the country and the people with cold eyes, Zhou Hao secretly satirized his hypocritical manner, but on the surface he had to cooperate with Lu Wanhong and sighed. "Yes, this is about the 6 or 7 million citizens of Hong Kong. I'm so courageous, that's why I'm so nervous. Mr. Lu, you don't know. I haven't been able to sleep for a day since these days. I'm afraid that if I really lose the family of Hong Kong citizens, what should I do? Do it." Hearing Zhou Hao's words, Wang Shijuan next to him was a little puzzled, because although she didn't sleep with Zhou Hao every night, she was always the one who couldn't fall asleep when she was in bed with Zhou Hao. Hao put her arms around her and fell asleep. There was no sign of fear. However, Zhou Hao can say it well. Wang Shijuan will not expose the lies of her man in front of Lu Wanhong and other outsiders, because although she is still young and innocent, she already understands many women's duties. Plus family Zhao Yuqin's eldest sister often taught her, and Situ Jianying and other women how to be a qualified woman. Over time, Wang Shijuan and Situ Jianying, the two youngest girls by Zhou Hao's side, have turned into everybody's wives. At this time, Lu Wanhong lowered his voice and said, "Mr. Zhou, since that Willie Worth poses such a great threat to our country, why not let him?" He stroked his neck with his hand. "Soros, and they trust me now, and they will not guard me. As long as Mr. Zhou teaches you, I can guarantee that Willie Worth will never survive tomorrow. Wouldn't it be possible to avoid future troubles forever?" Zhou Hao was a little surprised, because he could see that when Lu Wanhong proposed to kill Willie Worth, he really showed a bit of murderous intent in his eyes. It was clear that he was not joking or talking about himself, but really wanted to kill Willie Worth. Lu Wanhong suggested to Zhou Hao to kill Willie Worth, and he also mentioned "we" repeatedly, indicating that he could participate in this murder to show his sincerity and cooperation. But Zhou Hao originally thought that Lu Wanhong was just to narrow his distance. He was willing to cooperate with him to kill Willie Worth, but now it seems that Lu Wanhong really wants to kill Willie Worth. Moreover, Lu Wanhong's inadvertent killing intent was clearly the kind of cruelty that was touched by his own personal interests and murdered. This means that Willie Worth's investment in the Soros Group was touching Lu Wanhong's immediate body benefits. But this is exactly what Zhou Hao was puzzled about. He never believed that Lu Wanhong's cooperation with Soros Group was what he kept saying, bearing humiliation. Who is Lu Wanhong? Zhou Hao sees it thoroughly. It is a typical profit-only approach. In the eyes of businessmen, The righteousness of the country is often just a bargaining chip in exchange for benefits. Willyworth's investment in the Soros Group should be good for Lu Wanhong, but Lu Wanhong's killing intent just now shows that Willyworth is in conflict with his vital interests. Zhou Hao's thoughts were soaking in his heart, but it was difficult to come to a conclusion for a while. Especially Lu Wanhong and the others were still here, and Zhou Hao needed to entertain. Mr. Lu, Soros is well aware of the importance of Willyworth. He will definitely send someone to protect him. It may not be easy to kill him, Zhou Hao said. Moreover, the of Willyworth has passed 2 days. We have already told Soros what we have to say. There is no point in killing him now. It will only cause us unnecessary trouble. A look of disappointment flashed between Lu Wanhong's eyebrows, but he still smiled. Mr. Zhou is very thoughtful, but I am reckless. He turned his head and scolded Lu Mingwei. Look, Mr. Zhou is better than you. You are a few years younger, but you have achieved this kind of achievement. You see yourself, if you are so alone and still do nothing, you will cause trouble to Lao Tzu, and now you are crippled. Zhou Hao over there smiled and said, Mr. Lu, I have heard about the matter of Mr. Lu. I heard that the second court will be held in a few days, right? How about the chance of winning? Speaking of Lu Mingwei's single lawsuit, even Lu Wanhong, who has been in the stock market for more than 10 years, couldn't help sighing. Oh, the odds of winning are not great. All the guys who lost the dog have unanimously accusing Mingwei instructing them in the Julalo. It was set on fire, and the police found out about the accounting problems of Chinese property. These are all very detrimental to Mingwei. Don't worry, Mr. Lu, Deputy Director Zheng of the Police Department and Director Ouyang of the Department of Justice. I still have some friendship, I will tell him. Zhou Hao smiled lightly. Of course, let Director Ouyang act favorably. Breaching the law is impossible, but at least it can make this lawsuit fairer. Also, those accusing Mr. Lu should be gangsters. These people do everything for money. As long as the police find out that these guys are if you deliberately frame Lu Gongzi, then Lu Gongzi's odds of winning are much better. Lu Wanhong was overjoyed when he heard this. During this period of time, his hair was grief and gray for the lawsuit against Lu Mingwei, and a lot of money was thrown away. However, the high-ranking officials who gave themselves a lot of face in the past were extremely tough this time. Lu Wanhong was not given the opportunity to go through the back door at all. And Zhou Hao's ability to fight the Soros Group ahead of the Hong Kong government shows his status in the Hong Kong government. With his help, Lu Mingwei's lawsuit is really easy. Smelly boy, thank you, Mr. Zhou. Lu Wanhong quickly rebuked Lu Mingwei. Lu Mingwei's face flushed. The intimacy and sweetness of Wang Shijuan and Zhou Hao was enough for him to feel uncomfortable. Now he has to rely on Zhou Hao's help, especially in front of the girl he likes. This is really a blow to Lu Mingwei. Is too big. However, due to Lu Wanhong's majesty, Lu Mingwei still said thank you to Zhou Hao, but the extreme resentment deep in his heart could not be known by Lu Wanhong. With the incident of Lu Mingwei, Lu Wanhong's relationship with Zhou Hao seemed to be much closer. He only heard him say, Mr. Zhou, those guys Soros are determined to win Hong Kong this time. They got you from Willyworth. After the intelligence there, a huge amount of funds has been mobilized, and it seems that there is another round of operations. However, seeing Zhou Hao's face suddenly angered, he clenched his fists and said, but those guys Soros also deceived too much. They assassinated one of our important officials before. Now my assistant is also his lackey. I must let them, those who dare to harm our country's interests, fail. When Zhou Hao said this, he exuded a strong confidence, which made both Lu Wanhong and Lu Mingwei stare blankly, while Wang Shijuan followed Zhou Hao with that intoxicated eyes as he always did, his face full of got proud. Looking at what Mr. Zhou said, he should be sure to defeat Soros and the others? Lu Wanhong asked tentatively. Zhou Hao's face changed slightly, as if he had been spotted by his inadvertent horse feet, but his expression soon calmed down, and he simply said to Lu Wanhong, yes, the defeat for Soros and Julian is doomed. Okay, Lu Wanhong yelled, and raised his glass to Zhou Hao. Then we will make a toast to Soros and their defeat. At that time, Mr. Zhou, you will be a great hero in Hong Kong and even the country. Here I wish in advance. Mr. Zhou has a bright future, according to your words. Zhou Hao also raised his glass with a big laugh, and touched Lu Wanhong's glass with a crisp sound. Zhou Hao and Lu Wanhong's meal was a delight for the guests and the host. But after Zhou Hao and Wang Shijuan left, Lu Mingwei, who was sitting next to Lu Wanhong, threw the wine glass in his hand against the wall, and it was crushed. Lu Wanhong's original smile immediately turned gloomy, staring at Lu Mingwei and shouting coldly, "What are you doing, Dad? Why should we be so respectful to Zhou Hao's bastard? I'm just not convinced." Lu Mingwei had just drunk a lot of wine. With this alcohol, his awe of Lu Wanhong was also diluted. When Lu Mingwei was born, Lu Wanhong was already a decent rich man, so it is not too much to say that Lu Mingwei was born with a golden key. And as Lu Wanhong's family business has grown, Lu Mingwei, the rich second generation, has an increasing advantage among his peers. In particular, Lu Mingwei is not as inexperienced as other wealthy sons who only know how to play. He does not want to be that kind of second-generation ancestor, and he does have this talent. He is an excellent graduate of a prestigious American university. He has also served in the Chinese real estate for several years. Although he is not as good as Lu Wanhong and other old treacherous cunning, but compared to his peers, he has already surpassed too much. Even Su Jinsheng, who is much bigger than him, but is a good friend with him, admires him abnormally. Over time, Lu Mingwei has developed a sense of pride, especially in the circle of Hong Kong's top rich second generation, because he pretends that he does not rely solely on the shadow of his father's generation, but a person with real talents and real learning. And all the pride of Lu Mingwei was shattered one by one in front of Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao is younger than Lu Mingwei, but his background is much more prominent than Lu Mingwei, because behind Zhou Hao is the Zhao family of Quanqing Huaxia. And in terms of real talent and practical learning, Lu Mingwei is not even worthy of helping Zhou Hao to carry shoes. May I ask any other young man like Zhou Hao? Even Chief Executive Dong, Zheng Yingquan, Qin Donghai, and Bo Zhengnan are willing to listen. Its command? Zhou Hao would definitely not be the commander-in-chief of this Hong Kong war if he only relied on his background and relationship. He must have the corresponding talents and abilities to stand in such a position. Although there is still a lot of controversy in public opinion, it is said that what Zhou Hao is doing now is the central government's brutal interference in Hong Kong's free trade. But no one can deny that Hong Kong can support the Soros Group for so long or even time. With a win, Zhou Hao is the biggest hero. Those young men and women who were obsessed with Mr. Z in the past are now gathering every day to support Zhou Hao, a new generation of young idols, on the street outside the HKMA building. Lu Mingwei's attitude towards Zhou Hao, from his contempt and disdain at the very beginning to his later attention as his opponent, and now, Zhou Hao is already a mountain to him, even as Zhou Hao's opponent. A little unqualified. But today, Lu Mingwei's most awe-inspiring father actually lowered his posture in front of Zhou Hao. Even his own lawsuit needs to ask Zhou Hao for help, especially in front of Wang Shijuan, the girl he likes. What makes Lu Mingwei? Can't accept it. Through his drunkenness, Lu Mingwei finally vented his dissatisfaction after Zhou Hao and Wang Shijuan left. At this time, Lu Wanhong finally realized that his son's resentment towards Zhou Hao seemed to be not only due to Zhou Hao's previous action against Imageo, but for another reason. He frowned. "Mingwei, have you known Zhou Hao before?" Lu Mingwei was depressed at first, so he couldn't hold those glasses of red wine from his previous drinking capacity, and said with a blushing face, "Yes, I knew Zhou Hao before. No. The first thing I knew was Jun. Is Jun? Xie Jun." Lu Wanhong was taken aback for a moment, then came back to his senses. "You mean the girl Zhou Hao brought just now?" At this point, Lu Wanhong almost understood everything. He originally wondered why Lu Mingwei hated Zhou Hao so much. It turned out that the reason was still in women. All Chinese people have a common problem. That is, the hatred of taking a wife is greater than the hatred of killing a father, and women are often the easiest to provoke. The factor of men's hatred is like Lu Bu and Dong Zhuo in ancient times. Isn't the reason why the father and son turned against each other in a Diaochan? So far, Lu Wanhong finally understood that his son's strange behavior at the banquet just now was because of that Wang Shijuan. Recalling Wang Shijuan's voice and smile, Lu Wanhong thought that he couldn't blame his son, because even his long-standing flower bushes could not help but be moved when he saw such a pure and beautiful girl. not to mention his kind of youth? I know you hate Zhou Hao, Lu Wanhong said lightly, but now is not the time to get angry, let alone do anything to Zhou Hao because of personal grievances. I will tell you this first. If you dare to really make something happen and if it affects my plan, even if you are my son, don't blame me for being cruel. Hearing Lu Wanhong's stern words, Lu Mingwei's drunkenness could not help but wake up. Shaking his head, Lu Mingwei tried his best to clear his head, and then he asked Lu Wanhong, Dad, why did you act as if you were cooperating with Zhou Hao just now? I think Zhou Hao doesn't trust us at all. Will he cooperate with us? He has to cooperate with us. Lu Wanhong squinted and laughed. My biggest goal is to defeat the Soros group, and Zhou Hao's goal is the same. If Zhou Hao loses, waiting for him will be ruined. There is also the criticism from the central government. Because of this common purpose, he is equivalent to cooperating with me, and he has to do so. But, can Zhou Hao really defeat Soros and the others? Lu Mingwei said, especially Willyworth is a spy from Soros. Soros and the others have also obtained a lot of intelligence that can deal with Zhou Hao and the others. Lu Wanhong looked at his son. Did you not see it just now? Even though Zhou Hao was surprised after knowing that Willyworth was an undercover agent sent by Soros, he did not panic and could even finish the meal with us. Meal? What does this mean? This means that the Willyworth incident had an impact on Zhou Hao and the others, but it was not decisive. Also, when Zhou Hao just said that he was going to defeat Soros and the others, that kind of self-confidence was not pretended. If there was not enough certainty, there would be no such confidence. After a pause, Lu Wanhong continued. There is another point. That Willyworth was originally a foreigner. Although he was able to occupy a prominent position next to Zhou Hao before, do you think Zhou Hao and the others would have no defense? Zhou Hao and the others must have reserved a hand long ago, not only against Willyworth, but also against Soros and Julian. Zhou Hao has both reserved hands, and this move is probably the key to the outcome. Lu Mingwei said, our goal is to let Soros and the others defeat the war, and Zhou Hao is the same, so he should be happy to help him serve as the internal response for Soros. Lu Wanhong nodded and took a sip of red wine. He said, Soros' main purpose is to destroy the Hong Kong stock market and to crush the conspiracy of Soros and his team. The most direct thing is to keep the price of the Hong Kong stock market, or even raise it. As long as the Hong Kong stock price goes up, then we can make a lot of money. Mingwei, let me tell you, Zhou Hao has a background. In fact, we also have it, and it's not much worse than the Zhao family. As long as this ticket is done, there will be a lot of money waiting for us. You have to understand that the most important thing for big things is to be patient. When our strength surpasses Zhou Hao, won't you catch Wang Shijuan? What inspired Lu Mingwei the most throughout the night was Lu Wanhong's words. Lu Wanhong said that they also have a background. Lu Mingwei really didn't know about this, but Ma Shijun was still here, so he couldn't ask. He had to suppress the curiosity in his heart. Excitement. Ma Shijun, as Lu Wanhong's most important assistant. Today Lu Wanhong invited Zhou Hao to a banquet, and he also had a part to accompany him. However, due to his status, he always played a role in the banquet to accompany the wine and laughter, and now Lu Wanhong also spoke in front of him. Some obscure things did not go deep, indicating that Lu Wanhong did not completely trust him. However, Ma Shijun was also interested. At this time, he smiled at Lu Wanhong and said, Boss, I will go back and deal with the things you previously explained. Go. Remember to get things done. As long as you do everything I explained, some are rich and honorable. Lu Wanhong waved his hand and let Ma Shijun leave like a dog. At the same time, Zhou Hao was also analyzing today's banquet. The most important thing was Lu Wanhong's attitude and purpose, and Zhao Yuqin, who was proficient in research, accompanied him. However, the two are not serious discussion and analysis, but very fragrant and charming. I saw both of them lying on the bed. Zhao Yuqin had only a creamy white silk nightdress. The thin and soft fabric wrapped her around her body, revealing her exquisite and convex curves, especially a pair of soft flesh on her chest. It makes people coveted to watch. Zhou Hao lay down beside her comfortably, with his entire head resting on Zhao Yuqin's soft breasts, and from time to time, he opened his mouth and took a bite on the soft and white flesh, which caused Zhao Yuqin's anger. It was in this glamorous environment that the two analyzed Lu Wanhong's purpose of hosting Zhou Hao tonight. That guy said he was cooperating with Soros and the others for undercover. I don't believe it. Zhou Hao sneered. Also pretending to be for the country and the people. I just look sick. Zhao Yuqin stroked Zhou Hao's face and said, You said he really seemed to kill Willie Worth. This means that what is good for Soros Group is harmful to him. But the problem is that Lu Wanhong and the old fellow He Hong's son are all cooperating with the Soros Group. Zhou Hao said with an eyebrow. As for what he said about acting as an undercover agent in the Soros Group, this is nonsense. Zhao Yuqin, who was holding Zhou Hao by his side, picked up her slender and graceful crescent and said, That means that Lu Wanhong said that he wants to switch to our side now. He wants to go back to the Soros Group. Zhou Hao shook his head. He shouldn't just think about going out of Soros Group now, because if he decides to switch to the camp until now, it will be too late. Not only will his previous plans fall short, the new camp will not give him much benefit. In my guess, this guy should have made the current decision from the beginning. The decision was made right from the beginning? Zhao Yuqin laughed. Then you mean, Lu Wanhong bet on our side from the beginning? Oh no, on the government side? After that, Zhao Yuqin asked and replied, Impossible. At the beginning, Soros and the others used such a huge amount of funds, and the Southeast Asian countries are all ruined and defeated in front of Soros. Even now, outside, it seems to people that our advantage over the Soros Group is not obvious. In the end, it is not clear who will die. In this case, how can Lu Wanhong dare to bet on our side? You make sense. Zhou Hao arched Zhao Yuqin's chest and continued. Sister, do you think there is such a possibility? Lu Wanhong got information about us from a certain channel at the beginning. He learned that we were determined to win this financial war. So he made a big bet on our side from the beginning of the war, and then he was afraid of not being insured. So he bought a double insurance on Soros and the others. After a pause, Zhou Hao said again. In other words, there is someone behind Lu Wanhong who may have a close relationship with us on the central side and can obtain some top-secret information. He also knows that the central government will not allow Hong Kong to be defeated, so we can roughly predict the outcome of this financial war and make this premature bet. I have to say that Zhou Hao's mental acumen is really great. Just by trying to figure out Lu Wanhong's attitude at dinner tonight, he can guess 70 to 80% of the facts. If Lu Wanhong heard Zhou Hao's guess, he would definitely stunned. Zhao Yuqin's face was solemn. According to Zhou Hao, the person behind Lu Wanhong or the interest group clearly wanted to use his own grasp of top-secret information to fish in Hong Kong in this financial war. And that person or that interest group is definitely not from Zhou Hao's side, because there is only one interest group here. That is, a group with Zhou Hao as the absolute core, with female stars such as Zhao Yuqin and He Shuyan holding the moon. Therefore, behind Lu Wanhong should be someone from the central government, and the position is definitely not low. Otherwise, the central government's confidential information about Hong Kong's financial war will not be accessible. And these people hiding behind Lu Wanhong intend to fish in the troubled waters in this battle, especially for fear that Hong Kong will eventually be no match for the Soros Group, and they have left behind the Soros Group. This can conclude that those people are definitely not for the country or the public righteousness, but purely for personal benefit. On the other hand, the chairman and Mr. Zhao did not know the actions of these people in private, which shows that they acted alone without the organization. Zhou Hao said, Behind us is the Zhao family. There may also be a huge interest group behind Lu Wanhong supporting him. This group knows the position of the central government in this financial war, so their views are different from ordinary people. They know the Hong Kong government. There is a big win here, so I placed a heavy bet on Hong Kong. Then what are we going to do? Zhao Yuqin asked. Now we don't know which power this interest group is, nor whether they are friends or enemies to our Zhao family. I think, even though they are seeking individuals' interests, but at least they are on the same camp as us. According to the old generations, it means to unite all forces that can be united to deal with the enemy. Sister, I don't agree with you. Zhou Hao slowly shook his head. Let's not say that these people also bet on the Soros Group for their own benefit, or find a vile fellow like Lu Wanhong to act as a thug. The source of their funds alone will certainly not be innocent, and it may be that they embezzled large sums of funds from which country's project. Zhao Yuqin was deeply impressed by Zhou Hao's words. She was in contact with people in this circle much more than ordinary people. Of course, she knew that Zhou Hao's words were very likely to happen. Zhou Hao continued, "Sitting in the same boat with such a person is simply looking for skin with a tiger, and I don't want to let Lu Wanhong and the others go." "But that's it, Xiao Hao." Zhao Yuqin fiddled with Zhou Hao's forehead hair. "Although those people are most likely to embezzle some kind of national project funds to operate, but after this financial war, they should still use the funds were made up. And if their money is lost, the country's money will be lost, and we have become the culprit." Zhou Hao grabbed Zhao Yuqin's hand, kissed the back of her hand lightly, and said, "Sister, who can guarantee that they will pay back the money afterwards? Also, we can look at this from another angle. Let's deal with it now." Lu Wanhong's words are actually equivalent to gambling against Lu Wanhong and the people behind him. After the failure, those people will definitely not be able to cover the tens of billions of holes, and we will know what interests they are. The group can also know which project funds have been moved. And after we win their money, we can return the money to the country, gain a good reputation, and earn some preferential policies. Zhao Yuqin's eyes lit up. Zhou Hao's approach was equivalent to transferring the project funds. When the funds returned to the state, Zhou Hao could also gain the country's gratitude and get some preferential policies. It is measured by money. At the same time, even though the funds returned to the state, those worms who misappropriated the funds eventually committed a heinous crime. As Zhou Hao said, since these people dare to shake the foundation of the country, there is nothing worthy of sympathy. Allowing them to be punished is also a way for the sky. One more thing, looking at the sneaky working style of those people, I believe they won't be from the Zhao family, otherwise Elder Zhao will definitely not let them go. Looking at Zhou Hao's handsome face with a full smile, Zhao Yuqin secretly praised this little enemy's brains turning so fast, and at the same time, he was very proud, because this smart and wise man was his own. "But sister, you can't let others know about this, otherwise the effect will be bad," Zhou Hao said. "Of course this well-known sister knows. Is it going to hurt your little villain?" Zhou Hao rubbed Zhao Yuqin's soft and plump body into his arms, and said with a smile, "I'm not afraid, let alone this little trouble, for the sake of sister, even if you die, it is the so-called death under the peony flower. It's also romantic to be a ghost." "You bastard, you are not serious." Zhao Yuqin nodded Zhou Hao's nose angrily. "My sister is afraid that I just like me without seriousness." Zhou Hao laughed, and his hands were already peeling off the egg coat-like nightdress on Zhao Yuqin. Zhao Yuqin naturally knew what would happen next, and didn't stop Zhou Hao, letting him do anything on her body. Her own breathing quickly increased and accelerated, and her seductive gasping sounds soon sounded in this room. On the third day of Far China Resources Company, Limited, listed in Hong Kong, its share price has soared from 73 renminbi when it first went public to 136 renminbi, an increase of nearly 100%. Today, Hong Kong is in a downturn. A strange whirlwind took place in the stock market of China, and even the Hong Kong Hang Seng Index was raised by nearly 2 percentage points, which is very remarkable. In fact, it is not those rising citizens who bought the shares of Far Eastern Resources first, because even though Far Eastern Resources claimed to have taken over oil import operations to China, the Central Development and Reform Commission and the Ministry of Commerce issued official statements to confirm, but Far China Resources has not taken any actual actions. The most important thing is that it does not control the exploitation rights and sales rights of any internationally renowned oil field. This is tantamount to the fact that it has an empty market and no products. In addition, the United States and other Western countries have always opposed the international import of oil or natural gas and other energy resources to China. Even if there are individual ones, it has set many restrictions and obstacles. In the past, China used to buy oil abroad at high prices. In addition, it was to go to Africa and other remote countries to explore undiscovered oil fields, or to buy from Russia, the so-called ally. Therefore, a large part of the people are not optimistic about Far China Resources. Many financial experts in Hong Kong have expressed their opinions that Far China Resources is very likely to be a short-lived company, especially after the financial turmoil. There is not much spare money left, and there is no such courage to enter the market. The first to buy the shares of Far China Resources were those investors with speculative plans, and they also wanted to speculate on Far China Resources as a concept stock with Chinese characteristics. Strictly speaking, Far China Resources can be said to be a concept stock, but it is not a concept stock because its biggest selling point is to obtain the market imported from China's oil. But so far no petroleum products can be imported into China, nor which major oil field or oil company said to provide petroleum products. So this selling point is a concept that has not yet been realized, at least for now. In the face of such a situation, many ordinary citizens are afraid to invest rashly. Even the wealthy who still have plenty of idle funds are taking a wait-and-see attitude towards Far China Resources. However, many speculators who have hyped red chips in the past have set their sights on Far China Resources because they know that many red companies with the shadow of the Chinese government may decline or even die in the future, but in the early stage of listing it tends to be very prosperous and has extremely hype value. These speculators have local Hong Kong and overseas financial markets. It is absolutely impossible for them to leverage a country's finances like the Soros Group, but in a small area, they can make waves. And many small speculators gathered in the Far Resources, but the power of gathering sand into a tower is very large. In addition, some big heads also secretly acted on the Far Resources, so in only 3 days, the stock price of China Resources has soared by 100%, and the increase is still going on. It also makes those small and wealthy households who previously held a wait-and-see attitude to their chests and regret not investing earlier. In the general downturn in the Hong Kong stock market, many people are excited by the momentum brought by Far China Resources. Today, the market value of Far China Resources has exceeded 150 billion Hong Kong dollars. Moreover, Yuanzhong Resources is not only listed in Hong Kong. After it was listed in Hong Kong, people knew that this suddenly and rapidly rising company was listed in Tokyo, Japan, and Dow Jones in the United States 2 or 3 months ago. As a result, people's confidence in Far China Resources has increased, and many people have entered the market to snap up its shares, which has led to the second blowout of the share price of Far China Resources. Xiaohao, the development of Far Central Resources is very smooth. In a long-standing Chinese tea house, Qin Donghai, one of the 2 central bank deputy governors who came to Hong Kong to help out by the central government, smiled at Zhou Hao while drinking tea. This old tea house called Donghua Lu is one of the industries of Dongxing. Many older big brothers in Dongxing like to come here to have tea and chat. NI School also likes it here. Zhou Hao also fell in love with this place after visiting NI School last time, because it is not only quiet, but the Cantonese dim sum is extremely delicious. I heard that the 5 generations of chefs here are masters of Cantonese dim sum. Because it is the Eastern Star site, surrounded by Eastern Star members watching the wind, it is actually safer than those hotels or government sites heavily protected by the Ministry of National Security, and it is still unnoticeable. Just like today, when Zhou Hao and Qin Donghai met, NI School closed the entire Donghua building for Zhou Hao to discuss important matters, and NI School himself was on the lower level with the leaders of the club. While drinking tea and discussing the affairs of the association, people outside only thought that only the decision-makers of Dongxing were in the meeting, and they would not know that Zhou Hao and Qin Donghai were also here. Well, I have eaten dim sum in Shanghai before, but it's still a bit inferior to the variety of Cantonese dim sum. Qin Donghai put a piece of crab roe shao mai into his mouth and chewed with relish. Zhou Hao added tea to him and smiled and said, "Then try more. I have tried small dishes and dim sum from all over China, but I still think the dim sum in Guangdong is the best and the most exquisite. By the way, our people have just calculated. Excluding the fixed assets and the original registered capital, the total value of the outstanding shares of Yuanzhong now exceeds 100 billion. Qin Donghai wiped his mouth. Originally, we were worried that in this financial turmoil, many people would be so devastated that they would not dare to invest money in. Zhou Hao smiled when he heard the words. Many of the burnt-out people are local citizens in Hong Kong. The rich and foreign speculators still have a lot of money. These are the so-called hot money, and our biggest goal. Qin Donghai nodded. Yes, ordinary Hong Kong citizens can no longer make investments, so we don't have to worry too much. Humph. Xiaohao, have you got any news? There is already a peripheral gambling market specifically for far China resources, and the bets are rich people who have nowhere to spend. In just a few days, the bets have been up and down. It's as high as tens of billions, and it's still increasing. It's more lively than those outside football. Seeing the sneer on Qin Donghai's face, Zhou Hao could only give a wry smile. The so-called peripheral stock market is actually similar to the peripheral gambling. The experts listed various financial indicators or specific stocks of listed companies. Then gamblers began to bet on the stock market's rise and fall of a particular stock. This kind of peripheral stock market is also similar to futures, and the leverage effect can also be used to make small moves. However, the delivery time of the peripheral stock market is much shorter than normal futures, and some can even complete the delivery process within a day. Moreover, the risk is extremely high, and you will be locked up if you are not careful, and the amount of loss is huge, which is not affordable for ordinary people at all. Even those small and rich people with a net worth of more than 100 million can go bankrupt in a day. And the market makers of this peripheral stock market are often wealthy and powerful, or a lot of wealthy people join forces to open market for profit. In fact, during the financial wars of these days, there were also many external betting markets targeting the Hong Kong stock market. Because Zhou Hao had to concentrate on the battle, and the amount of those betting markets outside was relatively small, it was not very attractive to Zhou Hao. He said to Qin Donghai, "This time there is only one peripheral bet against far China resources, and it is of such a large scale. I think it should be Soros and the others. And in the futures market, they should do the same. Shorting far China resources. The current situation is still in line with our previous plan, but anyway, the chairman has appointed you to be the commander of this plan. I can only cooperate with you obediently." Qin Donghai smiled and said, "Xiaohao, I have never seen someone as young as you can take on such a big responsibility. Your future is boundless." Zhou Hao chuckled. "Only by winning this battle can we have that kind of future. Otherwise, waiting for me will be ruined." After a pause, he asked Qin Donghai, "Right, far China resources, how many people know about the matter?" Qin Donghai didn't understand why Zhou Hao asked, but he said honestly, "Very few. Chairman, Premier, Chairman Zhao, our president's son, plus you and me, should be known to these people. Even Zheng Nan, he doesn't even know." Zhou Hao nodded. Far China Resources is extremely confidential. Of the 2 deputy governors sent by the Central Committee, only Qin Donghai knew about it. Even Chief Executive Dong and Zheng Yingquan did not know about Far China Resources. Regarding matters, Zheng Yingquan asked Zhou Hao nervously about whether Far China Resources would bring any major variables to this Hong Kong campaign. According to Qin Donghai, those who presided over or knew about the matter were also limited to the very small scope of the Standing Committee. In this small scope, each member is the mainstay of the country and the real high authority, controlling Sheiji, stopping a trembling figure on the whole Chinese land. Zhou Hao previously speculated that the people behind Lu Wanhong came to Hong Kong to fish in the troubled waters because they knew of these secrets. Now, if the people behind Lu Wanhong are in the Standing Committee, things are a bit tricky. Fortunately, Zhou Hao is only calculating secretly. Except for himself and Zhao Yuqin, no one else knew anything, and it would be impossible for anyone to find out in the future, so Zhou Hao was more at ease. Qin Donghai and Zhou Hao discussed for a while, and left the Donghua building accompanied by those of the First Army who specially protected him. Ni Yongxiao also finished the high-level meeting below and came up specially. "Look at Zhou Hao. How about it? Is it okay to talk to the vice president?" As soon as Ni Yong sat down, he took a piece of crystal shrimp dumpling on the table and put it in his mouth. "What can I do? We are not negotiating with the enemy." Zhou Hao scolded and asked Ni Yongxiao, "By the way, are you interested in playing peripheral with me?" You are also interested in this stuff." Ni Yongxiao looked at Zhou Hao strangely. "If you want to play, just tell me. We are one of the biggest outside bookmakers in Hong Kong, Macau, and Taiwan. You think what to play, football, basketball, horse racing, or something else?" Zhou Hao slowly shook his head. "I am not interested in those, and your so-called Eastern Star, the so-called peripheral dealer, is still too weak to play." "What? The strength of our Eastern Star is still small." Ni Yongxiao was immediately dissatisfied. Our Eastern Star peripheral betting market is worth tens of billions of Hong Kong dollars in a year. Zhou Hao still shook his head. It's too young. I want to play the periphery, but there will be hundreds of billions of ups and downs within 3 days. Not to mention Zhou Hao and Ni Yongxiao's conspiracy to operate the peripheral stock market. Yuanzhong Resources has seen such a big increase. Lu Wanhong is the happiest person because as early as Yuanzhong Resources was first listed, he passed many retail investors under his control snapped up a large number of Far China Resources stocks. According to the current increase of Far China Resources, Lu Wanhong also made a lot of money. And not only in the stock market, Lu Wanhong placed heavy bets on the Far China Resources, futures market, and the peripheral stock markets. He also made several times the profits, but he can only take one of these profits. A small part is for your own use, and the others need to be turned in. Yes, Mr. Dong, yes, that's right. In the study, Lu Wanhong respectfully said to the person on the phone, "This time we invested a total of 15.8 billion Hong Kong dollars, and the net profit was 1.5 billion. Yes, as far as I am concerned, Far China Resources will continue to rise." The person on the phone said solemnly, "The money you make back, you continue to buy the stocks of Far China Resources, and you also allocate 17 billion Hong Kong dollars to the futures market and the outside world. You are optimistic about these. Don't make any mistakes." Lu Wanhong frowned and suggested, "But Mr. Dong, should some of the money you win back should also be transferred back to your domestic account? The money you earn will be invested back immediately. If there is a risk, the loss will be very serious. Besides, the funds were not raised through normal channels, so there should be some emptiness on your side." We will take care of the things here. You don't need to be troublesome. You can just get things done over there." The person on the phone muttered, "Lu Wanhong, you want to enter our circle. You have to learn what to manage and what not to manage, and the best way is to implement what is said above. You understand it." Lu Wanhong's mouth twitched, but his tone did not change at all. Yes, I know, Mr. Dong. I overstepped." After putting down the phone, Lu Wanhong snorted heavily and cursed at the phone. "I think I am something. Do you really think that the money is raised by you upright? Yeah, corrupt officials. You deserve it if you lose this money. It's not my own money anyway." Of course, Lu Wanhong didn't have any losses when he said nothing, but he also knew that if he really lost all the money, those people would never let him go, and he did put his money into it. The situation is damaged, so he doesn't care. Just now he said that after the funds were not raised through normal channels, the other party immediately became angry. It can be seen that the source of the money is indeed suspicious. Lu Wanhong has a certain understanding of those people and knows if they want to move money from a certain national project. It's not difficult, but once these things are exposed, it will be a heinous crime, and their senior officials may still save their lives. Their own use as a tool can kill every minute, but Lu Wanhong can't control so much. It was impossible for this thief ship to get off, and he didn't even think about getting off. In accordance with the instructions of the other party, Lu Wanhong invested the money he won again, most of which was used to buy the shares of Far China Resources. Although the stock price of Far China Resources has risen to nearly 200 yuan, the upward trend is still very high, strong and worth buying. The other part has been invested in the futures market and the periphery, ready to fight back fortune. Many people regard Far China Resources as a concept stock for short-term speculation, but Lu Wanhong knows that Far China Resources is by no means a concept stock, but a very promising blue-chip stock that is worth holding for a long time. This speculation, of course, also came from the other party's confidential information. Let Lu Wanhong know that Yuanzhong Resources is a state-owned enterprise under the guise of a foreign company. Lu Wanhong also knows that Far China Resources can make money for himself, so although he has concerns about this speculation, he is more expectant and excited. However, Lu Wanhong's expectations and excitement were not maintained even for 24 hours, and they were replaced by extreme panic. Because early the next morning, the Hong Kong media reported a piece of information. There are rumors that Yuanzhong Resources had previously stated that the controlling party of the company was a British investment bank, but it was actually controlled by the Chinese government, and Yuanzhong Resources is actually a Chinese state-owned enterprise. Liu Wanhong had actually learned about this from Willie Worth. The core staff of the Soros Group also knew about it, but Liu Wanhong only thought that Soros would use this information to pressure the Chinese government to gain some control, take the initiative, but unexpectedly they uncovered the pot all at once and boiled a pot of hot water. Although no one can provide any evidence for this matter. After all, the central government has done nothing in this matter. That British investment bank does exist, and there is no evidence that it is controlled by the central government. But some things don't need evidence. Especially Western countries have been deeply wary of China. After Far China Resources said that it would import oil into China, many large groups actually controlled by Western countries have adopted various aspects. Put pressure on the Far Resources. But this time someone deliberately uncovered the matter, which means that Western countries will not stand idly by. Sure enough, shortly after the news came out, the U.S. Securities and Exchange Supervision Commission and the Commodity Futures Trading Commission announced the implementation of an accounting investigation on the Dow Jones-listed Far China Resources. At the same time, the Ministry of Finance of Japan also announced the Yuanzhong Resources immediately launched tax and financial affairs investigations. After the news was officially recognized by the two countries, it caused an uproar in the international financial community. Obviously, the United States has determined that Far China Resources is an enterprise controlled by the Chinese government that attempts to solve international oil imports. Naturally, it will not allow the Chinese government to achieve its goals, so it unites its own thugs Japan to fight Far China Resources. Implement their best economic sanctions. The effect of the economic sanctions imposed by the United States and Japan is extremely obvious. Regardless of whether Far China Resources is really a state-owned enterprise or not, it has provoked economic powers such as the United States and Japan, and the United States is in the international crude oil market. With great power, Far China Resources will encounter great obstacles in buying oil from the world and importing it into China. As a result, the stocks of Far China Resources, which had a strong increase, found the investors to sell their stocks. Soros and other long-awaited people immediately sold a large number of shorts. This disadvantage caused the stock price of Far China Resources to fall in the second half. There was a diving-like plunge at the high of 136 yuan. When the market closed in the afternoon, the stock price had fallen to 51 yuan, which was much lower than the more than 70 yuan when it first went public. Affected by this, Hong Kong's Hang Seng Index plummeted by 6.7%. And many speculators and small wealthy individuals who were unable to get out of Far China Resources were complaining, thinking if they were in Far China Resources yesterday, selling when the stock price is at its peak, you are now a monopoly. The same goes for stocks and gambling. Very few people can get out early, which ultimately leads to heavy losses. The official actions of the United States and Japan have caused a huge blow to Far China Resources. The people of the Soros Group have made the most profit. In particular, their betting against Far China Resources in the peripheral stock market has won the pot. It was full. Soros had already organized a party to him to celebrate. As a key member of the Soros Group, Liu Wanhong was naturally invited, but Liu Wanhong did not go. Although he invested in Soros's share and made him a lot of money, compared to investing in Far China Resources, the ones that have lost money are too far apart, and it's a drop in the bucket. At this moment, he was in his study, no one was seen, his face was haggard, and he sat there with sluggish eyes, muttering to himself, "It's over, it's over, it's over." Jingle bell. The phone on the desk rang suddenly, shocking Liu Wanhong. Looking at the constantly ringing phone, he knew exactly who was calling, but at this moment, he really didn't have the courage to answer the call. However, the ringtone of the phone was more stubborn than Liu Wanhong, and it rang nonstop for 2 or 3 minutes, and the harsh ringtone sounded like a reminder to Liu Wanhong, which made people frightening. But Liu Wanhong also knew that he would face it after all, so he gritted his teeth and picked up the microphone. Liu Wanhong. "FCKU uncle." As expected, the other party's angry roar came on the phone. Liu Wanhong moved the microphone farther away. After the other party's series of swear words were finished, Liu Wanhong could still hear the other party's heavy breathing. At this time, Liu Wanhong calmed down. He even felt a little funny in his heart. It is also a pleasure for the arrogant partner to be so gaff. "Mr. Dong, What should I do next? Lu Wanhong asked the other party. What else can I do? Let me let go of the stocks of Yuanzhong Resources, put the money out, and fill in the holes on my side first. The other side gritted his teeth. Lu Wanhong said, Mr. Dong, if we still hold the stock of Far China Resources, it may make a comeback in the future, and we finally have hope. But if we let go now, it means that we have more than tens of billions of funds. It's going to be ridiculous. The other party yelled. You have to make another fart. The central government is planning to give up the far resources. What? The central government is going to abandon the far middle resources? This news made Lu Wanhong stunned on the spot, as if he was struck by lightning. The person on the microphone side said impatiently, I have received the news. Due to the obstruction of the United States and Japan, it is difficult for Yuanzhong Resources to buy oil from abroad and import it into China. It's time to discuss a change in strategy, which means that Far China Resources is very likely to become the abandoned son of the Central Committee. How could it? Lu Wanhong muttered to himself. Now tell me a fart. The other party said angrily. You give me a quick release of the stocks on your hands, and release them before the news spreads. Otherwise, the shares of Yuanzhong Resources will become a stock. If the paper is wasted, our loss is even greater. When Lu Wanhong heard the words, he shivered and thought, yes, if this news is leaked, this Far China Resources stock will be ruined on the street. It is better to sell it. But he was still very unwilling, because in this way, his previous investment would be lost. I heard from the other party again. Unexpectedly, Soros and the others have so much energy, they can actually make the U.S. government take action on the Far China Resources, which has led to the control of the Far China Resources. The oil fields are all secretly speaking out, and they will not sell even a drop of oil to Yuanzhong Resources, so it is difficult for Yuanzhong Resources to make a comeback. Lu Wanhong, now you have to put the money out as soon as possible. But the money may not be enough. Since Soros and the others are so powerful, then just put the money on Soros and the others. Lu Wanhong was shocked again, hesitatingly said, Mr. Dong, still vote. If you don't vote, you can just forget it? The other party raised his voice. Even if we still have a portion of the money invested by Soros and the others, even if Soros and the others defeated us, we have the money, but they can't make up for it. Our loss. Lu Wanhong, you have lost a lot, right? Are you willing to let it go? Also, Lu Wanhong, if we don't fill in the money back in time, you will not be able to run away. Listening to the voice of the other party, Lu Wanhong couldn't help fighting again. After the call, Lu Wanhong sat there constantly weighing in his heart. Now he is like a gambler. He puts the funds invested in the distant resources into the periphery and futures markets. If he loses again, there is really nothing left. However, if you don't give it a go, the cash cashed out will not fill the holes there. Although Lu Wanhong is not the person directly responsible, this matter is of great importance. If the central government really pursues it, he will not be able to escape. For a long time, he snorted. Be gambled, bet on wealth and risk. Not to mention Lu Wanhong's side. Soros and the others are now having a celebration party, because this time the blow to Far China Resources, it is them who have benefited the most. The total is tens of billions, and the Hong Kong stock market is also because of the collapse of Far China Resources has increased the pressure, and the pressure has increased. Those who attend this party are all rich and noble, and they are very rich. Of course, they must also be beautiful women. Hong Kong girls and female models are invited to come, and these actresses who are fighting for fame are naturally. I don't care about what nationality is suitable for. Any man who has money will go wherever he is, regardless of whether the man is a Chinese or a foreigner. Willie Worth, who was wounded by a gunshot a few days ago, also participated in this party, because he is the biggest contributor to the Soros Group's victory, especially those who made a lot of money because of him. It is enthusiastic. And those actresses, seeing Willie Worth as one of the few young, handsome men present, they flies around. But Willie Worth is not interested in these women at all, and those financial elites who have the same topics as him are now busy enjoying the beautiful women, so Willie Worth is alone on the terrace, singing red wine. Appreciate the night of Hong Kong. What's the matter? There are many beautiful women in it. Why don't you pick one? Soros' voice came from behind. It's not because you are afraid that intense exercise at night will tear the wound again. It's very simple. Let that it's fine for a woman to wait on you. You don't need to do it yourself. Willyworth smiled, but didn't say a word. Soros didn't talk further and further on this unscrupulous topic. He stood beside Willyworth, patted Willyworth on the shoulder. His face was very a relieved look. Willie, you have done a good job. In our circle, you have made a name for yourself. Soros was indeed very pleased, not only because Willyworth provided a lot of useful information about Zhou Hao, but also allowed the Soros group to completely suppress the distant resources, but also because of Willyworth. In the past few days, I was responsible for some capital operations on Soros' side. His skill and keen sense of touch have surprised the colleagues in the Soros group circle. As Willyworth's biological father, Soros also saw that Willyworth's level of financial operations has improved a lot compared to the last time I saw him, and even not much worse than himself. There is a kind of successor in his heart. Feeling like this can be regarded as comforting. It will be the final delivery day in 3 days. Zhou Hao will also have the final battle with us. Willyworth took a sip of red wine and said to Soros, "What are you going to do? The final blow is about life and death." Soros's expression was very relaxed. Don't worry, a large part of their funds are put on the far middle resources. Although this is only the funds used by the Chinese government to support Hong Kong. And Hong Kong also has the exchange fund, and the strength of the land fund cannot be underestimated. But after the incident of Far China resources, the Hong Kong government has become much weaker. In addition, we have already won the financial support of 2 large consortiums in Japan, and this has changed, and the advantage here is even more obvious. Looking at the night view of Hong Kong below, he slowly said, "Hong Kong will eventually collapse under my offensive." Willyworth looked at Soros next to him with a complicated look in his eyes, while Soros's gaze was only on the distant night scene, unaware of the strange color that flashed in Willyworth's eyes. As for the Hong Kong government, since they don't know the inside story of Far China resources, now that the Hong Kong stock market has been dragged down by Far China resources, they are all worried. Zheng Yingquan always goes to Zhou Hao's side. I want to see what Zhou Hao has to deal with. Xiao Hao, the situation on our side is very serious. Zheng Yingquan sighed and said, "We tried our best to support the stock market, but now we are doing this because of the far resources thing. Alas, is it really God bless us Hong Kong?" Xiao Hao, tell me honestly, is Yuanzhong Resources a company controlled by the central government? Otherwise, why did Willyworth say that the Far China resources was made by the central government? People like Zheng Yingquan and Chief Executive Dong who don't know the inside story have asked Zhou Hao more than once, but Zhou Hao never told them in order to prevent extra junctions. Now that Zheng Yingquan asked him again, he had to say again, "Quan uncle, I really don't know. At least Elder Zhao hasn't told me. I think the incident of farm middle resources should be used by Soros to attack us. The guy Willyworth is acting as an undercover agent on our side. Now they are going back to Soros and the others. Soros and the others just took this opportunity to deal with us and the far resources, precisely because of the undercover Willyworth. The status makes you all think that the Far China resources was created by the central government." While saying this, Zhou Hao also said to Zheng Yingquan in his heart, "Uncle Quan, please forgive me first. After this battle is over, I will definitely tell you the truth. What can I do? I can't sleep every day now, and I always think that if Hong Kong really loses this time, then our family will really be ruined, and I will not be able to atone for it by jumping off the building." "Ah," Zheng Ying said with a haggard face. Looking at Zheng Yingquan's thick black bags under his eyes, Zhou Hao was also moved by his spirit of serving his public, and he advised him, "Quan uncle, don't worry. We will definitely win this battle. I have this confidence." Infected by Zhou Hao's self-confidence, Zheng Yingquan also regained some vitality and smiled. "Yes, if we lose our confidence, how can we lead Hong Kong's citizens out of this gloom?" Time passed, and it was August 27th in the blink of an eye. Tomorrow is the final settlement period for futures, and the speculators of the Soros Group have a large number of futures orders in their hands, and they must sell tomorrow. If Hong Kong's stock and foreign exchange markets can stabilize at a high level or continue to break through tomorrow, Soros Group will lose hundreds of billions of capital. On the contrary, The funds invested by the Hong Kong government during this period will evaporate. Zhou Hao still remembers that in his previous life, relevant reports about the Hong Kong War said that Soros and other speculators had lost instructions of more than $1 billion or several billion dollars. In fact, the true number is far more than this, that is dozens. $100 million is a fraction at best. For this decisive battle, both the Hong Kong government and the Soros group suffocated their strength, and the entire Hong Kong was filled with clouds and fog. On August 27, 1998, before the settlement of August futures, both the Hong Kong government and Soros group made a decisive battle. On this day, the global financial market was generally in a downer. The Dow Jones Index in the United States continued to fall, and Europe and the Latin American stock market also fell by 3% to 8%. The situation facing Hong Kong is very serious, especially because the share price of Far China Resources has fallen sharply for the fourth consecutive day, dragging down the Hong Kong Hang Seng Index a lot. Under the leadership of Zhou Hao, Zheng Yingquan, and others, the Hong Kong government injected more than $100 into the stock market in one morning. 100 million Hong Kong dollars. But it can only lift the Hang Seng Index by a few dozen points, with little effect. In our news, at 10:13 this morning, the Quantum Fund declared that the Hong Kong government will lose. The major television stations in Hong Kong reported this news. The Quantum Fund represents George Soros's views and positions, and like this kind of incident that Soros publicly entered a war with a government in the name of a certain company or some people and threatened to defeat the government is really unheard of. It is unprecedented. This kind of arrogant move is condemned and questioned. Following the Quantum Fund's declaration of war, speculator groups headed by Soros also immediately launched a large-scale sell-off of Hong Kong dollars and attacked several large blue-chip stocks and state-owned enterprise stocks, such as Far China Resources, further suppressing the Hong Kong stock market. Faced with such a severe situation, everyone in the Hong Kong government is nervous and anxious, especially Chief Executive Tung and Zheng Yingquan, because if Hong Kong is defeated, they are the ones who need to bear the greatest responsibility, except Zhou Hao. Xiao Hao, the offensive of those from Soros, is very strong. It is very difficult for us to resist. Zheng Yingquan gave the latest data to Zhou Hao and said with a heavy face, "What should I do? If the stock market does not improve again, our win will be much smaller." Zhou Hao calmly said, "Don't worry, we will win the final victory. But the situation has become like this. How can I not worry about it?" Zheng Yingquan finally lost his temper to Zhou Hao's uniform answer. After all, this is about the luck of Hong Kong as a whole, and Zheng Ying is not nervous. Seeing that Zheng Yingquan was really anxious, Zhou Hao showed a smile. "Quan uncle, the more urgent things are, the less urgent they are." But, Zheng Yingquan really didn't know what to say at this time. If he really lost, then he would not be able to atone for his crime by jumping off the building. Zhou Hao raised his hand and said with a smile, "It's not the last moment. Wait a minute. Tomorrow it will be 100. Seeing the appearance of Zhou Hao, the old god, Zheng Ying could not help but guess that Zhou Hao, or the Central Party, might have been recruited to deal with Soros. And since Zhou Hao is so calm, it's useless to worry about yourself. But to really relax, Zheng Yingquan and the others couldn't do it. They could only spend the last day before the decisive battle with anxiety. On August 27th, the Hong Kong government injected more than 20 billion Hong Kong dollars into the stock market, and the Hang Seng Index finally rose by 78 points, but it was still much lower than the target of Zheng Yingquan and others. If this continues tomorrow in the situation, Hong Kong is about to lose. And on this evening, the whole of Hong Kong seemed to be shrouded in a haze. The whole city fell silent, and there was no more bustling and noisy of the past, as if preparing for the decisive battle between the Hong Kong government and the Soros group tomorrow. There was no word for a night, and soon it was the 28th, which was the final settlement period for futures. Although the Hong Kong government has successively entered the market with huge sums of money since the opening of the market, and spent more than 20 billion Hong Kong dollars in less than half a day, under the fierce blow of the Soros group, the market has still not improved. This time it's over. Hong Kong is going to lose. You see, the government can't support it at all. It's been suppressed by Soros. I lost hundreds of thousands in the stock market before. If the government is defeated this time, Our company will collapse, and we will have to lose jobs. Oh, it's terrible. If this happens, our Hong Kong economy will probably go backwards for more than 10 years. The people of Hong Kong are watching this final battle nervously because Hong Kong's success or failure is closely related to them. Although Hong Kong's defeat will not cause them to suffer immediate economic losses, the exchange fund and land fund are Hong Kong's family assets. Once the losses are heavy, many government-led infrastructure projects will be forced to stop, and the social welfare and protection of Hong Kong citizens will be greatly weakened. In particular, Hong Kong's economic and investment environment will decline. This kind of macro regression is the most terrible. Zheng Yingquan in the HKMA was also dejected and haggard. Looking at the beating numbers on the display board, Zheng Yingquan even had the urge to jump out of the window here. And Chief Executive Dong over there also sat down on a chair without saying a word. His lonely and haggard look was heartbreaking. Most of the high-ranking officials of the Hong Kong government present were like this. Only Zhou Hao and Qin Donghai, who knew the inside story, could remain calm as always, and Zhou Hao did not comfort Zheng Yingquan and the others in the past, because at this time they used to comfort them. They will probably break out immediately. After all, too many words of comfort have been heard. The only thing that can reinvigorate them now is the actual situation of bringing them back to life. On the other hand, seeing the Hong Kong stock market retreating, Soros, Julian, and others cheered, and some even opened champagne to celebrate in advance. After all, they have also gone through a wave of intense battles during this period. Amidst the laughter of the film, Soros also came to Willie Worth with a wine glass and smiled at him. "Willie, it's almost over. We will be back to the United States soon. You haven't go back to see your mother, so let me go back to see her with me this time, and let our family reunite." Thinking of his mother who was still in the United States, Willie Worth felt warmth in his eyes, and he smiled. "Yes, after this time, I should go back to see my mother." Hearing Willie Worth was willing to go back to the United States with him, Soros was even more happy. He said to Akins beside him, "Let the people below step up the offensive. I will celebrate my family reunion with a big victory." But at this moment, a traitor stumbled in and looked around to find something. When his eyes saw Soros, he immediately ran over here and pushed the other people away, causing a scene. Scolded. Seeing this panicked traitor, Soros's face sank, with a bad feeling in his heart, while Willie Worth next to him, after seeing the traitor, gave a sigh of relief. "George, Mr. George, Russian side." He panted and said intermittently to Soros. The Russian government just announced that the exchange rate fluctuation range of the ruble to the US dollar has been expanded to 6.0, 9.5:1. At the same time, the repayment of foreign debts was postponed and the trading of national debt securities was suspended. The ruble depreciated by more than 80%, and the Russian stock and foreign exchange markets plummeted. What? Everyone present who heard this changed their expressions. Soros and Julian were the first to react. Julian walked over and grabbed the traitor and asked, "What are you talking nonsense? Why did the Russian government suddenly make such a decision? Why are the financial oligarchs in Russia? Haven't heard anything about it? Are you raised a spy sent by Zhou Hao?" No, Mr. Robertson. I am not a spy." The traitor quickly denied. Soros asked someone to turn on the TV for the first time and sent someone to contact the U.S. headquarters to confirm the news. What was broadcast on TV was exactly the news report of Asia Television. In this news, the Russian government spokesman announced a decision earlier, announcing that the floating range of the ruble against the US dollar would be expanded to 6.0-9.5:1 and that the repayment of foreign debts would be postponed, and at the same time suspend trading of treasury securities. The Russian government announced the news that the ruble immediately depreciated by more than 80%, and the Russian stock market plummeted by 15% within an hour. At the same time, the Russian authorities today arrested Galvins Montelowski and Formakorogov on charges of tax evasion and illegal manipulation of the stock market. They are the Far East Bank of Russia and Siberia. The chairman of the Group Petroleum Corporation is one of the few richest people in Russia. Watching the news reports on TV, Soros and Julian and other key personnel were stunned, not only because the Russian government announced the fluctuation of the ruble exchange rate, but also because of Monterosky and Oga. The husband was arrested because the two Russian rich are financial oligarchs who colluded with Soros. Almost at the same time, Akins also hurriedly walked over and said to Soros, "Fk'd by Mr. George, the U.S. has confirmed the news of the Russian government. The Russian government bonds we bought before and the ruble futures are now it's all turned into waste paper, and our quantum fund has lost more than $5 billion US. Atkins's words caused an uproar in the crowd, and even the losses of the quantum fund exceeded $5 billion US, and the other hedge funds were even more unbearable. Julian's face is also very ugly, because the assistant just told him that the Tiger Fund's loss in Russia is close to $6 billion US, and the loss of the quantum fund is not much more than that. What the is going on? Russia has made such a major decision. Why we can't even receive a bit of wind? In the spacious study, Soros and Julian, who were furious, asked the head of the U.S. Central Intelligence Agency unanimously. The CIA leader's face was also very ugly, and he muttered, "Mr. George, Mr. Julian, we don't want to see this happen. We have deployed several intelligence points in Moscow and the intelligence personnel there. Now I have lost contact with us, and in the worst case, our stronghold in Moscow has been uprooted. Since even the intelligence personnel have been shoveled, it is normal that there is no news from Russia." Soros and Julian were only caught off guard by this sudden situation that led to such anger, and they did not expect the Russian authorities to do so beforehand. Using this kind of thunder method, the two financial oligarchs with great wealth, Ogoff and Montelowski, who cooperated with them, were arrested off guard. This should be Putin's doing, Soros pondered, because Ogoff once said that Putin is very disgusted with their financial oligarchs, and I am afraid that they will be eliminated one by one after he takes office. Ogoff and Montelov. The reason why Sky cooperated with us was to accumulate enough strength to check Putin, but he did not expect Putin to do it so soon. Ogoff and Montelowski are both likely to have been killed by Putin now up. Julian said angrily, "I don't care about the life and death of those two guys, but I lost almost $6 billion in Russia, son of a bitch. Fortunately, Hong Kong has been almost suppressed by us, otherwise we will be held back by Russia, and we will lose the entire game." Soros also turned to Akins next to him and said, "Russia has failed. We have to be more careful, especially Japan. It is now our last refuge there. Please watch me carefully." Akins nodded, but there was a crisp ringtone. After saying sorry, Akins picked up the phone to answer, and his face quickly changed color, and couldn't help cursing, "What hell?" Then his face turned greener, and seeing the changes on his face, Soros and Julian both felt wrong, and asked in unison, "What's wrong?" It took a long time for Akins to end the call, but a cold sweat was already covering his forehead. Faced with Soros and Julian's questioning, Akins swallowed and wiped the cold sweat from his head and said, "Mr. George, Mr. Julian, Japan, Japan." Soros and Julian both trembled, and Julian grabbed Akins's shoulder and shook vigorously. "What happened to Japan? What happened? What happened to Japan?" Atkins continued, "Just now, a Japanese fishing boat was attacked by a Russian patrol boat when it was approaching the island of the four northern islands. 2 Japanese fishermen were killed on the spot." Julian and Soros were shocked when they heard this, and the CIA leader who was also present changed his face drastically. Now the Japanese self-defense force has dispatched 3 destroyers, and Russia has mobilized a cruiser fleet and is facing off in the waters near the 4 northern islands. Akins said, "The U.S. Navy stationed in Japan is also closely deployed. It's imminent." Affected by this, the stock market in Tokyo, Japan has plummeted, and the decline has exceeded 20%. The 4 northern islands have been the focus of long-standing disputes between Japan and Russia. They are now under Russian control. Japan has repeatedly declared that the 4 northern islands are its own territory and made solemn representations to Russia, but nothing has been achieved. There was a dispute, but there had never been any casualties, but 2 people died this time. The incident immediately attracted worldwide attention. Japan's military power is not weak, and the United States is behind it. For this reason, Japan often violates China's territorial waters and airspace and has a very arrogant attitude. However, China has not always responded strongly, which has caused Japan to become more and more proactive. But Russia is different. Japan has never dared to easily provoke the powder keg of Russia, because Russia is very tough and fierce, and it is the only country in the world that can rival the United States in terms of military strength. Now that the military forces of Russia, Japan, and the United States are in a tense confrontation, no one can guarantee that this incident will trigger a large-scale war. Moreover, this kind of war is not the usual small-scale conflict in which large countries invade small countries. Japan and the United States are originally representatives of hegemonism. Russia, the polar bear, is by no means a soft persimmon that is easy to bully. Conflict, the whole world will be affected. In the economic field, the Japanese stock market is the first to react. After all, if the US-Japan alliance conflicts with Russia, Japan will definitely be the first target of attack. The risk is far greater than that of the United States. Therefore, when this incident occurs, Japan's the people immediately fell into great anger and panic. They were both angry at Russia's behavior and feared that they would be attacked by Russia. Soon after Soros and the others received the news, the two Japanese chaebols who originally provided them with financial support also heard one after another, saying that due to the tension in Japan, they need to use funds to adjust the situation in Japan, so they have to stop. Financial assistance from Soros Group. Soros Group originally invested a large amount of money in the Japanese stock market. The Japanese stock market crash had a great impact on them. Now even the two chaebols have given up financial assistance to them, making them even worse. Julian's face was ashen. The funds lost due to unexpected events on both sides of Russia and Japan, the Tiger Fund alone, has exceeded tens of billions of dollars. This is not only the Tiger Fund's own money, but also many power exchanges. The funds given to Julian and the others are now losing money, and it is difficult for Julian to explain to those forces. Soros and Julian, the two beasts in the financial world, looked at each other and saw the look in each other's eyes. Now they can only rely on Hong Kong. If they win in Hong Kong, they can. I made up for my losses in Russia and Japan. Almost at the same time, Soros and Julian yelled at their men, "Continue to sell me Hong Kong dollars and suppress the Hong Kong stock and foreign exchange markets. I want Hong Kong to lose all the ability to fight back." Due to the huge losses in Russia and Japan, in order to get the money back, the Soros Group went crazy and launched a fierce offensive. This is the last chance for their survival. Therefore, the Soros Group did not reserve any more power. Hong Kong stock and foreign exchange markets stepped on the ground in one fell swoop. The Hong Kong government, which has already used the exchange fund and the land fund, has gradually become unable to resist the massive offensive of the Soros Group. The stock market index is slowly declining, but has not slipped. The heart is tight. It's over, it's over. Hong Kong is over. Looking at the Hong Kong stock index data on the display, Zheng Ying's face was completely ashes, and he sat down blankly, and the surrounding chief executive Dong and others were equally desperate. On the other hand, Qin Donghai said to Zhou Hao next to him, "Xiao Hao, is there no news from there yet? If you can't make it in time, Hong Kong will really be over. Director Zheng and the others are going crazy." Although Qin Donghai knew what was going on, seeing such a thrilling situation made him nervous. Zhou Hao's face was ashamed. After all, the final result of the battle was about the survival of the entire Hong Kong, as well as his own future reputation. Jingle bell. The crisp ringtones made Zhou Hao and Qin Donghai both tremble, and then both of them showed surprises on their faces. Zhou Hao quickly picked up the phone and only listened to the person over the phone and said with suppressed ecstasy, "Mr. Zhou, all right." Zhou Hao clenched his fists and said to the other party, "Okay, publish the news immediately, the sooner the better." Putting down the phone, Zhou Hao's nervousness and anxiety just disappeared, and a sunny day greeted Qin Donghai with a smile. "President Qin, it's all right." Qin Donghai was also full of anticipation, patted his chest, and said with a sigh of relief, "I'm so worried." Then Zhou Hao walked over to Zheng Yingquan and Chief Executive Dong and came to Zheng Yingquan. Zheng Yingquan glanced back at him and then let out a long sigh. "Xiao Hao, don't worry. If the central government and Hong Kong citizens, if you blame it, I will do my best. You have no obligation to do anything for us in Hong Kong, and there is no need to bear this heavy responsibility." Thinking that the situation has reached a desperate situation, Zheng Yingquan did not complain about Zhou Hao, but instead took the initiative to take the fault and responsibility on himself. This moved Zhou Hao very much. He said, "Uncle Quan, what are you talking about? We haven't lost yet. At this point, can we turn the situation around and come back to life?" Chief Executive Dong next to him laughed mockingly. Zhou Hao said firmly, "We must not admit defeat until the last minute." The government officials and the professionals present thought that Zhou Hao was insane due to the defeat and felt sad for a while, but at this time, the door over there was slammed open. Then I saw an officer from the Bureau of Financial Affairs rushing over, shouting in ecstasy, "It's up! The stock market has gone up! Hong Kong stock market has gone up!" The staff of the Bureau of Financial Services was yelling in the lobby of the Monetary Authority. The whole group of Zhang Ying listened to him and saw the crazy look. The first reaction was that this person could not stand the blow and went crazy. In the hall, two traders immediately passed by and grabbed the staff member. "What are you doing? What are you holding me for?" The staff who came to the annunciation did not think that the people around him thought he was crazy and excitedly pushed away the two who were holding him, shouting, "Don't get in the way. I have to report to Chief Executive Dong and Director Zhang." After that, he continued to run towards Zhang Yingquan and the others. Several security guards around Zhang Yingquan were going to stop him immediately, but saw that Zhang Yingquan suddenly reached out to stop them because Zhang Yingquan saw that the staff member still had a copy of information in his hand. It doesn't seem to be crazy. When the staff member ran to the front, he gave the information to Chief Executive Dong and the others and said, "Chief Executive, Director Zhang, and everyone, the stock market has risen. The stock price of Yuanzhong Resources has soared, and it has broken through 100 yuan. What? Zhang Yingquan didn't have time to bother about whether this guy was really crazy, and they were rushing to see through that piece of information. As you can see from the data, it is reported that Far China Resources has announced that it has obtained the right to exploit and sell oil fields in Indonesia. This has also been recognized and supported by the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries, OPEC. In addition to the economic sanctions imposed by the United States and Japan, the main reason for the previous sharp drop in the share price of Far Eastern Resources was that it did not have any petroleum products to import into China. The major international oil companies also stated that they would not to provide oil for Far Resources, means that there is no profit at all. Now that Far China Resources has obtained the right to exploit and sell oil fields in Indonesia, the situation has been completely reversed because Indonesia is the most abundant oil resource among Asian countries, and it is also the only OPEC member in Asia. With the support of oil resources, Far China Resources can vigorously develop China's oil resources market. Such good news has caused those investors who have abandoned Far China Resources to turn back. At the same time, it has also attracted a steady influx of other new investors, resulting in the rapid rate of the stock price of Far China Resources. Breaking through the 100 yuan mark, it is still skyrocketing. The downturn in Hong Kong stock market these days is mainly dragged down by Far China Resources. Now that Far China Resources has made a comeback, the Hong Kong stock market has also been supported. Seeing this information, Zhang Yingquan and Chief Executive Dong were both stunned, but soon, the display board here also showed the changes in the Hong Kong stock market. Watching the Hang Seng Index continue to rise, everyone dared to confirm that this is true. The situation turned so fast that Zhang Yingquan and the others couldn't react for a while. After a long time, the traders behind them burst into cheers, and Chief Executive Dong and the others also cheered with great joy. The whole hall was instantly filled with applause. The news that Far China Resources has obtained sufficient oil resources spread at a very fast speed through major media. Hong Kong, China, Asia, and the whole world, people quickly learned this news, especially the economic circles. Everyone is very concerned about the news of Far China Resources. Earlier, when Far China Resources was first listed, many people still hyped it as a concept stock, but now Far China Resources has obtained the right to sell Indonesian oil resources. It has become a veritable one. Blue chip stocks are now, and their skyrocketing momentum is stronger than when they were hyped before. It has risen to a high of 200 yuan in less than a while, and it has also driven the Hong Kong market to leap forward. With the vanguard of Far China Resources, the Hong Kong government also took advantage of the victories and once again injected huge sums of money into the market to sweep the goods. Finally, The Hong Kong stock market rose rapidly and soon broke the 8,000-point mark. This cyclical change caused the citizens of Hong Kong to cheer for it. And on the other hand, the people on Soros' side looked at the beating numbers on the display panel and were dumbfounded. A moment ago, I was still holding the winning ticket, thinking that as long as I defeated Hong Kong, I could make up for my losses in Russia and Japan. But the next moment, the Hong Kong stock market has undergone such drastic changes. The change is so fast that everyone too late to react. At 4 p.m., the Hong Kong stock market officially closed. In the end, the Hang Seng Index was 9,132 points, which was nearly 3,000 points higher than before the Hong Kong government brought capital into the market. The increase was as high as 30%, the largest increase in the past few years. Dear citizens of Hong Kong, in this war to defend Hong Kong's stock market and currency, Hong Kong has finally won. At a press conference held by the Hong Kong government, the financial secretary Zhang Yingquan said to the camera with tears that after this protracted war, especially today's thrilling, Hong Kong finally won, and the twists and hardships in it, each the people of Hong Kong have a deep understanding. Here, I want to thank all the people of Hong Kong for their support to our government. Zhang Yingquan stabilized his emotions and said, in addition, I am most grateful to Mr. Zhou Haozhou. It can be said that Mr. Zhou is our lifesaver in Hong Kong. At the last moment, he led us to withstand the unprecedented selling pressure of international speculators and brought us Hong Kong through. Not only the reporters at the reception, but the Hong Kong citizens watching TV cheered. At this moment, both Zhou Hao's former supporters and those who questioned Zhou Hao now sincerely thank Zhou Hao, because it is Zhou Hao pulled Hong Kong out of the quagmire and beat the greedy crocodile tigers back. It's just that Zhou Hao knew that he had become the focus of the world's attention, so he did not appear at this press conference. Zhang Yingquan also explained that Zhou Hao is now exhausted due to the hard work of these days and is resting at home. Of course, this was Zhang Yingquan's response, but it also won the people of Hong Kong a stronger gratitude to Zhou Hao. And Zhou Hao, who Zhang Yingquan said tired and at home, is indeed at home now, but not recuperating. Instead, he is pulling Zhao Yuqin and He Shiyun, two beautiful beauties, who are beautiful and beautiful, on the bed. Originally, Zhao Yuqin and He Shiyun were typical self-respecting and self-improving women. They would not agree to play the one dragon and two phoenix with Zhou Hao. However, due to the pressure of this financial war, the two women also felt Zhou Hao's hard work. So he agreed, and after winning in Hong Kong, they both dressed him. No, Zhou Hao's master room was filled with lavish warm air, and the two women panting and groaning. The atmosphere was so fragrant. How? No, I'm not doing it anymore. You can lightly. Be light. Ah, Sister Qin, come and save me. He Shiyun, who was pressed by Zhou Hao, was weakly naked. The naked Zhao Yuqin asked for help. But seeing Zhao Yuqin lying next to her with her arms around the quilt, her face was also full of red tide. Her expression was a little timid, and she said, Shiyun, you can hold on for a while. I haven't had enough rest yet. You hold on first. She was also tossed by Zhou Hao just now. It was the mud bodhisattva who crossed the river. Wu to die. He Shiyun finally screamed, but he couldn't turn around and fainted. Of course, during the intimacy, Zhou Hao's true energy circulated in the two women at all times, so even if He Shiyun fainted, it wouldn't be a big problem. Then Zhou Hao turned to Zhao Yuqin and saw Zhou Hao's tough male body. He knew that the terrible Zhao Yuqin was holding the bedding tightly. There was a very rare pity on his face. Zhou Hao, you let my sister rest again. Will it be all right? My sister is still numb underneath. However, Zhou Hao laughed happily and said, Ma, just let Xiao Hao help her sister to massage and ventilate the blood. Don't know. Tap. It took a long time for the room to calm down. Zhao Yuqin and He Shiyun were both lying in mud between Zhou Hao's arms, unable to move a finger. Zhao Yuqin and He Shiyun are among the women around Zhou Hao who can bear the best. Now that the two women are going together, Zhou Hao no longer has any scruples. They have used 10% of their skills, but they are still tossing them to death. Live and die. Shiyun, don't pretend. I know you woke up early. Zhou Hao patted He Shiyun's plump and smiled. He Shiyun, who had been demolished, opened his eyes and looked at Zhou Hao timidly, for fear that he would make a comeback again. Zhao Yuqin on the other side was also afraid of Zhou Hao's interest, so he quickly turned the subject and said, "The stocks in Russia and Japan are still falling, but Hong Kong is rising sharply." Yes, yes. He Shuyun knew Zhao Yuqin's intentions, and he was anxious to turn Zhou Hao's attention away, and then said, "Our investment in Russia is estimated to have a profit of $10 billion, while in Japan with more than $7 billion in money, and the Japanese stock market is still falling. Our money is still growing like a snowball." Zhou Hao was also cheerful and smiled. "When it comes to Hong Kong, the biggest profit is the futures list I bought before, as well as the peripheral gambling market organized by Soros. It is estimated that the money that can bring me is more than $30 billion. In fact, Zhou Hao made more money from investing in the external gambling market than he had previously invested in the Hong Kong futures market. Because although the external gambling market organized by Soros and the others, although the risk is greater the risk, the greater the return. The bigger. Before the Hong Kong stock market fell sharply, no one except Zhou Hao has bought on the external gambling market. Now that the stock market has soared, Zhou Hao has become the last laugh. The scale of this external gambling market for the Hong Kong stock war is extremely large. Its dealer is the Soros Group, and in addition to the famous international rich and the major mafia, there are also some local rich in Hong Kong. Peripheral gambling of this scale is not something that ordinary wealthy people can afford to play, and its capital outflows are as high as hundreds of billions. Due to the extremely short settlement period, several rounds of gambling can be completed within a week, so those gamblers are not tired of it. On August 28th, the biggest bet was the rise and fall of Hong Kong stocks. If you use ordinary gambling to convert, the odds of buying or losing Hong Kong stocks are 1 to lose 1, while buying up is 1 to 3. Specifically, there are the specific figures of the Hong Kong stock Hang Seng Index. The odds for falling below 6,000 points is 1 loss. 1.5. If you break through 9,000, you lose 6. Gambling data is based on the Hang Seng Index at the close of the market on August 28th to determine the winners and losers of gamblers. Judging from the specific odds, the overall trend of the Hong Kong stock market is plummeting, but in fact, most people in this external gambling market have bought Hong Kong stocks plummeting, with a total amount of tens of billions of dollars. Zhou Hao also participated in this gambling game, and he bought up big hands, betting that Hong Kong stocks could break the 9,000-point mark, and he invested a total of more than $5 billion. In the end, Hong Kong stocks really broke the 9,000-point mark. According to the odds of 1 to 6, Zhou Hao's benefit exceeded $30 billion, all paid by the expert, the Soros Group. Zhou Hao is not afraid that the other party will reckless, because as long as the expert can organize such large-scale external gambling, the expert side is an organization with great wealth, and no one will stop the expert even if it uses any method to influence the final result during the gambling process. But once the result comes out, both the banker and the player must pay honestly, especially there are huge forces behind the two sides, and they have to go wrong. Zhao Yuqin, who is in Zhou Hao's arms, said, "Experts outside estimate that the Hong Kong government has invested more than 100 billion Hong Kong dollars in this war. Slightly, these people's knowledge is too narrow." He Shuyun on the other side also smiled and said, "In fact, the investment of more than 100 billion yuan is not necessarily wrong data, because according to the data records of the Hong Kong Monetary Authority and the Securities Regulatory Commission, the funds invested by the Hong Kong government are indeed more than 100 billion Hong Kong dollars. But this can only be said to be the investment on the surface, plus the investment from other places. You have to multiply this number by 2 or 3 times. Zhao Yuqin also knows that He Shuyun is Zhou Hao's right-hand man in this battle. He is also clear about the data, saying, "The amount of money the Hong Kong government paid has nothing to do with us. It is Zhou Hao who made all the money in this war. What is the total amount of money?" He Shuyun turned his head and thought for a while, and said, "After deducting the total cost of the forest we invested before, it is estimated that more than 40 billion will be accounted for." Even though Zhao Yuqin had been mentally prepared before, he was still shocked when he heard this number, holding Zhou Hao's face and smiling. "Oh, our Zhou Hao is about to become the world's richest man." Zhou Hao waved his hand. "In fact, this figure is not final, because there are still some funds that need to be deducted. Moreover, some of the more than 40 billion yuan is still on Soros and the others, and they have to wait for them to post the account. Speaking of Soros and the others, Zhao Yuqin said, I am afraid they are in panic all day long. After all, Hong Kong, Russia, and Japan are now firing all over the place at the same time. This time they are defeated in your hands. It is possible to achieve this situation thanks to the help of Putin's evil wolf. Zhou Hao smiled. In order to clean out the financial oligarchs in Russia, he did not hesitate to push the Russian stock market and foreign exchange market into the fire pit. It's not just Soros and the likes of international speculators and the financial oligarchs in Russia, but Russia itself will also suffer great losses. To achieve this kind of breakup and then stand up, it really takes great courage and courage. Zhou Hao has joined forces with Putin before to plan to crack down on the Soros group and financial oligarchs in Russia. Russia's delay in repaying foreign debts and suspending the trading of government bonds and securities was made by Putin and Zhou Hao. There is also the conflict on the 4 northern islands, which Putin deliberately did. On the one hand, it was to cooperate with the plan in the financial market. On the other hand, it was also regarded as Putin's first fire in the international community after he took over the Russian military power. Express his toughness and skill to the outside world. Under the manipulation of Zhou Hao and Putin, the financial markets of Russia, Japan, and Hong Kong jointly launched a 3-sided attack on the Soros group, which finally led to the defeat of the Soros group, and its losses were much more serious than the original history. In fact, the reality is the same as what Zhao Yuqin said. The people on Soros' side are indeed in panic all day long. They were originally full of expectations for the results of this battle, but suddenly suffered such a big defeat. Not only did Russia and Japan make up for the losses. If he doesn't come back, the losses on the Hong Kong side are also shocking. All in all, the hundreds of billions of dollars raised by the Soros group were actually lost at the end of this war. Mr. George, Ameda, Abe left him. In the study of this high-level private club, Akins looked anxious and found Soros sitting here silently. Soros looked calm, not desperate or furious like the others in the group, but very calm like an ordinary old man. Seeing Akins's face in horror, Soros said faintly, "What's the matter? Come on, now there is no news that excites me anymore. Mr. George, we just found him in Ameda, Abe's left room." Akins swallowed and said, He committed suicide by incision." Soros raised his eyebrows, but he quickly calmed down. This is in line with his character. This guy Amado Abezuo was originally the kind of typical Bushido product that is rather unyielding, and this defeat is not only beautiful. There is no place for him to stand on the bank of the forest, and even their Yutian family will probably be abandoned like a shoe. When he does this, he is always much harder than someone like Julian. After Julian Robertson was defeated in this war, he fled Hong Kong overnight. He actually abandoned his expansive Tiger Fund and became destroyed because he lost all but the entire Tiger Fund this time. In addition, there are billions of foreign debts. These foreign debts are not loans from regular banks, but are raised from some forces, so Julian cannot apply for bankruptcy protection to settle these debts. And he is also one of the dealers in this peripheral gambling. Even though he escaped, the dealer group will still make up for his share, but after the pursuit of him, he will not relax at all. Regarding Julian's escape, Soros also said, "How can he escape? He really thought those CIA people were purely to protect us? There are also surveillance purposes. After being captured by the CIA, he might end up. It's even worse." The other people in the Soros group are representatives of the major investment banks that participated in the war. They knew that they could not shirk their responsibilities, and they all went back to lead the crime honestly. This was originally a high-level gathering of core members of the Soros group. The clubhouse, now only Soros and a few other discouraged people are left. Akins, the Tiger Fund is over, and our Quantum Fund is not much better. Soros said to this assistant who has been with him for many years, "This time the debt is too serious, and we probably won't be able to support it for a few years. Akins, what are your plans?" With a sigh, Soros said again, "You are an individual. There is no need to decline with the Quantum Fund." Although Akins is also a profit-seeking guy, he can't help feeling sad when he hears Soros's words. After all, the Quantum Fund is where Soros's life's work has been, and even his boss was lost in this defeat. No one can be as calm as Soros. Soros also knew that Akins must have reserved a retreat. Such talents have a lot of future even if they leave the quantum fund. After Akins left the study, Willie also came. After seeing Willie, Soros' expression finally fluctuated. He was guilty of Willie and said, "Willie, I'm sorry, I originally wanted to leave this quantum fund to you, but I didn't expect it. It was nothing in the end. Father, you don't have to worry about me. I never thought about controlling the quantum fund." Seeing Soros, who was covered in loneliness, Willie was actually uncomfortable. Soros laughed at himself and laughed. "Yes, it's useless to say these now. The current quantum fund will only become your burden. Haha, speaking of it, it's better for you to stay with Zhou. Now we are all like a bereaved dog, and Zhou is now one of the most dazzling new stars in the financial world. Some people say that Zhou is a new generation of stock god. Father, let me take you to see someone," Willie said suddenly. Huh. Soros didn't understand who Willie wanted to see himself at this time, but it didn't matter. The meeting place was in a luxurious box of the Grand Hyatt Hotel. When he followed Willie, Soros saw that there was already a person sitting in the box. It was obviously the person Willie wanted to meet. However, when Soros saw the man clearly, he was stunned, because that man was Zhou. Zhou. Seeing Zhou waiting for him, Soros was extremely surprised. How could he never think that Willie had let him see the leader who caused his defeat? He looked at Willie in surprise, but saw Willie had pulled a chair and invited himself to sit down. Soros had to suppress the surprise in his heart and sit down, and Willie also sat down on him. Around. "Mr. George, I must be very busy these days. Now I finally have a chance to rest." Zhou on the other side raised his glass to Soros. Soros's face was gloomy, and he said without a smile, "Yeah, I can finally rest. Thank you, Zhou, for this." Zhou didn't feel the ridicule, and he continued to smile. "This is our second meeting. Haha. Remember that when you met Mr. George at the Peninsula Hotel last time, you invited me to your place. Quantum fund power work." Looking back at the beginning, Soros was also full of emotion. "I blame me for having eyes but not knowing Tarzan, and dare to let you, a new generation of stock gods, come to work in our company. Now thinking about it is really wishful thinking." Willie beside him was a little surprised, but he didn't know that Soros and Zhou had met before then. "Share God?" "Haha, I don't dare to be." Zhou shook his head and said with a smile, "I'm just trying my best to protect our country's interests. I don't dare to be the share god, especially in your case." In front of the old man, Soros also picked up the red wine in front of him and drank half a glass and sighed. "You have a saying in China called the waves behind the Yangtze River push the waves forward. Now I finally understand it." Looking at Willie next to him, Soros said to Zhou, "It seems that Willie has never betrayed you at all. You made such a scene on purpose so that Willie can penetrate into our side." At this time, if Soros could not guess the fact, it would have been in vain that he had been able to traverse the sea of unpredictable storms for so many years. Zhou nodded. "Mr. George, you are right. The truth is that, but I never thought about apologizing to you. After all, when Willie voted on your side, you let him be the first time. Sell out my information. All of us are chasing interests, and it's no better than talking hypocritical words. So it seems that you did it on purpose when Willie was shot?" Soros asked. "Well, otherwise, with the strength of my subordinates, Willie has no chance to survive." Suddenly a smile appeared on Soros' face, as if he was a mockery of himself. No wonder you can hit our fatal point with a single blow. Who would have thought that my biological son would actually help others? Come to calculate me, who can think of it? However, I have another question. We are holding both the exchange fund and the land fund in Hong Kong, and the foreign exchange reserves of the Chinese government are unable to move due to the need to stabilize the RMB exchange rate. However, according to my guess, we organize external gambling markets. Here, you should mostly be the ones who bought the increase. Also, you should have known about the changes in Russia and Japan early on, and even said that the changes are part of your plan. But I want to ask, so many neither the Chinese government nor the Hong Kong government can provide funding. Where did you get it? Zhou didn't answer right away, but instead asked, "Mr. George, Yuanzhong Resources has obtained the right to develop and sell oil fields in Indonesia. Do you know this? Of course, this is the last straw that crushes us. Soros nodded. Then have you ever thought that the Indonesian government has always been hostile to China? How can it so obediently hand over the development and sales rights of oil fields to the far resources that want to import oil to China? Soros was stunned, and then he thought of the storm that occurred in Indonesia some time ago. Speaking of the turmoil in Indonesia, I was also the culprit because the direct cause of the turmoil was the Asian financial turmoil I caused. In the Indonesian storm, Suharto's government went bankrupt and stepped down, and the new president Wahid came to power. He stabilized his regime through various tricks, soft or hard, and Wahid's attitude towards Chinese Indonesians, it is much friendlier than Suharto. Today, the social and political status of Indonesian Chinese in the local community has improved a lot than before, and even a political party composed of Chinese has emerged. The Indonesian turmoil that attracted the most international attention was that after the Suharto government stepped down, East Timor, which had always been under Indonesian control, officially separated from Indonesia and declared independence. It also actively invited the Chinese Navy to station to help it defend coastal defense. A real overseas development has aroused many criticisms from Western countries. Some Southeast Asian countries controlled by the West have also imposed economic sanctions on East Timor. Fortunately, with the support of China, East Timor does not need assistance from other Southeast Asian countries. Thinking of this, Soros looked at Zhou Hao in astonishment. Could it be that the current Indonesian President Wahid, with you China? This is just your guess, Mr. George. Zhou Hao shrugged and smiled. However, I have some friendship with the Chinese business community in Indonesia. Those funds were raised through them. After getting the answer, Soros laughed loudly. It really is a hero who was born in a young age. We old generations will finally be replaced by you young people. Father, I'm sorry. Willie Worth, who had been silent since just now, said with a complicated expression. Soros patted Willie Worth on the shoulder. I know you hate me since childhood. Hate me for treating your mother like that. Hate me for letting you secretly not tell others that you are my son, and I know that you have always want to surpass me. Ha 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 ha. When you were willing to come back, I thought you really promised to inherit the quantum fund. Now I know that you are not like inheriting your father's shadow. Even this stubborn character is exactly like me. Back then, I didn't want to follow my father's old path, but wanted to create another world by myself. Ha 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 ha. Speaking of this, he raised a toast to Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao, Willie is with you, and it is much better than with me. I have seen his skills, and I don't know how much he has improved since the last time I saw him. Now it seems that you have benefited him a lot. Also, the money you win in our peripheral gambling market should be posted in these 2 days. You don't need to worry about our misconduct, because the bookmakers behind this gambling market are JP Morgan, Merrill Lynch, and First Persia. Even these big banks, they can still afford the mere 2 to 3 billion. However, from now on, JP Morgan and Merrill Lynch. Oh no, the world should be paying attention to your new stock god. Especially you are Chinese, they don't want to see the rise of China, so you still have to be careful. Now Soros, there is a kind of heroic twilight sunset in the desolation of the Western mountains, but this is also normal, because he has been in the sea for many years. If he wins this battle in Hong Kong, he will be the highest peak in his life, but now he has failed. It was defeated by Zhou Hao and his biological son. Nobody else could understand this feeling. Speaking of it, Zhou Hao, you are really terrible. This time I joined forces with Julian, and there are so many big banks behind it, and even the US government has participated. You can actually defend Hong Kong by your own strength. Ross gave Zhou Hao a thumbs up admiringly. I never believed in the existence of genius before. Now I believe it. You are the best example. Zhou Haolian didn't dare to say it, but it was a sincere compliment from Soros, which made Zhou Hao very proud. By the way, there is one more point. Willie has done so much for you. Even my dad has calculated it. This time he should get a lot of compensation. Soros smiled at Zhou Hao. His dividend this time is estimated to be $1 billion. Zhou Hao replied honestly. Because of this big victory, all employees in Galaxy will receive extremely generous dividends, especially Song Jiahao and Willie Worth. For the most, Soros was also very satisfied when he heard this, and talked and laughed with Zhou Hao again. Last time, he only regarded Zhou Hao as a talented young man, but now he is treated with a completely equal attitude. And Soros has been up and down in the financial world for so many years. His experience and insights are not as good as Zhou Hao Yuan's. Hearing his words, Zhou Hao has benefited a lot. Zhou Hao and Willie Worth also talked to Soros about the investments made by Galaxy in recent years. Soros also learned that so many previous investment cases were regarded as classic investment cases. The initiator was the unknown Galaxy for a while, the feeling of the waves behind the Yangtze River pushing the waves before it became even stronger. A seed of laughter ended. This evening the host enjoyed themselves. Zhou Hao wanted to see Soros. On the one hand, it was Willie Worth's initiative. After all, it was his biological father and son. After the dust settled, Willie Worth didn't want to hide Soros from him, so he asked Zhou Hao to arrange this meeting. On the other hand, because Zhou Hao himself wanted to meet this predator who was overwhelming in the sea, he was ultimately an idol and research object in his previous life, but face-to-face contact was another taste. Who knew that Zhou Hao, who was sleeping comfortably with Situ Jianying's precocious body, was called by Willie Worth the next morning. On the phone, Willie Worth had a hoarse voice and a lonely tone. "Boss, my father, he committed suicide last night." George Soros committed suicide? Hearing this news, Zhou Hao was stunned. He couldn't recover for a long time, until he heard Willie Worth sobbing softly on the phone. Zhou Hao's throat became astringent and said, How did he? Last night he drank with me and talked about many things about him back then. Later, I was drunk, and when I woke up, I found him sitting on a wicker chair on the terrace, facing the sun, and died, taking sleeping pills. To death. He also left a suicide note stating that all the shares and assets of the Quantum Fund should be sold, and the cash money will be left to my mother and his wife, with $50 million each after paying off the debt. Yes, he asked me to donate your Tiana school to the boss. Hearing what Willie Worth said, Zhou Hao suddenly felt blocked. Although Soros was one of the chief culprits of this Hong Kong war, and countless people were ruined, but after all, he is a man of many years. He was also one of Zhou Hao's idols in his previous life, but now he committed suicide so lonely, it is really emotional. Willie, you are sorry. Zhou Hao comforted Willie Worth. Although Willie Worth and Zhou Hao worked together to calculate Soros, and he has always hated Soros, but Willie Worth also has feelings for this father, otherwise he would not beg Zhou Hao to stay Soros. Life. Willie Worth's original intention was to make Soros become nothing, an ordinary old man, and then to support himself. But he did not expect that the heroic Soros would choose such a path. Zhou Hao also didn't expect Soros to do this. Yesterday the two were talking and laughing. Zhou Hao also felt that Soros had a free and easy personality, but in the end he committed suicide. Boss, I'm fine. He walked peacefully without any pain. Willie Worth said solemnly, Boss, I want to take a 1-month leave to take care of his affairs. I also want to go back to the United States to see me. Mother. Well, what help is needed? You must speak to me. Zhou Hao felt that he had to bear a little responsibility for Soros' death, especially for Willie Worth. Zhou Hao felt a little guilty in his heart. Thank you, boss. After putting down the phone, Zhou Hao still sighed. Julian Robertson and George Soros were two superstars in the financial world. After the battle in Hong Kong, the two escaped and died, which also represented the two superstars. The fall. Oh, what's wrong? Situ Jianying, who was awakened by the phone, rubbed his dim eyes with a lazy face. When the upper body was propped up, the two plump soft flesh on his chest also bounced like two big white rabbits. Zhou Hao's throat was dry. It's okay, let's do morning exercises again. Zhou Hao smiled, then turned over and pressed on Situ Jianying's body, and did this extremely fragrant morning exercise with her. On this day, the peripheral gambling market organized by the Soros Group turned over the money that Zhou Hao had won. The total amount was $31.5 billion, plus the successive remittances from Russia and Japan. Soon it broke through 40 billion. With so many funds on hand, it only showed a long string of numbers, and Xinghe, which had not had much funds in hand because of various investments, finally got the return of these investments. Hao started to deploy next week, repaid the loan from the Indonesian Chinese Chamber of Commerce, and transferred part of it to the accounts of the two industrial groups, Polaris, and Tianhe. In the end, nearly $30 billion remained. This is not counting the profits that Russia and Japan will continue to return. Another point is that Far China Resources is actually a company set up by the central government to collect Indonesian oil and natural gas resources. It was only to cooperate with Zhou Hao to deal with the Soros Group. Hao also owns 10% of the shares in Far China Resources, which is a veritable golden mountain. With the development of Far China Resources, Zhou Hao will earn more and more profits. And the next investment is Zhou Hao's long-planned Chinese medicine market, because Zhou Hao has many magical prescriptions in Shun Nong Bai Chao, and he also found the Shun Nong Ba Chao in Guangxi. After repeated verifications by Zhou Hao and Xiao Jiming, Life Extension Pandan is a treasured medicine that can treat cancer, and its value is immeasurable. Because what Zhou Hao wants to establish is an international large-scale Chinese medicine group, not those vulgar companies that rely on advertising to develop in China, so the amount of money that needs to be invested is a huge amount. At that time, Zhou Hao had to make other investments and had insufficient funds, so this plan was shelved. Now that he has sufficient funds, Zhou Hao's plan to build a pharmaceutical kingdom can begin. Of course, this also requires a lot of preparatory work, not that it can start from the beginning. At noon, Zhou Hao received a call from Gu Pinggan. The chief, Lu Wanhong, and Lu Mingwei wanted to escape from Hong Kong, but we stopped them. The two guys really want to escape. Zhou Hao sneered. Because Lu Wanhong was supported by an interest group closely related to the central government, he obtained huge funds to speculate in this Hong Kong war. In order to deal with him and the profitable interest groups behind him, Zhou Hao deliberately let Hong Kong's there was a sudden ups and downs in the stock market, and the result was that Lu Wanhong's party ended up disastrously. Not only was the capital loss of the interest group behind him exhausted, even Lu Wanhong's amigo and Chinese real estate were fatally affected. There was a break, and if Lu Wanhong knew that he was defeated, the interest group behind him would definitely not let him go. Zhou Hao also knew this. In order to prevent Lu Wanhong from escaping, Zhou Hao sent Gu Pinggan and the others to monitor Lu Wanhong and his son. Now they really stopped wanting Lu Wanhong and Lu Mingwei, who fled Hong Kong. Chief, we have temporarily placed Lu Wanhong and Lu Mingwei in the number 3 stronghold. What should we do with them next? Zhou Hao said to Gu Pinggan. I will pass now. You are there waiting for me. Xiao Hao, do you want to go out? Zhao Yuqin smiled when he heard Zhou Hao want to go out. You have to be careful. Now you are a great hero in Hong Kong, and the former Zijun is so famous. If you show your face outside, I'm afraid it will immediately cause a commotion. Zhou Hao smiled helplessly. Being famous is really troublesome. Fortunately, those outside didn't know Zhou Hao's address. Otherwise, Zhou Hao would really be troubled. Gupin's number 3 base was in a certain unit in a factory building in Shengwan, Hong Kong. Zhou Hao rushed over and saw Lu Wanhong and his son, who were in a sundries room. People are still covered with black bags, but they look like rich people kidnapped. The others went out, so Gu Pinggan stayed here to accompany Zhou Hao. He said to Zhou Hao, Chief, we caught them at the dock. They want to take a boat to Taiwan. Zhou Hao sneered slightly and sat down on the chair not far in front of Lu Wanhong and his son. Which eldest brother is this, who has no grudges and no resentment? How did you get us here? He has misunderstood. Lu Wanhong, who was covered by a black bag, couldn't see Zhou Hao. He quickly heard the person in charge speak. However, Zhou Hao sneered. Speaking of which, I and you are not innocent. As soon as Zhou Hao opened his voice, Lu Wanhong and Lu Mingwei, who hated Zhou Hao, immediately recognized them. They only heard Lu Mingwei shouting in anger. Zhou Hao, you are Zhou Hao. Why did you tie us here? You are kidnapped. I want to sue you. Sue me? Zhou Hao said disdainfully. What are you telling me? Telling me to fulfill my civic duty and catch back criminals who intend to abandon security and abscond. Lu Mingwei, if I remember correctly, you seem to be in court tomorrow, right? Now you are just a suspect on bail, but you are not allowed to leave Hong Kong. Also, if you go to Taiwan, you want to go there to the United States. Since Lu Mingwei was annoying on bail, he was not allowed to leave the country at all, and he could not fly directly to the United States through Hong Kong through normal channels. So he wanted to smuggle to Taiwan and then travel from Taiwan to the United States. As for why he wants to go to the United States, It is because Lu Wanhong wants to escape the interest group closely related to the central government, and the United States is one of the areas where China's political power has the weakest influence. Zhou Hao made a gesture, and Gu Pingyan went over and removed the black bag covering Lu Wanhong and his son. Lu Wanhong and his son finally saw Zhou Hao sitting not far in front of him. Lu Wanhong's face was gloomy. Zhou Hao, why? It stands to reason that I have no grudges against you. I used to help you as an undercover agent on Soros' side. Now that you have one, not only do you not thank me, but also treat me like this? Undercover? Lu Wanhong, do you think someone would really believe your nonsense? Zhou Hao laughed mockingly. If you are really an undercover agent, Soros and the others lose. Why did you bankrupt your family too? Lu Wanhong was speechless for a while. From the beginning, he had placed bets on both the Hong Kong government and the Soros group. Although Hong Kong has won, he has made a lot of profits, but the money is provided by the interest group behind it, and previously lost too much in far China resources and peripheral gambling, resulting in those profits that can't be made up at all. It is precisely because of this that the interest group will not let him go. Zhou Hao, I'll give you 500 million Hong Kong dollars. Can you let us go, okay? Lu Wanhong said helplessly. After Zhou Hao heard the words, he didn't speak, so he looked at him with a smile like that. The disdain and banter in his eyes made Lu Wanhong very uncomfortable. In fact, Lu Wanhong himself understands that if this war is won, Zhou Hao's profit may be calculated on the basis of tens of billions. So how can he care about his 500 million? But Lu Wanhong really has no choice, because the money he invested in has already lost, and the funds for Amico and Chinese real estate are temporarily unable to withdraw, and he can only use more than 1 billion Hong Kong dollars in working capital. That's all. This was what he had previously prepared for self-protection. Zhou Hao sat there broadly, looking at Lu Mingwei, who was embarrassed and sneered. Lu Mingwei, when you hired the alien assassin to assassinate me, you must have never thought that you would have today. What assassination? Lu Mingwei did not speak, but Lu Wanhong was shocked. He stared at his son beside him and shouted, Did you ever ask a killer to assassinate Zhou Hao? Why don't I know? Lu Mingwei did not answer Lu Wanhong, but looked at Zhou Hao. How did you know? I obviously did it very secretly. The killer has been caught by me, and through that killer I directly found the boss of Ilian. Zhou Hao sneered. Although you use layers of manipulation to contact Ilian, you still look down on you too much. Now that those killer groups still have the capabilities of intelligence agencies, it is really not difficult to find you out. Speaking of this, Zhou Hao turned to Lu Wanhong, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Look, Mr. Lu, I said that we are not without grudges, right? You believe it now? Oh, by the way, you should also be glad that your son did not hurt. By the chance to cherish your lord. Otherwise your father and son will not see me here now, but will be thrown directly into the sea by my people at the dock. As soon as Lu Mingwei's expression changed, Zhou Hao continued, Don't think that nobody knows about you when you've been to Xiangqing, and you want to do the hero to save the beauty thing? You too underestimated me, too underestimated. Do you feel your feelings for me? Zhou Hao didn't say a word. Lu Mingwei's face turned green, and Lu Wanhong finally knew that his father and son would not be able to untie Zhou Hao during the festival. So he said, Then what do you want to do with us? Haha. President Lu, have you received the news today? Su Jiaming has officially filed for bankruptcy. Zhou Hao answered the question. Lu Wanhong and Lu Mingwei's expressions changed, because their relationship with the Su family was pretty good. Lu Mingwei and Su Jinsheng were still very good friends. Su Jinsheng was sent abroad by Su Jiaming to treat his kidney failure. Since then, Lu Mingwei I haven't seen him. Su Jiaming often came to Lu Wanhong, because like Lu Wanhong, Su Jiaming also bet on the Soros group. Zhou Hao continued. Originally, his loss in this battle only hurt his vitality, and it has not yet reached that point, but his Zhongjian group was originally small in size, and now it is affected by him, and it is even weaker. It just takes a single blow and it collapses like a chicken. Oh, by the way, when I came here just now, I also heard the news. The China Securities Regulatory Commission and the Commercial Crime Investigation Bureau have begun investigating the illegal operations of the Zhongjian Group in the stock market. Su Jiaming has also been detained from his passport and prohibited from leaving the country. Also, I heard that after the third kidney transplant operation, Su Jinxing died in Switzerland due to severe rejection and bacterial infection. When Lu Wanhong and Lu Mingwei heard the news, they all gasped at the same time, because the Su family and Zhou Hao were also aware of the festival. He Shuyun was originally the Su family's daughter-in-law. He Shuyun left resolutely because of Zhou Hao's intervention. The Su family received alimony of more than 600 million. As a result, the Su family hated Zhou Hao. But in the end, it was not Zhou Hao that ended up miserably, but the Su family father and son, which could really be described as family broken and dead. And the fate of the Su family and his son seems to have become Lu Wanhong's role model. Now they all have guessed Zhou Hao's behavior style. For those who really offend him, he will not kill him with one blow, but slowly take away everything that the other party has, and then make it a dilemma. Lu Mingwei still clearly remembers Su Jinxing's pale face on the hospital bed, his whole body like a skeleton, and Su Jianming, from a wealth of tens of billions, to the end of bankruptcy and even imprisonment. It makes people shudder. I almost forgot. I want to say sorry to Master Lu. Zhou Hao suddenly laughed. Speaking of which, in fact, you have become a disabled person, and I also have some responsibilities. At the beginning, you only instructed the people who lost the dog to intimidate the residents of the Julalu. Unexpectedly, the lost dog set off a big fire frantically and burned the entire Julalu to ashes. After being caught, they all testified against you in unanimous terms, and the bereaved dog suddenly appeared in front of you and broke your leg. Didn't you think of the clues of these things? Lu Mingwei looked at Zhou Hao dumbfounded and muttered to himself, "Difficult. Could it be you?" Lu Wanhong was also stunned. He did not expect that Lu Mingwei was suddenly entangled in a lawsuit and was beaten by a bereaved dog to be crippled. Zhou Hao actually manipulated it from behind. At this time, he didn't care that he was already a prisoner of others. Asked loudly, "Zhou Hao, didn't you promise to help us resolve that single lawsuit before? Why are you now?" But Zhou Hao raised his index finger and shook in front of Lu Wanhong and his son. "Mr. Lu, have you forgotten what I said at the time? I said at the time that the police and the Department of Justice will be able to investigate this matter fairly and fairly. In fact, I did that too." Mr. Lu, do you think I would use money to bribe the Attorney General and the police like you unscrupulous businessmen? I am not as mean as you. You are more despicable than us. Lu Wanhong cursed loudly. Even if I'm really despicable, it's just a counterattack against Lu Gongzi, who made him so cruel and found a killer to assassinate me. Zhou Hao shrugged and said, "Mr. Lu, as long as I hand you over now to the police, you don't need to say what happened to Mr. Lu. I'm afraid the people behind you will not let you go." Hearing Zhou Hao's words, Lu Wanhong's face changed again, and he heard Zhou Hao say, "Well, Mr. Lu, as long as you tell the story of those people behind you, maybe I can help you." Lu Wanhong raised his eyebrows. "Can I still trust you? You have no other choice." Zhou Hao smiled confidently. Seeing Lu Wanhong sighed sighingly, he said, "I don't know about those people. I only know the big-headed surname of the other person, Sunday. The funds they handed over to me are all through the accounts of Amigo and Chinese real estate. Turned over, a total of 16.5 billion yuan. Zhou Hao leaned back slightly, holding his hand and staring at Lu Wanhong. "Mr. Lu, if you are so untrue, I am not interested in helping you anymore. You have to know, since I can know that there are people behind you. That's right. Those people have a certain understanding. You want to lie to me by talking nonsense. This is not desirable." The muscles at the corners of Lu Wanhong's mouth twitched, and Zhou Hao finally broke up the trace of fluke that still existed. He hesitated and said, I didn't all lie. I really don't know much about those people. Dong, I don't even know the name. As for the funds they secretly transferred to let me operate, it was 30 billion renminbi. I once found someone to check that the money was transferred to Hong Kong through several major domestic banks. Here, looking up at Zhou Hao, Lu Wanhong said again, "What I said is true. I don't even know whether they are high-ranking officials or not. I only know that they have a lot of first-hand information from the Central Committee. Mr. Lu, I think you should guess who those people are as much as possible." Zhou Hao squinted and smiled. How many central officials surnamed Dong can have? Forget about them. These people, they never know how to stay safe. Zhou Hao said more and more quietly, and in the end only he could hear it. When Lu Wanhong heard Zhou Hao's previous sentence, his heart was stunned, because as Zhou Hao said, he really guessed the identity of the other party. Now, the Central Party's surname Dong can be called a core member, and only Dong Yi is the only one. Dong Yi is a member of the Politburo. Recently, there has been a trend that he will be elected to the Politburo Standing Committee and become one of the most powerful individuals in the country. Zhou Hao didn't have much impression of Dong Yi. Instead, Dong Yi's son had a lot of holidays with Zhou Hao. Dong Yi's son is Dong Qishan. In order to pursue Zhao Yuqin, this guy colluded with the Japanese, poisoned him, and then he came to find someone to cure him. Unexpectedly, Dong Qishan himself became of others, and Father Zhao almost died Huang Quan. Fortunately, Zhou Hao's blood could cure all poisons and save Father Zhao. Later, Dong Qishan invited the master of the Dong Luo Min, Xiahou, a superb master known as the Sacred Hand of De Luo, refused to accept Zhou Hao. And because of that battle, Zhou Hao realized transformation of meaning into form. The profound meaning thus stepped into the realm of the top master. Xiahou was dissatisfied and was finally destroyed by Zhou Hao. Dong Qishan also fled China because he was afraid of Zhou Hao's revenge. Zhou Hao hadn't seen him for a long time and had never heard of him. Who knows that he is risking now? Came out. Zhou Hao sat there, slowly touching his chin and thinking about it. Because of Lu Wanhong's defeat, the people behind him also suffered heavy losses, and they couldn't even get the money to fill that big hole. And this is Zhou Hao's purpose. Because they don't have the money to fill that big hole, they can expose the incident and let the outsiders find out which project funds were misappropriated. Now, as Zhou Hao expected, the matter was finally exposed, and the results of the secret investigation by the central government were shocking. The embezzled funds were nearly 30 billion yuan operated by Lu Wanhong. However, such a large sum of funds comes from multiple sources, including land funds in a certain first-tier city, reserve funds from state-owned oil companies, and even special funds for the central government to repair and strengthen the embankments along the Yangtze River. After the last U.S. spy incident, the central government learned of the acuteness of the flood this year and immediately dispatched personnel to investigate and inspect the important embankments along the Yangtze River. Sure enough, many hidden dangers were found, and the officials who were motivated by profit and corruption were also pulled down. In order to repair and reinforce these dikes and evacuate residents in areas at risk of being submerged along the Yangtze River, the central government has specially prepared a special fund. The floods really happened, but under the active preparation of the central government, the destructive power and influence of the floods are far less serious than in Zhou Hao's previous life. Those coastal residents who complained about being forced to move to other places, now they are all scared, thinking that if they insist on staying in the place of residence, they will now be destroyed by the flood, and I am very grateful for the decision of the central government. Although the destructive power of the flood disaster has been reduced to the maximum by the central government, the danger has not been completely over, so the central government dare not relax. Those special funds have been gradually increased to deal with various emergencies. Unexpectedly, the idea of someone daring to make this money is simply leaving the country alive and perishing. The central government was very angry and immediately set up a special investigation team to conduct secret investigations in various places where funds embezzlement occurred. The officials involved were actually at the ministerial level, but the central government did not intend to spare them and deal with them strictly. However, Zhou Hao knew that the central investigation had not yet reached Dong Yi. Even Zhou Hao and Zhao Yuqin had not thought that this matter would have anything to do with the Dong family, and that the Dong family took the lead. However, although according to Lu Wanhong's words, Dong Yi is indeed suspected, the possibility that the other party deliberately deceived Lu Wanhong with a false surname cannot be ruled out. In short, everything has to wait for the central party's investigation results. Lu Wanhong and Lu Mingwei looked at Zhou Hao expressionlessly there in thought, and they were very worried. Finally, Lu Wanhong said, "Zhou Hao, now I have told you everything I know. You can let us go." "Right. I never said that I would let you go." Zhou Hao showed a smile on his face. Before Lu Wanhong broke out, he added, "But I can keep your father and son alive." Lu Wanhongqiang suppressed the anger in his heart and said with a sullen face, "How are you going to save our life?" "Mr. Lu, Do you know where is the safest place in the world? Zhou Hao asked not to answer. Lu Wanhong shook his head, and Zhou Hao smiled. It's a prison. Don't worry, Mr. Lu. Mr. Lu is qualified to go in. According to what he committed, staying in there for 20 years is no problem. As for you will be trickier. Hearing Zhou Hao's tone, it seemed that going to jail was a very difficult thing. I saw Zhou Hao deliberately ponder and smiled. Ah, I almost forgot. As long as people check your Amico accounts, they will definitely be able to find out some problems, and that's it. President Lu, don't be afraid. You will be able to get in soon. Zhou Hao, you despicable villain. Lu Wanhong gritted his teeth and stared at Zhou Hao, as if he was about to eat Zhou Hao's meat, but soon he smiled triumphantly. But don't waste your time. You should Lu Wanhong, be a stupid like Su Jianming? Want to find out my problem in Imagao? You just want it. Zhou Hao spread his hands and said, Of course it is difficult to find out if I want to check it out, but it would be much easier to have someone who knows you and the love beauty. As he said, Zhou Hao snapped his fingers and saw the door of the utility room opened, walking into a man in a suit and leather shoes from outside. As soon as the man came in, he greeted Zhou Hao respectfully. Mr. Zhou, I'm here. When Lu Wanhong and his son saw this man, they were dumbfounded, as if they had seen a monster. And this man turned his head to look at Lu Wanhong and his son at this time, and said with a smile, Boss, Lu Gongzi, hello. Ma Shijun, it's you. Lu Wanhong's face was exposed, and his eyes stared at the man in front of him fiercely. This man is Ma Shijun, who has been working alongside Lu Wanhong for many years and has worked hard to complain. And Lu Wanhong couldn't even dream that his most trusted subordinates would betray him at this time. Why? When did Lu Wanhong treat you badly? Ma Shijun, you bastard. Regarding Lu Wanhong's insults, Ma Shijun's face remained as usual and even laughed out. Boss, we all know how you treat me for so many years. That's right. You promise me a high salary every year. In love, Meigao, and Chinese real estate, I can be considered below your father and son and above everyone else. Speaking of this, Ma Shijun took a deep breath and said, But boss, ask yourself, for so many years, you have always treated me, Ma Shijun, as a slave. In your eyes, I am a slave. There is no dignity to speak of. Honestly, after so many years of enduring, I, Ma Shijun, have had enough of you, old dog. In the end, Ma Shijun's face was full of hideousness and viciousness. Indeed, for so many years, he has received countless auras in Lu's family. On the surface, he is very loyal to Lu Wanhong, but in fact, he has all this in his heart. As long as there is a chance to overthrow Lu Wanhong, he will never let it go. Now, the opportunity finally appeared, and it was Zhou Hao who gave him this opportunity. Seeing the vicious and ferocious face on Ma Shijun's face, Lu Wanhong was also irrefutable. He sighed and said, When did you start? When did you vote for Zhou Hao's camp? It was when Lu Mingwei hired the alien assassin to assassinate Mr. Zhou. Mr. Zhou found me. Ma Shijun's mood has recovered, and a smile appeared on his face again. Zhou Hao sat there without saying a word, quietly watching their host and guest drama. At this time, I heard Lu Wanhong say, Ma Shijun, don't forget, you are also part of those illegal things. If you confess me, you will also have to accept the sentence, and the criminal law will never be lighter than me. It's not a problem, Mr. Lu. You worry about it. I have done everything. Someone will come out to help me carry most of the work. Ma Shijun said with a smile. As for the rest, Mr. Zhou will help me. It is estimated that the final penalty imposed on me is at most 2 years of defensive behavior plus a fine of several million Hong Kong dollars. As for Mr. Lu, you are different. In the past, every time I helped you with errands, I kept the bottom line, which was prepared for today, plus those people below would unanimously testify that you are the biggest mastermind. In this way, Mr. Lu, you should be able to accompany Mr. Lu all the way in prison. Ma Shijun, I'll kill you. Lu Wanhong struggled to jump up and rushed towards Ma Shijun. Although his hands and feet were tightly tied, he still had a mouth, and the power that erupted under his anger was not trivial. It's troublesome to bite. Ma Shijun subconsciously stepped back 2 steps, and Gu Ping'an beside Zhou Hao had already come forward, put his foot on Lu Wanhong's chest, kicked him back, and fell heavily to the ground. Zhou Hao, please let me go. I know I was wrong. I will not pester Shijuan anymore. No, I will never appear in front of Shijuan anymore. Zhou Hao, you leave me alone. Lu Mingwei cried and crawled towards Zhou Hao, begging Zhou Hao with tears. From the initial scorn of Zhou Hao to the prisoner of Zhou Hao now, Lu Mingwei has nothing to be proud of. Moreover, he really didn't want to go to jail. He was so accustomed to living a life of riches and dignity that he would go to jail for more than 20 years. This is really better than death. In order to avoid the disaster of prison, he no longer cares about dignity and begged Zhou Hao for forgiveness like a bereaved dog. Ma Shijun looked at Mr. Lu, who he had served for many years, now begging others for mercy like a dog, and his contempt in his eyes became even worse. He quickly said to Zhou Hao, Mr. Zhou, don't let this guy be resigned. Give him a chance to make a comeback. He will definitely not let us go. Zhou Hao glanced at Ma Shijun lightly and smiled. Do you think he will have a chance to make a comeback? Being touched by Zhou Hao's biting eyes, Ma Shijun was shocked and quickly lowered his head and said, No, absolutely nothing. Zhou Hao also looked at Lu Mingwei at this time, shook his head, and said with regret, Originally, you were such an excellent person. Unfortunately, you don't have long eyes. If you didn't meet Shijuan back then, maybe I will deal with you this way. But unfortunately, there is no chance of turning around. No matter how Lu Mingwei begged, Zhou Hao remained unmoved, because this was the plan he had planned when he first saw Lu Mingwei, and it could be regarded as an end to the regrets of his previous life. As Zhou Hao said, if Lu Mingwei had not met Wang Shijuan and fell in love with Wang Shijuan at first sight, Zhou Hao would not deal with him like this. Unfortunately, Lu Mingwei is not Zhou Hao, and everything can't be done again. After the men brought the desperate Lu Wanhong and the tearful Lu Mingwei out of the room, Zhou Hao said to Gu Ping in beside him, No matter how many years the court verdict, it will be fine. After they enter, I don't want to see them come out again. Gu Pinggan nodded silently. There are still many ways to keep Lu Wanhong and his son in prison forever. And Ma Shijun next to him listened to Zhou Hao's plain tone and couldn't help but shiver, because with Zhou Hao's simple sentence, Lu Wanhong and Lu Mingwei would never have the chance to see the sun again in their lives. At this time, Zhou Hao looked at Ma Shijun, smiled slightly, and said, Ma Shijun, you are a talent. Lu Wanhong will not cherish it. It does not mean that I will not. As long as you do things under my hand, I will not treat you badly. Ma Shijun nodded hurriedly. Before working under Lu Wanhong, he thought Lu Wanhong was cruel enough, but after contacting Zhou Hao and seeing Zhou Hao's method of boiling frogs with warm fire, it really made him shudder. In particular, he faintly guessed that Zhou Hao's subordinates were not only the underworld, but also the power of the state. So Ma Shijun knew that it was impossible to betray Zhou Hao like Lu Wanhong. Amigo and Chinese real estate are both very good companies, Zhou Hao said. Although Lu Wanhong is in danger of collapse at any time due to the fiasco of Lu Wanhong, the interpersonal skills it has established over the years are the sales network is extremely valuable, and it would be a shame to let it collapse and wind up like this. Touching his chin, Zhou Hao said again, After Lu Wanhong and his son are sentenced, there is no way to directly manage Amigo and Chinese land. You are so familiar with these two companies, and I will find someone at that time. Acquire it, and then you will become the chief executive officer of Amico, and I will give you full management. Listening to Zhou Hao's words, Ma Shijun's eyes glowed. After working in Imagao for so many years, he has been living under Lu Wanhong like a slave. Later, when Lu Mingwei returned from studying abroad, he became a helper for Lu Mingwei's servant. In the company, even if there are different opinions, they cannot be expressed. They can only follow Lu Wanhong's instructions. The people in the company call themselves flatters in private. This made Ma Shijun very aggrieved and vowed to always one day I will stand at the top of Amigo, and now I finally have this opportunity. And Zhou Hao is really interested in Imagao and its Chinese real estate. After all, Lu Wanhong is a rare businessman, and these industries occupy a large share of the Hong Kong market. And now it is about to develop north, which is exactly what Zhou Hao intended. Since Lu Wanhong and his son will never have the chance to see the sun again in the future, this Amico and Chinese property should naturally not be wasted. In the following days, Zhou Hao handled all the aftermath work in Hong Kong. Excluding the previous investment and the funds just allocated to Polaris and Tianhe, the income of Galaxy in this Hong Kong war still has nearly 30 billion US dollars. This is not counting the return of Russia and Japan profits, as well as the huge benefits that Far China resources can bring to Zhou Hao. For this battle, all members of Xinghe have been busy for a whole year and a half. Now that everything is settled, Zhou Hao gave them a month's paid vacation. After this war, the employees in Galaxy had the lowest bonus of tens of millions of dollars, and the highest was Willie Worth and Song Jiahao, who each received nearly $1 billion. With so much money, they can travel wherever they want. As for Hong Kong, because the Hong Kong government has previously intervened in the market with a huge amount of money and bought a large number of blue-chip stocks and state-owned enterprise stocks, now that the battle is over, the Hong Kong government has certain shares in major listed companies with a total value of 100 billion. There is also a public investment fund launched by the Hong Kong government. Because the Hong Kong government has won, the investment fund's returns are also very generous. Hong Kong citizens and some small investors who bought this investment fund before have earned it. A large sum of money is even richer than before the financial turmoil. It also makes those people who do not trust the Hong Kong government and have not bought it to regret it. In addition, He Hong-san, who colluded with the Soros group like Lu Wanhong and Su Jianming, was also seriously injured, with a loss of more than tens of billions of Hong Kong dollars. This is already equal to his overall income in the past year. However, although the loss was heavy, it did not hurt the He family's vitality. Only after this battle, Zhou Hao and the central government have already learned about the collusion between the He family and the Soros group. The central government has also decided to attack the He family after Macau returns, even if it cannot immediately destroy the He family in Macau. The forces must also contain their development. And Zhou Hao, who is famous at home and abroad because of this unprecedented battle, has not appeared in front of the public since the end of the battle. The entire Hong Kong paparazzi team, as well as those foreign media who heard the news, almost conducted a campaign against Hong Kong. The carpet-style search found no trace of Zhou Hao. The more Zhou Hao did not show up, the more rumors about him were spread, and the previous rumors about him as the successor designated by the central government were once again heated up. At the same time, the Hong Kong government's great victory, people outside also guessed that Zhou Hao must have benefited a lot from it. His net worth may have exceeded tens of billions. Coupled with Zhou Hao's identity as the Zijun, Zhou Hao has become the fifth Diamond King, even more popular than Li Ka-shing's second son, Li Zikai. Those fans even organized a fan club for Zhou Hao. Everything is settled. Zhou Hao is finally free. No, at this time Situ Jianying is sitting on Zhou Hao's lap and hooking his neck coquettishly. Zhou Hao, people don't want to go back to school. You just forgive me. It's boring in school. Zhou Hao rubbed the tip of her nose against the tip of her nose and smiled. Even if you have already arranged you're going to college, but you are still a middle school student after all, how can you not go to school? Normally, school has already started, but you are still here in Hong Kong. Situ Jianying pursed her little mouth. You dare to say me. Aren't you also a student? Why haven't I seen you go to school for more than a week? Zhou Hao smiled bitterly. Isn't this an especial situation? There are too many things to deal with. Indeed, Zhou Hao has too much to do, just like this Hong Kong financial war, but it is related to the great cause of the country. I am afraid that even the Minister of Education will not dare to ask Zhou Hao to go back to school, let alone let the public know that it is leading the new stock god in Hong Kong's victory over the Soros group is still a high school student. Who knows what kind of sensation it will cause? I only heard Zhou Hao say, Sister Lan called me yesterday, saying that I had taken you and Shijuan badly. If you don't go back to school, how can I explain to Sister Lan? See Situ Jianying again with her lips pursed. Zhou Hao comforted. Don't worry, I will go back with you this time. After all, I have been here in Hong Kong for a long time. Not only Zhou Hao, but Su Lin will also go back with him. In Hong Kong, only He Shuiyun will stay and preside over the overall situation. So these days are the nights that He Shuiyun spends with Zhou Hao, and all the girls let her and Zhou Hao try to spend as much time together. On the day when we left for China, Chief Executive Dong, Zhang Yingquan, Zhang Yingpei, Ren Zhikong and many other high-ranking Hong Kong officials who had fought alongside Zhou Hao came to see off. Of course, these were carried out in private, and the protection work was very strict. Zhou Hao is the only one in Hong Kong who can alarm so many high-ranking officials to come to see him off. It is indeed very honorable. The four daughters Zhao Yuqin, Su Lin, Wang Shijuan, and Situ Jianying who went home with Zhou Hao, as well as the guards headed by Dong Chunlin. Yin Tong and Yin Qing had already known about Zhou Hao's return. They were both very excited and looking forward to it. After all, they hadn't seen Zhou Hao for a while, and Yin Tong naturally missed Zhou Hao. Yin Qingqing couldn't help but feel love for Zhou Hao. In view of this, Zhou Hao certainly would not bring home the few beautiful ladies who followed him from Hong Kong, so as not to scare Yin Tong. So after returning to Xiangqing, Zhou Hao first sent Situ Jianying back to Situ Li, then sent Su Lin to the pre-prepared residence for her, and then took Zhao Yuqin and Wang Shijuan back to the Guanhu villa. In order to help Zhou Hao, the three women, Yin Tong, Yin Qing, and Lu Shiping, had been busy all day, creating a large table of rich dishes. When Zhou Hao returned, the food had just been cooked. "Mom." As soon as he saw Yin Tong, Zhou Hao stepped forward and hugged her. Zhou Hao missed his mother very much. While holding Yin Tong in his arms, Zhou Hao still made a few grimacing faces at Yin, who was standing behind Yin Tong, causing Yin Qing to give him an irritating look, but it was all charming and beautiful. Auntie, Zhao Yuqin and Wang Shijuan also came in behind Zhou Hao, calling Yin Tong very sweetly. Zhao Yuqin was originally a woman who would please the elders very much, and Yin Tong liked it very much before, but now they are of course very affectionate when they meet. In fact, although Zhao Yuqin had already regarded Yin Tong as his mother-in-law to honor him, Yin Tong still didn't know about the affairs between Zhou Hao and Zhao Yuqin. After all, Zhou Hao had so many girls around him, and Yin Tong had always treated him. He was half-hearted and dissatisfied, especially after knowing what happened between him and Yin Qing. He was even more strict with him. The family had dinner in the living room, and the atmosphere was pleasant. Zhao Yuqin and Wang Shijuan talked about all kinds of experiences in Hong Kong, and Yin Tong and Lu Shiping both listened with gusto. Wang Zhongcai, who was sitting next to Lu Shiping, said with envy, "It turns out that Hong Kong is so fun, and my sister is too unreasonable. I don't take me with me when I go to Hong Kong." I saw Lu Shiping tap him with the head of his chopsticks. "We're to go to Hong Kong. You don't need to go to school. The grades last semester are so bad. I don't want to make a good tuition during this summer." The tuition teacher told me, "You a person is a monkey, unable to settle down for 3 minutes." During the banquet, everyone couldn't help but smile, and heard Wang Zhongcai flushed and said, "I was not a student. I don't want to go to school. I want to join the army, but you won't let me sign up." Hearing Wang Zhongcai's words, Zhou Hao was somewhat interested. Wang Zhongcai was only 1 year younger than Wang Shijuan. He was just 16 years old this year. Even though he was still young, Wang Zhongcai had been living well for the past 2 years and had received excellent nutrition supplements. So it has grown to a little over 1.7 meters, and the body is no different from an adult, except that there is still a lot of childishness on the face. "If you don't study hard, why don't you join the army?" Lu Shiping reprimanded. "Do you know how many people outside don't even have the opportunity to study? You are in the blessing and not knowing the blessing." Zhou Hao asked curiously, "Zhongcai, why do you want to join the army so much? Is this your ideal?" Wang Zhongcai was very convinced and obedient to Zhou Hao's prospective brother-in-law. He nodded hurriedly after hearing this. "I want to be a soldier, defending the country and the people, and also fighting with the devil in the United States and Japan. See if they dare to be arrogant." Everyone here was amused by Wang Zhongcai's beautiful wish, and Lu Shiping said, "This kid, when he lived with his grandmother in the countryside, he fell into the well because he was very skinny. He went in, and only his grandmother was there at the time. How could he be saved? It happened that a young soldier in the village came back to visit relatives. He heard his grandmother call for help, so he hurriedly came down and saved the monkey. After that, he was clamoring to be a soldier every day." Zhou Hao smiled softly. "In fact, there is nothing wrong with this, not to mention that the army is also a place for training people." Now Zhou Hao has a faint status as the head of the family in both Zhou and Lu's homes, and Lu Shiping can't help but listen to what he said, but Wang Zhong is her own son, so she said, "However, if you go to the army, there are very few. I have a chance to see him." After all, he was reluctant to give up the child. Zhou Hao understood Lu Shiping's feelings very well and said with a smile, "But you can't keep him by your side for the rest of your life. The child will always have to go for a break when he is older." As soon as he finished speaking, Yin Tong knocked the head of his chopsticks off and said to Zhou Hao viciously, "You stinky boy, now your wings are hard. Don't you want me to be an old lady?" "Mom, I didn't mean that." Zhou Hao repeatedly begged for mercy, making all the women present smile at him. Zhao Yuqin also said, "Aunt Ping, it's actually good to let Zhongxi join the army. I think even if you force him to study, he can't read any good grades. It's rare that he has the ideal of being a soldier, so you can fulfill him." "All right." After everyone said this, Lu Shiping hesitated a bit, but Wang Zhongxi became more excited. In Zhou Hao's view, studying is enough, especially for a born poor student like Wang Zhongxi. Forcing him to study is really a torture. It's better to let him do something based on his ideals. Uncertain achievements will be greater. Moreover, the Zhao family is the largest force in the domestic military, and Wang Zhongxi's troops are also taken care of. After the meal, Zhao Yuqin and Wang Shijun accompanied Yin Tong and Lu Shiping to chat, while Zhou Hao went to the hanging garden upstairs. It's been a long time since I saw the night view of Xianqing. Standing at the highest point and overlooking the night view in the distance, Zhou Hao has a cordial feeling. Suddenly a scent of fragrant wind came, and Zhou Hao, who was leaning on the railing, turned his head and saw the slim Yin Qing. It's midsummer now, and Yin Qing is wearing a sky blue dress, and she is moving vaguely in the night breeze. Yin gently brushed the tousled hair on the sideburns and looked at Zhou Hao softly in front of him. The corners of Zhou Hao's mouth were slightly raised, and he gently spread his arms towards Yin. Yin Qing also stepped forward to the front of him, gently leaning into Zhou Hao's arms, and buried the head between Zhou Hao's neck deeply. He was breathing the breath of Zhou Hao's body. Zhou Hao also hugged her gently, rubbing his cheek against her hair slightly. "Hao, you are tall." Yin, who was in Zhou Hao's arms, whispered softly. In fact, the increase in Zhou Hao's height was not obvious. At most it was about 1 centimeter, but Yin Qingming paid close attention to Zhou Hao. He knew every minute of Zhou Hao's changes in his mind and was naturally able to detect it. Zhou Hao naturally understood Yin Qing's concern for himself. While moved in his heart, he touched Yin Qing's hip with 2 hands and said with an ambiguous smile, "Cousin, yours has also become bigger." "I hate it." Yin Qing sighed with no lightness, but it was obviously acting like a baby. "Miss me?" "Yeah." Yin gently hugged Zhou Hao's waist and tightened his hands. Holding on to Yin Qing's shoulder, Zhou Hao leaned in slightly. Yin Qing's cheeks were flushed, and he closed his eyes, his head slightly raised, waiting for Zhou Hao's arrival. Gradually, Yin Qing could clearly feel Zhou Hao's hot breathing, and then a soft and greasy sensation came from her lips, which quickly spread throughout her body, causing her to soften. Under the moonlight of a summer night, a pair of lovers hugged and kissed on the flowers on the ground for a long time. I don't know how long it has been before. Yin Qingqing separated from Zhou Hao and let out a long sigh. "Fool, you don't know how to breathe." Zhou Hao smiled and clicked on the tip of Yan's nose, then leaned in to nibble on her lips. Yin lightly snorted and hid in Zhou Hao's arms, afraid to look at him. In fact, with the rapid development of Tongguan Catering Company, Yin Qingming has also become an outstanding manager who can be on his own. In the eyes of competitors, Yin Qing is a courageous and capable enemy. In the eyes of partners, she is a solid ally that is trustworthy and entrusted. In the eyes of company employees, she is also a kind and tough boss. It was such a fast-growing strong woman who was still shy and innocent in front of Zhou Hao, which was really rare in Zhou Hao's eyes. "Xiao Hao, Annie-made rock candy papaya snow fungus. Come down and eat it." Zhao Yuqin's voice came over there. Yin Qingqing quickly pulled out of Zhou Hao's arms, just in time to see Zhao Yuqin appearing at the door. I saw Zhao Yuqin leaning against the door, looking at Zhou Hao and Yin Qing with an expression of watching a good show with her hands in her arms, and smiled ambiguously. "Okay, you too. You actually hide here and secretly do that shameful thing? I will go down and tell Auntie." No, Sister Qin. Yanqing's face was almost red, and she was hit by someone when she was affectionate with Zhou Hao. This embarrassment made her really want to find a hole to get in. Zhou Hao was also a little embarrassed. He scratched his head and said, "Mom made sweet soup. Cousin, let's go down." When passing by Zhao Yuqin quietly pinched Zhou Hao's waist and laughed softly. "I remember. You have to wait on your sister tonight. Otherwise your sister will really complain to the aunt. Speaking of you in Hong Kong with flowers and grass." Giggles. Listening to Zhao Yuqin's heartwarming laughter, Zhou Hao only felt that his bones were lighter and smiled. "Sister, don't worry. Xiao Hao will definitely serve you comfortably tonight." That night, Zhao Yuqin stayed here for the night, and Zhou Hao sneaked into Zhao Yuqin's room after Yin Tong and others were asleep, and enjoyed the joy of fish and water with Zhao Yuqin. But Zhao Yuqin only supported half of it. It was only one night, and finally drove Zhou Hao away softly. To protect himself, he even suggested that Zhou Hao go to Yin Qingqing. And Zhou Hao did go to Yin Qingqing later, tossing his delicate cousin to death. Although Zhou Hao and Yin Qingming had an actual relationship a long time ago, because the two hadn't made each other for a while, Yin Qing could not adapt for a while, and finally made his lower body red and swollen. Zhou Hao blamed himself. The next morning, both Zhao Yuqin and Yin Qingqing did not get up because of the cuddling of their bodies. Yin Tong thought that Zhao Yuqin was exhausted from the journey. He also thought that Yin Qingqing was unwell due to busy work and did not doubt. What? Wang Shijuan, who had seen Situ Jinying, He Shuiyun, and other women with this kind of symptom before, knew what was going on, but she never dared to say it. Her face flushed all morning, making Yin Tong think she was also sick. Up. Looking at Zhou Hao, who was refreshed and ate breakfast with gusto, Yin Tong said, "I finally came back. Today, you will go to school with Shijuan. Look at any student who can't attend a semester like you. Learned in a few days." Zhou Hao felt a headache when he heard Yin Tong let himself go to school, and said bitterly, "Mom, if your son just goes out like this now, it might be difficult to come back. You don't know how many people outside want to find me now." Since the Panpearl River Delta region is very close to Hong Kong, and the financial war in Hong Kong is really eye-catching, Zhou Hao's name is also very prominent in China. Especially the Hong Kong media found that Zhou Hao is a Cantonese, so many magazines, both the TV station and the TV station, sent a large number of people to Guangdong to look for Zhou Hao's trace. Although Zhou Hao is unwilling, in fact, he is now a public figure, and it is impossible to return to the life of ordinary people. Once he appears in public, he may cause more commotion than those entertainment superstars. As Zhou Hao's mother, Yin Tong is also very concerned about the news about Zhou Hao. During Zhou Hao's stay in Hong Kong, the First Army also sent a team of men and horses to secretly protect Yin Tong and Yin Qing. I am afraid that people in the Soros group intend to hit Zhou Hao by hurting Yin Tong and the others. This is indeed a problem. Yin Tong touched his chin. But you are still a student anyway. Students who are not going to school always feel that they are not doing their jobs. Mom, you don't care about these trivial matters. Anyway, if I want a degree, any university will fight to send it to me. Zhou Hao smiled. What he said is also true. With Zhou Hao's current name, if he wants a degree, famous universities at home and abroad will scramble for Zhou Hao's student. In fact, after the battle in Hong Kong ended, Zhou Hao received invitation letters from Harvard University in the United States, Cambridge University in the United Kingdom, Tsinghua University, and Peking University in China, inviting him to study with them, but Zhou Hao was turned down. Yin Tong still wanted to talk, and her mobile phone rang. It was from a Tongguang person. Yin Tong still had a high-level meeting to be held. With official business, Yin Tong didn't have time to pay attention to Zhou Hao. After all, his son had grown up, and he couldn't manage that much. Zhou Hao also took advantage of this opportunity and hurried away to avoid being caught by Yin Tong again and nagging. Speaking of Tongguang, now Tongguang is already one of the largest and most famous catering groups in China, although there are still many other world hotel groups, such as Funday International and Hilton. There is a big gap, but in the domestic private catering industry, Tongguang is already a well-deserved leader. Today's Tongguang has chain branches of Mrs. Zhou Restaurant and Romantic Full House Cake Shop in major cities in China, occupying a huge market in the fast food and art cake industry. especially romantic Full House cake shop, is a very important scene and a driving point for the development of the plot in the TV series Full House of Romance, shot by ATV. Therefore, after this TV series is broadcast, Full House of Romance Cake Shop is extremely popular among young people. In addition, romantic Full House Cake Shop launches a series of cakes and desserts that cater to various festivals and themes from time to time, which is very attractive to young people who pursue freshness and fashion sense. It is worth mentioning that Zhou Hao once sent his own commercial espionage team to secretly investigate McDonald's and KFC and obtained a lot of evidence about these two fast food groups using genetically modified technology to cultivate deformed chickens and other agricultural livestock. Zhou Hao also specially asked major international health organizations to make research reports, all of which were aimed at the harmful effects of McDonald's and KFC fast food on the human body. After making Xinhua TV specially produced a set of recording programs to make these evidences and research reports public, there was an uproar across the country. In fact, many people know that foreign fast food is unhealthy, but they don't pay attention to this problem. They only know what's shocking is when they see deformed chickens with many wings and legs due to genetic modification technology. In particular, Zhou Hao also asked people to conduct a study in the United States, interviewing many Americans with severe obesity. And these severely obese Americans have one thing in common. That is, they often eat that foreign fast food. This kind of propaganda actually had a lot in Zhou Hao's previous life. A large number of nutritionists urged the public not to eat McDonald's and KFC fast food, but at that time, McDonald's and KFC were very important to China. It has penetrated extremely thoroughly, so this kind of propaganda has little effect. But at the moment, Chinese people still attach great importance to these issues. So after Zhou Hao's publicity campaign was made public, the operations of McDonald's and KFC were greatly impacted. I also took advantage of this opportunity to grab a lot of the McDonald's and KFC markets and successfully penetrated the young people's market with the romantic Full House Cake Shop. At the same time, Tongguang also opened a factory to produce related catering byproducts, such as various soup packs that have been matched or packaging all the ingredients for various household dishes, so that more and more busy people can cook. It is more convenient, and there are all kinds of canned food, etc. These products are very popular. On the other hand, Tongguang has also begun to develop into the hotel industry. In first-tier cities such as Beijing, Tianjin, Shanghai, Guangzhou, Chongqing, and Shenzhen, there are already 5-star hotels of their own, Tongguang Hotel. With the development of Tongguang, major shareholders and decision-makers such as Yin Tong, Yin Qingqing, and Lu Shiping have become more and more busy, becoming the famous threesome of strong women in Xiangqing and even in the Pearl River Delta. After escaping Yin Tong, Zhou Hao also received a call from Li Rulin. "Xiao Hao, I am with Su Lin now." Hearing Li Rulin's words, Zhou Hao's heart burst, because Li Rulin still doesn't know that her best friend has an actual relationship with her man. This kind of almost cheating makes Zhou Hao both excited and guilty. "You come here right now," Li Rulin said on the phone with a harsh tone. Zhou Hao's heart was shocked, and he secretly said that Li Rulin knew about his affairs with Su Lin. "Sister Lan, yes, what's the matter?" Zhou Hao asked tentatively. Li Rulin said in an angry voice, "Come here as soon as you ask you to come over, and say what you are doing. That's it." After that, she hung up. Zhou Hao was worried, but knew that it was a blessing, not a curse, so he bit his head and went to Li Rulin's residence. Li Rulin's parents, Li Chufan and Xie Ruqiu, were still in the staff dormitory of the Tianhe factory in Huayu village at this time, so Li Rulin was the only one living in Xiangqing. When I came here, I saw that Li Rulin and Su Lin were both there, but there was no arrow-like confrontation as Zhou Hao imagined, which made Zhou Hao secretly relieved. Su Lin noticed the strangeness on Zhou Hao's face and immediately guessed what Zhou Hao was thinking. His face also blushed quietly, because like Zhou Hao, Su Lin also feels guilty to Li Rulin, and it is even stronger than Zhou Hao. After all, she initially regarded her as the first to hook up with Zhou Hao. If she really wanted to come up with a result, she is considered the principal offender. "Sister Lan, what's the matter with me in such a hurry?" Of course, Zhou Hao didn't dare to show any clues in front of Li Ruolin and asked with a smile, "You were so fierce on the phone that you scared me. I thought you did something to make you angry, Sister Lan." "Of course I am angry." When Li Ruolin became angry, she was still extremely beautiful. Her eyebrows and eyes were charming, and Zhou Hao had a heartbeat. If Su Lin was not there, Zhou Hao would hug the beauty in arms. Just listen to Li Ruolin angrily said, "I said your boss is too impersonal, right? I have left Su Lin in Hong Kong for more than a year, and I didn't even give him a holiday to visit relatives? Su Lin is also my best. Oh, my friend." Zhou Hao was stunned, only to realize that Li Ruolin was angry because of this, so he looked at Su Lin. The reason why Su Lin stayed in Hong Kong and did not return to China was naturally because he was afraid of facing Li Ruolin, and Su Lin naturally couldn't say that. He only had to shift the responsibility to Zhou Hao, saying that Zhou Hao, the boss, insisted on leaving her in Hong Kong while working, not let her come back. Zhou Hao figured out this kind of joint after a second thought, and of course he would not expose Su Lin's lies, because he was also an accomplice. Therefore, Zhou Hao can only be the scapegoat honestly, and smiled bitterly at Li Ruolin. "There is no way, Sister Lan. There are too many things in Hong Kong. I can't handle it alone, so I can only blame Su Lin. Those who can work harder." Fortunately, Su Lin said that you are also honest in Hong Kong, otherwise I will have to be tortured," Li Ruolin said with her hands, and Zhou Hao had nothing but promises. Seeing Zhou Hao's obedient appearance in front of Li Ruolin, Su Lin smiled at Li Ruolin. "Ruolin, I really envy you. Zhou Hao is so obedient to you. If mine is as obedient to you, I'm satisfied." After that, Su Lin deliberately glanced at Zhou Hao. Of course, only Zhou Hao could understand the meaning of that gaze. But Zhou Hao didn't dare to interject at this juncture, lest he irritated his upper body and sat there pretending to hear nothing. On the contrary, Li Ruolin heard that Su Lin had a boyfriend, and immediately showed great interest and quickly asked, "Su Lin, have you made a boyfriend? Are you from Hong Kong? How about others?" Su Lin inadvertently looked at Zhou Hao and then smiled at Li Ruolin. "It's not from Hong Kong, it's from Guangdong. The person is not bad, but it's bothersome." Knowing that Su Lin was talking about himself, Zhou Hao did not dare to refute it. When Li Ruolin heard Su Lin's words, she first gave Zhou Hao a fierce look and then said with affection, "This man, the worst thing is to be bothered. Let me say, Su Lin, what a good girl. Those men are unsatisfied. They are really stinky guys who have to think twice." Seeing Li Ruolin angry for herself, Su Lin was amused, moved, and a little guilty. At noon, the three of them decided to go out to eat. In order to hide his face, Zhou Hao also put on a pair of sunglasses. It looked cool, but it made the two girls laugh, saying that he was more like a blind man. Zhou Hao was very depressed. In the hotel box, Su Lin talked to Li Ruolin about the various experiences in the entertainment industry, as well as the fierce competition between ATV and TVB, which opened the eyes of Li Ruolin, a person outside the entertainment circle. When Su Lin mentioned the TV series, Li Ruolin looked at Zhou Hao intentionally or unintentionally, her eyes soft and full of affection, because at the beginning of this year, Asia Television broadcasted a set of 20 episodes of the series, The Witch's Condition, the theme said. It is the teacher-student relationship. The heroine is a high school teacher, and the hero is a student in her class. The script for this TV series was written by Li Ruolin when she watched Zhou Hao. At that time, she thought that the script was created by Zhou Hao using him and herself as the prototype. Of course, no one can tell her the truth in reality. When Zhou Hao created the script, Li Ruolin knew that this was a means of expressing his intentions to himself. At that time, she was very moved. After the TV series of ATV was broadcast, she watched the vivid and touching plot, especially the drama. Li Ruolin regarded the lines of the heroine to the heroine as Zhou Hao wanted to tell herself, often watching and crying while being moved. After being broadcasted in Hong Kong and the mainland, this set of Witch's Conditions has been very popular with audiences, but it has also caused a large degree of social controversy. After all, at this time, although teacher-student love has begun to surface, but it has not yet been universally accepted, so people who like this TV series say that it is a classic that shows people's pursuit of freedom of love, while those who criticize it say that it is deviant and contrary to human relations. However, the louder the controversy, the more attention Witch's Condition and ATV have received, which has played a very good publicity effect. As for how outsiders commented on the Witch's Conditions, Li Ruolin didn't care at all. She only knew that Zhou Hao wrote this TV series for herself, and she was deeply moved by it. After we accepted ATV, the management of its artists is better, Su Lin confided to Li Ruolin. The other artists are really dirty on the surface. Some brokerage companies are just gangs of prostitutes, and those artists are willing to fall for themselves. I didn't know how dirty the entertainment industry was before. Jin Yu's external defeat is that these people are the reason. Li Ruolin also agreed. By the way, Ruolin, didn't Zhou Hao say that you are now managing the Tianhe Education Fund? How are you doing? Very tired. Li Ruolin nodded slightly. Actually, Xiao Hao also said about me. Many things can be done by the people below, but I just can't rest. I always want to watch it myself. See the progress of the school construction project. Look at the situation of the children of migrant workers who have difficulty in school, and look at the progress of the school's qualification application. Xiao Hao laughed at me before, saying that I was exhausted by myself. Su Lin smiled and said, "Don't worry about that guy. He knows how to say cool things. Sitting and talking doesn't hurt back. So he specializes in the work of shouting people. If Lan, what you are doing now is good for the country and the people. I remember that in high school, you said that you wanted to go to those poor mountainous areas to support teaching. At that time, our class teacher was very touched and taught a good student." However, Li Ruolin said with some regret, "I really wanted to go to the mountainous area to support teaching in my senior year, but my parents and my mom refused to let me go. In the end, I had to give up. I still regret it." Zhou Hao next to him said, "I'm telling you, Sister Lan, don't go to the mountainous area when your head gets hot. Those places have no water or electricity, and the living environment is difficult. Don't say that you are a woman there. Who knows what happened?" Although supporting education in mountainous areas is a great undertaking, Zhou Hao didn't want his women to suffer that kind of suffering. Moreover, even though the society was praised for supporting education in the mountains, Zhou Hao had heard some very dark things in his previous life. For example, a support classroom sexually assaulted a left-behind girl in the mountain village, and her conscience was horrifying. In addition, a female classmate of Zhou Hao's university went to a mountainous area to teach in her junior year, but she was gang-raped by 5 male villagers there. After being ravaged and humiliated for more than a year, she finally ended up the end of suicide by jumping into a lake. It's not that Zhou Hao has any prejudice against the work of supporting education or the residents of those mountainous areas, but it is really hard to say what happens to a woman in that kind of unfamiliar environment. Hearing Zhou Hao's words, Li Ruolin was just a flat mouth. Although Zhou Hao was younger than her, and many things left her, when Zhou Hao made a decision, she often had nothing but to obey. It was not that Zhou Hao was too powerful, but she knew that it was Zhou Hao for her own good, and she was also willing to obey Zhou Hao. However, even if Li Ruolin could not fulfill her wish to support education in the mountains, managing this Tianhe Education Fund now makes her feel very fulfilling and meaningful. The first Tianhe school, located at the foot of Anyu Mountain in Xiangqing City, has been completed and enrolled students. From the first grade of elementary school to the 3rd grade of high school, the teaching conditions are even better than those of public schools, but the fees are the same, and the Tianhe school, it is free from sponsorship fees and tuition and fees, and is extremely popular with migrant workers who have a poor family environment. Moreover, the Tianhe school has a well-equipped canteen and dormitory. Students can stay in the school to eat or even apply to live on campus, which brings great convenience to migrant workers who are busy with work and have no time to take care of their children. Li Ruolin is not the principal of the Xiangqing branch of the Tianhe school, but the chairman of the entire Tianhe Education Fund. Of course, Li Ruolin is not good at those economic management things, but more concerned about the operation of the school and the situation of students. But Zhou Hao also hired an excellent management team for the fund, but it also made Li Ruolin less burdensome. Although you have resigned from the post of teacher in Yuning Middle School, I think you are much busier than before. Zhou Hao smiled and said, "Well, during this time, I will walk outside with you, and let you have a vacation." "Where to go?" Li Ruolin still has some work and can't let go. "It's okay to leave for 2 or 3 days. Don't take me too far." Zhou Hao patted his forehead with a wry smile. If I really have a job, I will forget my own man. Afterwards, Li Ruolin chatted with Su Lin in a whisper. Although the voice was extremely low, Zhou Hao's ears were extraordinary and he could naturally hear clearly. But Zhou Hao didn't bother to listen, because Li Ruolin was talking bad things about Zhou Hao. And the boyfriend Su Lin said was actually Zhou Hao. To the two women talking in a low voice and laughing loudly, Zhou Hao thought bitterly, "Dare to say bad things about me. Wait for a chance to see how I can clean up the two of you." But when Zhou Hao thought about if Li Ruolin and Su Lin were in bed together waiting for yourself, it would be a scene of ecstasy and ecstasy. That night, Zhou Hao naturally spent the night at Li Ruolin's place. The two separated for a long period of time. Of course, it was a great pleasure to relive the Mandarin dream, and the result of the battle naturally ended in Li Ruolin's defeat. When Zhou Hao and Li Ruolin discussed where to relax the next day, Zhou Hao received a call from Zhao Zibang. Zhao Zibang is the only son of Zhao Dingzhou. After returning from studying in the United States, he did not follow Zhao Dingzhou's wishes to participate in politics or the army. Instead, he was very interested in investment and had the talent in this area. When I met Zhao Zibang, the little nephew, last time, Zhou Hao provided him with $400 million to invest in the 4 major Chinese portals that were in the early stages of development, because Zhou Hao knew that the new century was approaching. Technology and internet stocks will develop at a high speed. Although they will eventually end with the collapse of the bubble and the collapse of the stock market, before the bubble burst, the enthusiasm of the market was enough to make Zhou Hao happy. Interested in Nasdaq, Zhou Hao still needs some industries related to emerging technologies as carriers for collecting money. The 4 major portals in China are good choices. Moreover, the 4 major portals themselves are also promising companies. As long as Zhou Hao sends them to the Nasdaq for listing, they will be released immediately after the stock price soars, and then they will be released after the bubble bursts in the technology network. Recovering the low price, the profit of tens of billions of dollars between this change of hands, is the simplest and most profitable empty glove white wolf. Earlier, Zhao Zibang had notified Zhou Hao that he had successfully acquired more than 50% of the shares of Sohu and became the controlling party of Sohu, while Zhang Chuyang, the founder of Sohu, retained 100% of the 35 shares and concurrently serves as the president of Sohu. Zhou Hao was satisfied with Zhao Zibang's achievements, but because he was busy with the battle in Hong Kong at that time, Zhou Hao had no time to take care of it. "Uncle, how are you doing now?" On the phone, Zhao Zibang greeted Zhou Hao respectfully. At the beginning, Zhou Hao was not accustomed to calling this little uncle. After all, Zhao Zibang's actual age was older than Zhou Hao, but both Mr. Zhao and Zhao Dingzhou said that the honors of generations should not be lost, so Zhou Hao slowly accepted. "Of course it's okay. Now I'm having dinner with your aunt." Zhou Hao took Li Ruolin's hygienic eyes and ridiculed Zhao Zibang. "What's the matter? The acquisition of the 4 major portals has made progress again." Zhao Zibang smiled and said, "Yeah, uncle. In addition to the earlier acquisition of Sohu, the NetEase that you ordered me to invest in was also persuaded by me to take 59% of the shares to 230 million. Sold to us at a price of tens of millions of yuan. Now we are launching an offensive against Sina and Tiomt." Zhou Hao nodded and heard Zhao Zibang say, "Uncle, when acquiring these 4 emerging websites, I noticed a network technology group. I found that this is a creative group with great potential, and I think you must treat them interested, so I want to bring them to see you." Although Zhao Zibang is younger than Zhou Hao's generation and only a young man in his 20s, his experience is richer than many of his peers, and he also has good investment experience in the United States. He has a unique vision and a keen sense of touch, investing in talents, and can attract Zhao Zibang's attention and praise. So, the development prospects of that group must be very broad. Since Zhou Hao intends to dominate the internet market in China and wants to make a fortune in the bubble of the technology and internet stocks, he will naturally be interested in those entrepreneurial groups with development potential. So Zhou Hao told him, "Well, if they are really rare talents, then you have done a lot. By the way, where are you now?" "It's in Shenzhen," Zhao Zibang said. "Then you don't want to run around. I will meet you in Shenzhen." Zhou Hao smiled. Zhao Zibang naturally agreed with Zhou Hao's proposal, and Zhou Hao also said to Li Ruolin at this time, "Since you don't want to go so far, let's go to Shenzhen. There are several theme parks over there that are pretty good. Li Ruolin nodded. In fact, as long as she is with Zhou Hao, it doesn't matter where she goes. Su Lin, do you want to go with us? Zhou Hao asked Su Lin again. Su Lin gently shook his head. No. You two haven't seen each other for so long. So why am I embarrassed to be your bulb? That is, Su Lin still has to accompany her boyfriend. Li Ruolin also blamed Zhou Hao for being unventilated. Zhou Hao slandered in his heart. Isn't her boyfriend me? Who else do you think there can be? Just seeing the smile at the corner of Su Lin's mouth, Zhou Hao quietly returned a glance. When Su Lin saw Zhou Hao's look, he was timid and afraid to be presumptuous, because whenever Zhou Hao showed this look, Su Lin always had to be severely tossed by Zhou Hao. The next day, Su Lin arrived at the Polaris headquarters in Zhujiang, where he used to exchange management strategies with Wang Zhongjuan and Wang Zhonglei, and visit Liang Xiaobing, who was busy shooting a movie, and Zhou Hao took Li Ruolin to Shenzhen. Since Deng Gong formulated the policy of reform and opening up, as a pioneer of reform, Shenzhen's development can be described as rapid. From a small fishing port back, then to a metropolis now, the term Shenzhen speed has even appeared. Shenzhen is developing very fast. When I came here before, there were still some small villages, but now they have become high-rise buildings. Li Ruolin looked at the high-rise buildings that covered the sky from the car window and said with emotion. When she was in college, she had been to a middle school in Shenzhen for an internship, so she is very clear about the changes in Shenzhen this day. Shenzhen and Hong Kong are facing each other across the sea. When there was no development before, looking at the prosperity of Hong Kong on the other side, people in Shenzhen were both envious and jealous. Zhou Hao smiled and said, although it has developed now, but compared with Hong Kong, it is still far behind. Compared with the big city like Hong Kong, Shenzhen feels like a messy hodgepodge. Moreover, economic development has also attracted people from all parts of the interior to gather in droves, making Shenzhen an immigrant city, and the difficulty of urban management has greatly increased. One more thing. Men in Hong Kong are keen to come here to buy mistresses to find lovers, and those famous brand counterfeit goods and parallel imports are distributed here in Shenzhen. So from the people in Hong Kong, Shenzhen is just a mistress and counterfeit goods gathering place. As they agreed with Zhao Zibang and the others to meet at night, Zhou Hao and Li Ruolin went to the theme parks first. When Li Ruolin was a teacher in Yuning Middle School, she needed to maintain her image as a teacher in front of students, and she had to maintain a steady and dignified temperament in front of colleagues and school leaders. Nowadays, she must assume the posture of her boss when managing the Tianhe Education Fund. The people below will obey, which causes Li Ruolin to rarely show her true side in front of others. And now in front of Zhou Hao, Li Ruolin can be regarded as returning to herself, giving out that girl-like innocent and cheerful laughter. She is completely a little woman bathed in love, plus her beautiful face and slim and slender figure. It attracted the attention of pedestrians around. At the end of the day, Li Ruolin was exhausted from playing and fell asleep in the car to the hotel. Seeing Li Ruolin's peaceful beauty in a deep sleep, Zhou Hao was full of warmth, slowed down the car, and played soft music that soothed her mood, trying to make her sleep more comfortable. When he arrived in front of the Shangri-La Hotel, Li Ruolin just woke up and stretched out and said, "Have you arrived?" Seeing Li Ruolin's lazy and very amorous appearance, especially the white and detailed waist exposed by stretching, Zhou Hao swallowed fiercely. "Or I will open a room, and you will go up and rest. Come on." "No, I want to see your little nephew too." Li Ruolin brushed her sideburns and smiled. Zhou Hao didn't force it, so he took her into the room agreed with Zhao Zibang. Zhao Zibang was already here waiting for Zhou Hao. Besides him, there were 3 men. One of them was Zhao Zibang's friend and partner Tsinjiao, while the other 2 men made Zhou Hao a little familiar. Seeing Zhou Hao and the 2 coming, the 4 of them all stood up quickly. Zhao Zibang also smiled to Zhou Hao and Li Ruolin. "Uncle, please here. Ha! This must be my aunt. Please sit down. Come on, please sit down." Then he introduced Zhou Hao. "Uncle, this is Tsinjiao. You have already met him before." Zhou Hao nodded, and before Zhao Zibang could introduce him to the other 2, Zhou Hao had recognized them, and he was surprised at the same time. Because these 2 young men who seemed to be under 30 years old are Dading Ma and Shi Dongzhang. who will dominate the Chinese online chat market in the future. The Tencent they created has also become one of the giants in the emerging domestic online industry. And Zhou Hao now also remembered that this is the stage when Ma Dating and Zhang Shidong started Tencent, and in the original history, Tencent had to be officially registered as a company in November this year. So Ma Dating and Zhang Shidong is still in the most difficult stage of entrepreneurship. Zhou Hao used to read reports about Ma Dating's entrepreneurial experience. It was said that he made more than 1 million fortunes on the Shenzhen stock market and later invested all of it in the development of Tencent and finally made Tencent a domestic one of the largest online companies. Unexpectedly, the people Zhao Zibang paid attention to were actually the two high-quality potential stocks, Ma Dating and Zhang Shidong. Zhou Hao was very surprised. However, compared to Zhou Hao's surprise, Ma Dating and Zhang Shidong were more shocked. After all, they are still only one of the 10 million entrepreneurs in the city of Shenzhen, while Zhou Hao is a global sensation and defeated. The new generation of stock gods of Soros Group, compared with Ma Dating and others, is basically a heaven and an underground. In the minds of young people who are full of ideals such as Ma Dating and Zhang Shidong, Zhou Hao is an extremely dazzling supernova. Like Bill Gates, he is their admiration object. So before Zhao Zibang's introduction, Ma Dating left his seat and hurriedly came to Zhou Hao to hold Zhou Hao's hand tightly and said excitedly, "Mr. Zhou, I didn't expect to see you here. Hello, my name is Ma Dating." Seeing Ma Dating, who wears glasses and has a strong student spirit in front of him, seems to be different from the glamorous and successful person seen on the news in his previous life. Zhou Hao felt a little funny in his heart. Once upon a time, Zhou Hao regarded young billionaires like Ma Dating and Zhang Shidong as his idols. But now he has become their idol, and the changes in the world are really something no one can predict. Zhang Shidong over there was a bit more stable than Ma Dating, but he was also full of excitement and said, "I didn't expect that the investor Mr. Zhao said was Mr. Zhou. You really surprised us." At this time, Zhao Zibang also passed the relevant information to Zhou Hao. The above is the direction that Ma Dating and Zhang Shidong want to develop and some product introductions. Zhou Hao looked through it carefully and thought that, as expected, the online Chinese communication software made by Ma Dating was improved and developed on the basis of ICQ, which is the predecessor of Tencent QQ. In 1997, Ma Dating first came into contact with ICQ and became its user. He also personally felt the charm of ICQ, but ICQ has great limitations, that is, its English interface and difficult operations. As a result, ICQ has never been popularized, and most of them are limited to professional-level experts. At that time, Ma Dating, Zhang Shidong, and their partners were like developing a Chinese ICQ software and then selling it to powerful companies. They didn't think about running the Chinese ICQ that required huge investment but could not make money. At this time, there was a powerful company intending to set foot in the Chinese ICQ field. Ma Dating and the others wrote a project proposal and began to develop and design. However, Ma Dating did not win the bid when bidding, and then they decided to do it themselves. So Zhou Hao knew that Tencent launched OICQ purely by accident. If the big company had no plans to get involved in the Chinese ICQ field, there would be no OICQ. And if Ma Dating won the bid, there would be no Tencent SOICQ. So Tencent's subsequent success is half luck and half strength to some extent. Zhao Zibang's information contains detailed information about OICQ and a market analysis. Zhao Zibang's market analysis is in place. Zhou Hao knew about the future development of the network, so he knew that the future of this QQ is unlimited. But Zhao Zibang has written the market prospects now, which shows his sharp vision. Mr. Ma, after reading the plan, Zhou Hao looked up at Ma Dating, who was sitting on the opposite side, looking distraught, and said, "Using this software, if you really want to set up a company, the registered capital will be 1 million renminbi, but we have paid 2 million yuan here. Why are you still not willing to sell the controlling rights, but only willing to give me 45% of the shares?" When Zhou Hao was reading the plan just now, Ma Dating and Zhang Shidong were very nervous when they arrived. After all, Zhou Hao has a good reputation. If they can get Zhou Hao's investment, they don't need to beg grandpa to grandma like before, looking for a business to sell. Now that he heard Zhou Hao's words, Ma Dating calmed his emotions and said, "Mr. Zhou, in my opinion, neither you nor Mr. Zhao are insiders in IT. The reason why I refuse to give up the controlling rights is because of fear. You are not familiar with the IT industry. In this case, if you make decisions about the company because you don't understand the situation, it will not be good for everyone. If we, who are knowledgeable insiders, make development decisions, we can set the most suitable direction for the company. To put it bluntly, it is to prevent the layman from commanding the insider." Zhou Hao sneered. "Yes, we are not experts in the IT industry, but even if we don't understand, what we have is funds, and some outside are willing to use for us. Insiders, so you don't have to worry about the company's development strategy." Zhou Hao is clear about Ma Dating's intentions. Ma Dating is not the kind of technician who only knows how to work hard. He has the ambition to become the top leader and has the ability. Otherwise, he will not be able to operate Tencent with a market value of more than 40 billion in the future. The behemoth of the dollar. It is true that Ma Dating does not want that kind of layman's blind command. But the bottom line is the distribution of benefits. Since even Zhou Hao is interested in the stock god, the market prospect of this project is really very broad. Ma Dating had spotted this and knew how big the profit was, so he refused to let go of such a big piece of cake. If it is Ma Dating 10 years later, Zhou Hao will still value it. But now Ma Dating, especially Zhou Hao, has a clear understanding of the future domestic network development, and there is no need to accommodate Ma Dating's requirements. Just listen to Zhou Hao sneer. "Mr. Ma, this level of network communication software can be written by any programming team in the United States. This is not a revolutionary technological development. Do you really think you can't do without us? You are too overbearing." As Zhou Hao said, the OICQ developed by Ma Dating, that is, QQ, is not a revolutionary technology. As long as a powerful programming team, it is not difficult to write it. Therefore, Ma Dating and the others do not even have the qualifications for technology participation, let alone delusional control of controlling rights. In the original history, the reason why Tencent was able to develop so quickly was because no one thought of the prospects of Chinese ICQ software at the time, and Ma Dating and the others just discovered this business opportunity and successfully accumulated a large number of users, which created it. Their brilliant career. In fact, Ma Dating's success is due to his innovative thinking and business sense, coupled with luck, but technical factors account for a small percentage. Most of the time, innovative thinking and business acumen are the key to career success, and it is also the absolute advantage of successful people over mediocre people. But now the key is that people with this business sense are not only Ma Dating. Zhou Hao even knows the prospects and development route of this market better than Ma Dating today. So Ma Dating has no advantage in front of Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao squinted at Ma Dating and smiled. "Don't say using 2 million to buy the 45% of the shares. I won't even give you one. You listen to me. It is undeniable that both Ma Dating and Zhang Shidong are rare talents. If they are just ordinary technical talents and do not have management skills, then Tencent cannot be achieved that way. However, given a choice, Zhou Hao would never cooperate with these two people because Zhou Hao didn't have any favors with them. Yes, Zhou Hao once regarded Ma Dating and Zhang Shidong as top figures in the emerging industry as idols, but later he was very disgusted with them. The reason was the network war between Tencent and 360 in the previous life. In that incident, it doesn't make sense to know who was right and who was wrong, because it had a profound impact on the vast number of users after the development of the incident, which minimized the impression of domestic users on these two companies. Especially Tencent, while complaining and hijacking users, uses its monopoly in the domestic online chat market to threaten users. If you don't give up using 360, you can disable Tencent QQ. It was as shameless as to say that he was forced. In Zhou Hao's previous life, the monopoly on the domestic online chat market made Ma Dating, Zhang Shidong, and others become pets and spoiled. Their arrogance made people realize that even the requirements of the state departments were ignored. In that incident, it would be better if it were ordinary users. But for those who contacted customers through QQ, the shameless behavior of Tencent would cost them heavy losses. For example, Zhou Hao, when he was doing financial work in Huangshe Group, he used QQ to contact his colleagues, and some familiar staff of the tax bureau. In that incident, Zhou Hao failed to contact the tax bureau in time. The staff, which caused problems with the tax filing procedure, was deducted from Huangshi Group's 3 months of salary. With such an experience, how could Zhou Hao have a good impression of Ma Dating and Zhang Shidong? When Ma Dating and Zhang Shidong heard Zhou Hao's words, their faces changed. They wanted to use OCQ technology to get Zhou Hao's appreciation. Even if they could not have a controlling stake in the end, they could fight for more benefits. Never thought that Zhou Hao would completely abandon them if he didn't agree. Even Zhao Zibang was stunned. Of course, he didn't know about Zhou Hao's previous life. He only thought that Ma Dating and Zhang Shidong were rare talents. But unexpectedly, Zhou Hao ignored them at all and immediately rejected Ma Dating's request for overstepping. 2 people. But Zhao Zibang would not raise any objections, because Zhou Hao was not only his uncle, but also his biggest supporter of these investments. Not to mention that Zhao Zibang had already admired Zhou Hao. Mr. Zhou, this. Ma Dating was highly praised by Zhao Zibang before, and said that he had brought him to see the big boss. At that time, he was full of confidence and came here to see Zhou Hao. After that, Ma Dating became more confident about his future. He never thought that Zhou Hao would be so decisively rejected. He almost pleaded, Mr. Zhou, if you are not satisfied with those conditions, we can still, after discussing, we can also give up the controlling rights, as long as a part of the shares is enough. But Zhou Hao waved his hand. Needless to say, my idea has been decided. Please go back. After that, Zhou Hao handed over the plan to Zhao Zibang. Zhao Zibang didn't speak and directly returned the information to Ma Dating and Zhang Shidong. The meeting between Ma Dating and Zhang Shidong was settled. While disappointed and stunned, he was also a little bit ashamed and angry. He only heard Ma Dating stand up and say to Zhou Hao, Mr. Zhou, I know you really want to get involved in this field, but you gave us up like this. Are you not afraid that we will vote for others and fight against you? Zhou Hao looked at Ma Dating with interest, squinted his eyes, and sneered. I'm not afraid of others fighting against me, Shaw and Soros. I have a lot of experience in fighting against you. Don't let me down. Ma Dating's face changed again. He didn't know that Zhou Hao had competed with Shaw, but the battle between Zhou Hao and George Soros and other financial crocodiles attracted worldwide attention. Ma Dating asked himself not to compare with Soros. In the end, Ma Dating and Zhang Shidong left with shame in face, and Zhao Zibang said to Zhou Hao at this time, Uncle, we really don't cooperate with them, but I think that OICQ has a promising development in China. Will it be possible if you give up? What a pity. Zhou Hao laughed. Don't we have to cooperate with those 2 people? We will definitely lose this opportunity. You have read the OICQ information of Ma Dating and Zhang Shidong. You should be very familiar with it. You give me that in the United States while looking for a programming team. The members should preferably be Chinese or Americans who are proficient in Chinese. Let them write a software similar to OICQ, but it should be more complete and superior than OICQ. Don't be afraid to spend money in terms of funding. The key is quality. Pass. Zhao Zibang nodded. This is not a problem. But uncle, technical talents are easy to solve. But if we really want to form a company, management talents are also indispensable. He originally had high expectations for Ma Dating and Zhang Shidong. Technology and management skills. But Zhou Hao doesn't like them, and Zhao Zibang will not hold on to it. You don't need to worry about the management talents. I will take care of it. Zhou Hao waved his hand. Why don't you merge this project into Sina and let Zhang Qiuyang take care of it? Xin Zhaorong suggested. Zhou Hao shook his head. The person Zhang Qiuyang is a bit ambitious and talented. I am afraid that he will not be interested in this project. Even if we use the status of the controlling party, he will not really do it. It will not meet our requirements. Don't worry. Now, talent is the most expensive thing these years, but talent is also the most indispensable. After discussing some details, Zhou Hao looked at Li Ruolin, who was sitting silently next to him, and smiled with Zhao Zibang. Don't say so much. I think everyone is hungry. Eat. During the dinner, Zhao Zibang enthusiastically chatted with Li Ruolin, his aunt, about what he saw and heard when he was studying in the United States, and his views on some domestic social phenomena after returning to China. The atmosphere was very warm. But when it comes to the United States, Li Ruolin complained to Zhou Hao. I didn't know who said that he accompanied me to the United States to visit Yunner during the summer vacation, and it seems that there is no such thing. Zhou Hao really apologized for this and said with a smile, "Wait a few days later. If you can enlarge the fake, I will accompany you in the past. Okay, how is Yunner now?" Although Tong Yun immigrated to the United States with her mother, she never disconnected from Li Ruolin, and from time to time, she would make overseas calls to chat with Zhou Hao. However, because Zhou Hao was busy with the war in Hong Kong during this period, Tong Yun explained to Li Ruolin. Next, in order not to distract Zhou Hao, he didn't dare to call and disturb Zhou Hao. Seeing Li Ruolin sighed and said, "Before, she said that their mother and daughter are moving to San Francisco, but now it has been a month. They haven't called me yet, and I don't have their new phone number." Zhou Hao was also very concerned about Tong Yun, an innocent girl, and smiled. "Don't worry, I'll send someone to the United States to find them. It's okay." "Yeah." Li Ruolin nodded. At this time, Zhao Zibang over there said, "Speaking of the United States has been very severely suppressing distant resources in recent days. The Fed and the Securities Regulatory Commission have successively dispatched to investigate the accounts of distant resources. Those American devils see that the Far China Resources has received the support of Indonesia's rich oil resources, and they will give us eye drops. It's not worth mentioning." Zhou Hao also smiled and said, "The big deal is that we can withdraw the distant resources from the Dow Jones side. Anyway, there is no profit on the Dow Jones side, and we have to accept the United States everywhere. Human constraints are very boring." Zhao Zibang shrugged. "Of course we hope so, but the above means that we don't want to withdraw from Dow Jones, because listing on Dow Jones can make Yuanzhong Resources more international and easier to do. Then there is no way. Minor shareholders like me have no say in general decision-making." Zhou Hao also spread his hands. "Uncle, don't be dissatisfied." Zhao Zibang smiled and said, "Although your share in Yuanzhong Resources is less than 10%, the share price of Yuanzhong Resources is still rising. The market value has exceeded 150 billion yuan, which means that the stocks you have on hand are now worth more than 15 billion yuan. Moreover, the development of Far China Resources is definitely far more than what it is now. Listening to the above, it means that Far China Resources will be developed into a PetroChina that is specifically responsible for foreign business. By then, my uncle will only pay astronomical dividends every year. Up. In fact, Zhou Hao was also quite satisfied because he was able to get nearly 10% of the shares of Far China Resources because of his great efforts in Indonesia. Of course, Zhou Hao's benefit is far less than this. Nowadays, many projects in the Indonesian Chinese Chamber of Commerce have Zhou Hao's share, and the income of this share is not much worse than that of Far China Resources. By the way, Uncle, have you heard that some officials here tried to fish in troubled waters in the previous Hong Kong financial war and misappropriated nearly 30 billion yuan of national funds? Zhao Zibang lowered his voice and said to Zhou Hao, "Although the state has taken strict confidentiality measures on this matter, this is not a secret for high-level political groups like the Zhao family. Of course, even the chairman and Mr. Zhao didn't know Zhou Hao's role in this matter." Zhou Hao took a sip of tea and nodded. "I've heard of it. It seems that it is still in the investigation stage. According to the testimony of Lu Wanhong that you gave to the Ministry of National Security and the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection, Uncle, this incident seems to have been found on the head of the Dong family." Zhao Zibang said, "I heard my father tell my grandfather before. The family members are not good people. That Dong Qishan once wanted to pursue my aunt. He really wanted to eat swan meat. He even colluded with the Japanese and almost killed his grandfather. If it weren't for his grandfather's sake, this Dong family would have long been the ashes are gone, and I don't think they are coming up again now." Zhou Hao asked, "How is the Dong family's reaction? Is there any definite evidence pointing to the Dong family now?" Dong Yi's reaction was very calm, showing a self-clearing appearance, but whether it is true or false, it will have a great impact on his by-election to the Standing Committee. Zhao Zibang said. Dad said, "According to the congratulatory book from the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection, the clues were cut off from the mayors and officials at the ministerial level involved in the case. No one is yet to speak against the Dong family. I think the result of this incident should have moved these people. Forget it. I'm afraid that the Dong family can't be helped, and the above is also afraid that Dong Jiago will jump over the wall and cause them to rebound violently. After all, the strength of the Dong family cannot be underestimated. Zhou Hao also shook his head helplessly when he heard this. Sometimes politics is so intriguing. He knows who the culprit is, but always has to give in because of these and other reasons. He also heard Zhao Zibang say, but now there are some voices saying that although those officials have embezzled money to speculate on the Hong Kong side, but after they know that you are also involved in the peripheral gambling, uncle, they say that the embezzled money is lost. Give it to you, which means that you are the ultimate culprit who swallowed the flesh and blood of those countries. Before Zhou Hao could speak, Zhao Zibang was already upset for Zhou Hao. He gritted his teeth and said, according to me, those guys are just playing the piano, not to mention your great contribution to Hong Kong to the country. Uncle, they actually reverse right and wrong. It's really too much. Zhou Hao also sneered again and again. This person, the degree of sinister intentions, is really amazing. He knew that these rumors must have been made by the Dong family, and their purpose should be to divert everyone's attention. After all, after the Hong Kong battle, although Zhou Hao became the most dazzling celebrity, he was a bit too sharp. Originally, the Zhao family was already a big fan of the wind. Now that there is another Zhou Hao who is so against the sky, the most feared is that it will be too late to flourish and decline. But don't worry, uncle, those guys can't help you, Zhao Zibang said. Not to mention that not everyone in the Zhao family can provoke casually. Even if they say so, do they dare to let you, uncle, carry those losses hard? Humph. If you, uncle, who have made great contributions to the country, should be treated like this, I think this country will be over, so the chairman, the prime minister, they will definitely support you, uncle. I've never worried about it. Zhou Hao smiled. However, what those people said is not unreasonable. The money really passed through them and fell into my hands. Also, I don't need them to take the initiative to speak. I donate the 30 billion to the country myself. As soon as Zhou Hao said this, Zhao Zibang and Sun Jiarong were stunned. Li Ruolin beside Zhou Hao was also surprised. Xiao Hao, are you serious? In the past, Zhou Hao provided the Tianhe Education Fund with billions of funds to run private schools. After some publicity by the Polaris, the goodwill of Tianhe has also been spread very well, and it is well known in China. Charity everyone. Now that Zhou Hao donates 30 billion to the country, it is really earth-shattering. After all, before this, no one has ever had such a great spirit. Although the money originally belonged to the country, Zhou Hao's grandeur and mind are also real. People admire. Zhao Zibang is a wise man, and soon thought of the purpose of Zhou Hao's move. In fact, even if Zhou Hao didn't donate the money, no one would dare to say anything. But in this case, the central government would definitely be a little bit grudge against Zhou Hao. And after Zhou Hao donated the money, he would not only be able to win the name of charity, can still sell a great favor from the Central Committee, and Zhou Hao actually didn't have any loss. On the contrary, he changed hands and got the central government's gratitude, which can be described as killing two birds with one stone. Zhao Zibang knew that Zhou Hao saying that he would donate 30 billion was not a lie, and he admired Zhou Hao's courage and vigor in his heart. Not counting Zhou Hao's unfathomable assets, Zhao Zibang believed that he could do it. Can afford the first person in China. That night, Father Zhao and Zhao Dingzhou, who had received news from Zhao Zibang, called one after another. In fact, Mr. Zhao had previously worried that Zhou Hao's sharp exposure would cause others to jealous, but before the amount of 30 billion yuan, even if it was Zhou Hao's godfather, it was difficult for him to ask Zhou Hao to spit out the money, and the rumors of those people are really infuriating. So even if Zhou Hao doesn't take out the money, Mr. Zhao will absolutely support it. And now Zhou Hao is able to take the money out of his own initiative. From the perspective of Mr. Zhao, Zhou Hao is naturally not really doing good deeds, but a well-founded view of the overall situation. Those who succeed in big things are most afraid of coveting small things. Profit, even if 30 billion is no longer a little profit. So Zhou Hao's behavior was very much appreciated by Mr. Zhao. He was always reserved. He could not help calling Zhou Hao immediately when he rarely pointed out others, and said with a smile, Xiao Hao, very good, really good. Godfather, the so-called gentleman loves money. There is a good way to get it. Not to mention the money is really a bit hot. It's better to use it for some real profit. Zhou Hao said to Mr. Zhao on the phone. You have a very good idea. Mr. Zhao laughed. Of course, the money is not spent for nothing. I will help you pay attention to it. You shouldn't put it in the whole of the Special Disaster Relief Fund before this. Try to put it on those construction projects so that you can get back some shares in those projects. Mr. Zhao's daily work style is very generous, and he rarely calculates carefully like this. Zhou Hao guessed that in fact, the old man was really a little angry this time. Zhou Hao has done so many things for Hong Kong and the country, but those people still spread these gossips, which is really chilling. Especially Zhou Hao is now a member of the upright Zhao family camp. Those people targeting Zhou Hao are equivalent to it was for the Zhao family. So how could it not annoy the old man? Not only the ones just mentioned, according to the old man's short-term character, he will definitely fight back against those who have bad intentions in other ways. Hee. These 30 billion can make you and our Zhao family's status and reputation to a higher level. The central government owes you a favor. When you do business, it will be more smooth. Before this deal, it's worth it. Zhou Hao said. God, I heard that this incident seems to have the shadow of the Dong family. Is it true? I heard old man Zhao groan. Well, Lao He also told me over there. But the clues were cut off by the ministers, and the Dong family should not be underestimated. So we can't suppress them too hard. We can only force them to retreat in other ways. Humph. I used to think that Dong he had some talents, and he was a great talent in front of him, but he lacked in teaching and raising children. Now it seems that the upper beam is not straight and the lower beam is crooked, so Dong Qishan is such a villain. He is basically taught by him as an old man. Zhou Hao also understands that once the Dong family is involved in embezzling such a large amount of funds, it is definitely not just a side figure intervening. Without the consent and support of Dong Yi, the major, it would be impossible to accomplish anything. At least Dong Yi is also tacit attitude. Father Zhao coldly snorted. It turns out that our standing committee still intends to include him in a by-election. Now he is over, and there will be no chance in the future. After talking with the old man Zhao Dingzhou followed in to call in. I was talking with the old man on the phone just now. Zhou Hao also respected the big brother Zhao Dingzhou. Yes, big brother. Why? You have to tell me about the 30 billion thing. This is the second thing. I complained to you when I called. Zhao Dingzhou complained. I said you were a little too good boy. I won't talk about it in Hong Kong. You are famous in World War I. Now you have made such an amazing move again. Just now, the old man taught me for half an hour and asked me to learn more from you in the overall situation. Alas, it seems that I will have no place in the family in the future. Zhao Dingzhou was naturally joking, and he admired Zhou Hao very much in the words, and said, Yes, before the First Army, Zhu Shoujing helped you bring you back to Beijing to study the soft sword. I heard Zhu Shoujing said there was a result. I asked you if he brought it here, or did you go to Beijing to get it? It's better for me to go to Beijing, so I can visit the old man. Zhou Hao said, All right, let Zibang go with you. He hasn't visited his grandparents for a while. Zhao Dingzhou smiled. Putting down the phone, Li Ruolin next to him posted. A jade hand drew a circle on Zhou Hao's chest. Our family Xiao Hao is now an artifact, and even the leaders of the central government regard you as a pillar of the country. Just listen to Zhou Hao laughed and said, But I am really the pillar of the country. Look at anyone who can defend Hong Kong's economy like me and beat back the wolf ambitions of the Soros Group. Give out 30 billion to the country. I know, you are the best and best man in the world, okay? Li Ruolin coaxed Zhou Hao like a child, but she was also very proud in her heart. In fact, when Zhou Hao took out the 30 billion, he really meant to do good deeds, because since he was reborn as a human, he has somewhat believed in the destiny. Since God gave him a chance to start all over again, he would naturally also do some good deeds, either as a votive or accumulating merits, and he would have a better life. As for where the money is going to be invested, the old man and Zhao Yuqin will help him, and it doesn't take Zhou Hao to bother. Now that the beauty is in his arms, it is better to seize the time. Thinking of this, Zhou Hao's desire was ready to move, especially when Li Ruolin's plump and slender body was close to him. He held Li Ruolin's shoulders and smiled. Sister Lan, it's hard to come by, or we will just be just like that for honeymoon. Of course Li Ruolin knew what Zhou Hao meant by honeymoon. Her face was flushed at the moment. But it was too late to refuse, because Zhou Hao's hands had touched the pair of jade rabbits on her chest. And Li Ruolin herself, I don't want to refuse. You little villain. Naturally, what followed was a fierce war of intestines, and in the end, as always, Zhou Hao's victory ended. I saw Li Ruolin lying softly on Zhou Hao's chest, and Zhou Hao's itch was caused by the exhaled heat. Caressing Li Ruolin's messy hair and gently touching her beautiful face, Zhou Hao is really satisfied at this moment, and Li Ruolin's pink face is also a blessing. Li Ruolin suddenly opened her mouth and took a bite on Zhou Hao's chest. Zhou Hao was stunned and said dumbfounded, "Sister Lan, how come you suddenly become a puppy?" But seeing the look on Li Ruolin's face became angry and resentful, Zhou Hao was shocked and quickly hugged Li Ruolin tightly and said nervously, "Sister Lan, what's the matter? Did Xiao Hao make you angry?" Li Ruolin glared at Zhou Hao angrily. "It's you. Who else can make me angry besides you, bad guy?" There was a cry in her tone, and she raised her powder fist and beat Zhou Hao in the chest. Zhou Hao was really frightened because Li Ruolin was really angry. Before Zhou Hao thought about what irritated Li Ruolin, she heard Li Ruolin cry softly, "You really thought I didn't know you? Did you and Su Lin treat me as a fool?" These words made Zhou Hao seem to be hit by 5 thunders. He never expected that Li Ruolin would find out about himself and Su Lin, and there was no sign of it. He didn't even know when and how Li Ruolin discovered it. "Sister Lan, yes. I'm sorry." Zhou Hao felt guilty and apologetic to Li Ruolin. Li Ruolin was even more sad, and she beat Zhou Hao harder. "You bastard. Why didn't you lie to me? You and Su Lin didn't have anything like that. You can lie to me, bastard." "Bastard? Are you not even? I'm too lazy to lie to me." No, Sister Lan." Zhou Hao embraced Li Ruolin with both hands, for fear that she would leave as soon as she let go. "I dare not tell you because I am nervous about you, afraid that you are sad, and afraid that you are angry." "Don't you tell me. I'm not angry or sad anymore." Li Ruolin's tears still couldn't stop falling down, and Zhou Hao's heart was broken by the sad look, and she kept wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes. "Go, but it's always endless. She is my best friend, and you are my favorite man, but you are assholes." Li Ruolin lowered her head and took a bite on Zhou Hao's neck, but because of Zhou Hao, that tough body can only leave 2 rows of very shallow marks on it. Indeed, this kind of thing is very fatal to women. My best friend has an affair with his own man. No one can accept it. Li Ruolin's reaction can be described as peaceful now. Zhou Hao didn't speak and let Li Ruolin vent his anger. He was not afraid that Li Ruolin would get angry, because in this case, if Li Ruolin could deal with it calmly or even indifferently, Zhou Hao would be even more worried. After venting fiercely, Li Ruolin said with red eyes, "Su Lin hasn't come back to see me for such a long time. Is he afraid to face me?" Regarding Zhou Hao's speechlessness, Li Ruolin thumped his chest twice again. "You two really think of me as a fool. Su Lin also keeps saying that he has a boyfriend. It turns out that it's your sweet carrot." Zhou Hao saw that Li Ruolin was still so angry, but the degree of sadness was already a little bit more than just now. He secretly relieved himself and said slowly, "Su Lin stayed in Hong Kong before and did not come back. I really don't know what to do. Facing you, she feels sorry for you every day. What about you? Do you know you are sorry for me?" Li Ruolin stared at Zhou Hao and asked. "I know." Zhou Hao's voice weakened. After all, he was the one who was in the wrong. "Just listen to," Li Ruolin said. "I saw her look at you wrong, whereas the ordinary boss, subordinates, or friends, and when she said that her boyfriend was bothered, she gave you a bitter look. I guess don't you have an affair?" Zhou Hao suddenly realized it, and he also sighed in his heart that a woman's observational power was indeed great, and he was aware of something wrong from such a subtle place. Then Li Ruolin asked, "When did you two start?" So Zhou Hao told Li Ruolin in detail about his and Su Lin's affairs in Hong Kong. Of course, the point was that Su Lin drank Su Jinxing's aphrodisiac red wine by mistake on the yacht, and then told Zhou if he had to. How had a relationship? After listening to Li Ruolin, her face calmed down, but she immediately stared at Zhou Hao. "You are so shameless. You want to put the blame on Su Lin. Su Lin drank an aphrodisiac, but you thought it was a martial arts novel. If you don't do that, you can't solve the medicine? It's just that you have a bad intention at the beginning and can't resist the temptation." Zhou Hao murmured, Under that situation, which man can resist the temptation? What are you talking about? Li Ruolin's voice rose again. Sister Lan, what do you mean? Do you want me to abandon Su Lin? Zhou Hao said in embarrassment. Do you still want to start chaos and finally abandon? Li Ruolin said. Her face is also very complicated. This matter can't be blamed on Su Lin. If you want to blame it, you can blame you for this big carrot, and Su Lin is also my friend. I don't want to seeing her sad. Li Ruolin certainly knows Zhou Hao's shortcomings. That is, his attraction to women is too great, not to mention his unfathomable wealth, and his personal charm alone is enough to make most women fall into the mud. Moreover, Li Ruolin knows that Su Lin's personality is the same kind of person who is very persistent and even stubborn towards feelings. I believe that Su Lin is already inextricable to Zhou Hao now, and Zhou Hao himself does not have that kind of determination. Get together, it will be difficult to separate. In fact, Li Ruolin is not to blame Zhou Hao for being bothered. After all, she can accept Zhou Hao's women like Zhao Yuqin and Wang Shijuan, and she also knows that Zhou Hao's bedwork is really hard to deal with by herself. But what she is most angry about is that Su Lin and Zhou Hao are their best friends and the man they love the most. They even conceal their affair, which makes her feel betrayed and deceived. Blame you. Blame you. I hate you to death. Li Ruolin kept beating Zhou Hao in the chest. Zhou Haogong wanted to coax Li Ruolin out loud, but he heard the mobile suit on the bedside ring. Zhou Hao frowned. It was 1 or 2 o'clock in the middle of the night. Who else would call at this time? But he picked up the phone and saw that it was Elder Zhao. It must be something important to call here so late. Zhou Hao didn't dare to delay and said to Li Ruolin, Sister Lan, don't make trouble. It's the old man who is calling. When the old man Zhao came, it was mostly a national event. Li Ruolin was not the kind of woman who didn't know the depth. At this time, she was quiet, but she still stared at Zhou Hao angrily. Her eyebrows lightly frowned and her mouth slightly raised. Very cute. Zhou Hao smiled and put the microphone in his ear. God, are you looking for me? Zhou Hao, you beast. There was an angry roar from old man Zhao on the phone. Zhou Hao was stunned, because he had never heard Mr. Zhao speak to himself or other people in such an angry tone, and even called himself by his own name, showing that Mr. Zhao's anger had reached its peak. A person like Mr. Zhao, who has long held a high position in control of national politics, his temperament and reason are far less than ordinary people, but now he is so gagged and swearing, it can be guessed that the things that anger him are absolutely very serious. After all these thoughts, Zhou Hao wondered what he had done to provoke the old man so irritated, especially the old man called to praise him not long ago. That is to say, something must have happened in these few hours that caused the old man's attitude to change so sharply. In these few hours, what Zhou Hao did was to be with Li Ruolin, and Li Ruolin discovered that he had an affair with Su Lin. Did Mr. Zhao also know his entanglement with Li Ruolin and Su Lin? So he was furious? Zhou Hao thought. But this may not be a big deal, because Mr. Zhao also has a very strong male chauvinism, and he thinks that a man is not too careless, even though he is both dedicated and responsible to Yan Xinling. But thinking in this direction, Zhou Hao thought of a possibility. That is, the relationship between himself and Zhao Yuqin is not an ordinary sibling, but the relationship between the sibling and the lover is known to him. Thinking of Zhou Hao's involuntary shivering, even if Mr. Zhao thinks it's okay for men to be bothered, it's not like that when it comes to his daughter, and he and Zhao Yuqin are nominally righteous sisters and brothers, and Zhao Yuqin is also better than him. Zhou Hao is 6 or 7 years old, which is hard to accept in the eyes of the older generation. FCK, Godfather, did Xiao Hao do something to make you angry? Zhou Hao tentatively said, Don't get angry. Xiao Hao is wrong. Godfather, what you want to do with Xiao Hao is fine. Qian, don't be so angry. You little beast, dare me not to be angry. The old man Zhao was very angry. My mother is so bad that you are angry. You and Yuqin, that girl actually, cough, 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 cough. Speaking of the back, Mr. Zhao couldn't catch it in one breath and coughed in a hurry. Zhou Hao was shocked. On the one hand, the matter between himself and Zhao Yuqin was really known to him. On the other hand, he was worried about his body because of the old man. I'm not young anymore, and I'm most afraid of being anxious. Once a stroke or heart attack occurs, it's very likely to be life-threatening. Especially Zhou Hao is not there in Beijing, so he can't use his true energy to help the old man smooth the waste in his body. You little beast. Cough, cough. And Yuqin Nanizi, who actually did such a shameful thing. Really, cough, cough. Really mad. The old man set out a breath over there. God, calm down. Don't be so angry. Don't be so angry. Zhou said anxiously. Then the microphone was changed to Yin Xinlin's voice, and only Yin Xinlin sighed and said, Xiaohao, you and Yuqin, why are you so confused? Now the entire capital knows about you. Oh, the old man is so angry this time. Why are you two so confused? When Yin Xinlin said that her affairs with Zhao Yuqin had spread throughout the capital, Zhou was shocked and asked quickly, Godmother, what is going on? Yin Xinlin said solemnly, someone sent us a letter just now. There are intimate photos of you holding hands, hugging, and even kissing with Yuqin. The letter also says that besides sending us these photos, all the cities in Beijing the big newspapers have been received. When the old man saw those photos of you and Yuqin, he was so angry that he took pictures of the table. Zhou Hao's face sank. Because it was obvious that someone was targeting him, he asked, Godmother, do you know who the other party is? No, we have already asked people to check the mailing address on the letter. Although it does exist, there is only one vacant house, and it hasn't been inhabited for several years. Yin Xinlin said. Then, Godmother, have you called your sister? Zhou Hao asked hesitantly. Yin Xinlin sighed and said, the old man called Yuqin before he called you, and he cried Yuqin. Alas, Xiaohao, when did this start? This, you are brothers and sisters, even though you are just sisters and brothers. Alas, I don't know how to say it. Godmother, I'm sorry. Zhou Hao said guiltily. I will persuade the old man first. Maybe he will be fine when his anger subsides. It's all so late, so you can rest first. That said, but Zhou Hao saw that the old man was so angry just now, it might not be so easy for him to calm down. After putting down the phone, Zhou Hao let out a long sigh, wondering what bad luck he had today. First, Li Ruolin discovered that she had an affair with Su Lin, and then her godfather and mother knew the true relationship between her and her sister. In the past, I was complacent about being around the source of peach blossom everywhere, but now Zhou Hao finally realizes how long it takes to be romantic. Seeing Zhou Hao's face was wrong, Li Ruolin thought that something serious had happened, and she didn't care about getting angry, so she stroked Zhou Hao's chest comfortingly. Xiaohao, rest assured. It's okay, there is nothing we can't get past. Looking at Li Ruolin's tear-stained face full of concern and gentleness, Zhou Hao immediately felt warm in his heart, so he held Li Ruolin's hand and smiled. Don't worry, Sister Lan. I'm fine myself. I will take care of it myself. Sister Lan, things are more urgent. I am going to Beijing tomorrow. Zhou Hao said solemnly. Li Ruolin saw that Zhou Hao was very anxious about the matter, so she nodded gently. Go. I'll be fine. After speaking, she wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes and showed Zhou Hao a gentle smile. Seeing Li Ruolin smile, Zhou Hao felt a little bit painful in his heart, because he knew that this smile was shown to himself by Li Ruolin, so that he would not worry about things here and concentrate on dealing with the changes in Beijing. Especially Li Ruolin didn't know that Zhou Hao's going to Beijing was actually to solve the problems caused by his bothersomeness. Thinking that Zhou Hao felt even more guilty for Li Ruolin this week, Li Ruolin said, You don't need to worry about Su Lin's affairs. I am just angry that you are hiding from me, and I can't force you to separate. Speaking of the back, there was a bit of sadness between her eyebrows. Zhou Hao couldn't help but hug her into his arms and said affectionately in her ear, Sister Lan, I'm sorry. After returning from Beijing, I will definitely give you and Su Lin an explanation. Well, I believe you. The next day, Zhou Hao returned to Xiangqing with Li Ruolin and finally saw Zhao Yuqin, who had worried him all night. I saw that Zhao Yuqin's originally bright and crystal eyes were red at this time, and it was not only him, but Zhao Dingzhou had actually come, and he must have known that. Originally, Zhao Zibang was also going to follow Zhou Hao to Xiangqing, saying that he would support Zhou Hao. However, Zhou Hao persuaded him to go back, but before he left, Zhao Zibang expressed his admiration to Zhou Hao because he knew how high his aunt's eyes were, and there were more men admiring her than a river crushing carp. But none of them can succeed, but now they are convinced by Zhou Hao. Xiao Hao. Seeing Zhou Hao, Zhao Yuqin quickly stepped forward and hugged him tightly. This strong woman who has always been as strong as iron now looks like a cat with a wounded head, just looking for someone who can rely on, a harbor you can rely on. Sister. Zhou Hao also hugged her, gently touching her pink back. Everyone knows that Mr. Zhao loves Zhao Yuqin, or even spoils him. Zhou Hao has never seen Mr. Zhao say a serious thing to Zhao Yuqin, but he scolded Zhao Yuqin last night, knowing that Zhao Yuqin must be very sad. Zhao Dingzhou, who was next to him, also patted Zhou Hao on the shoulder, sighed, and asked, "Are you going to Beijing right now, but see the old man?" Seeing Zhou Hao nodded slightly, he said again, "But you have to be mentally well prepared. The old man is up right now. I am afraid that even the chairman and the prime minister can't persuade him. If you go back at this time, it may make things worse. But I caused the matter and should be borne by me. Just vent my godfather's anger. As long as he can calm down and forgive my sister, I can do anything," Zhou Hao said firmly. Listening to Zhou Hao's firm tone, Zhao Yuqin, who was held in Zhou Hao's arms, hugged Zhou Hao more closely. Zhao Dingzhou also nodded deeply, admiring Zhou Hao's commitment and courage. Although he was already a general, but facing the thunderous anger of the old man, he was still a little bit embarrassed. Elder Zhao also called him last night, and at the very beginning he yelled at him, asking him why he didn't look at the two small ones properly, which caused them to do this kind of thing. At that time, Zhao Dingzhou was really wronged, because Zhou Hao and Zhao Yuqin were not children anymore. So how could I manage them? Zhao Yuqin won't say anything. Even though Zhou Hao is only 17 or 18 years old this year, he still doesn't look at the things he has done that is not earth-shattering, and which 17 or 18-year-olds can do that. Degree? And Zhao Dingzhou still admires Zhou Hao very much. Even though Zhou Hao and Zhao Yuqin are nearly 10 years old, he still supports Zhou Hao. Of course, this kind of support can only be hidden from the old man. Otherwise, Zhao Dingzhou will have to follow bad luck. "Are you going to go right away?" Zhao Dingzhou said. "Then I will take you to the airport." "Thank you, brother." Zhou Hao nodded. He knew that Zhao Dingzhou's actions had shown his supportive attitude, and Zhou Hao was also very grateful to him. At this time, Zhou Hao asked in Zhao Yuqin's ear, "By the way, sister, my mother, do you know about us?" You shook your head and said hoarsely, I didn't dare to tell Auntie." She raised her head. Her red and swollen eyes looked very pitiful, and she heard her sobbing softly. "Xiao Hao, sister, isn't sister very useless?" "How could my sister be useless?" Zhou Hao said dubiously. "My sister is just in a mess and has no idea for a while. Besides, I don't want to tell my mother about this for the time being, and wait until we settle the godfather's side. It's not too late to tell her." Zhao Yuqin nodded, and the two got into Zhao Dingzhou's special Audi car. The driver was a man in his 30s who knew he was a veteran at a glance, and he must be Zhao Dingzhou's henchman, otherwise he would not be allowed to drive himself in this situation. Zhao Dingzhou sat in the co-pilot, leaving the back seat to Zhou Hao and Zhao Yuqin. "Sister, do you know who sent our photos to Godfather?" Zhou Hao asked on the way. Zhao Yuqin shook his head and leaned weakly on Zhou Hao's shoulder. "I don't know. It stands to reason that we never do that intimate act in public. Someone must have deliberately photographed us." She took out a magazine and gave it to Zhou Hao, saying, "Look, Xiao Hao, those really sent our photos to the magazine. I asked them to fax it from Beijing." Zhou Hao took a look and saw that the cover of this magazine, named Jinghua Weekly, was a photo of himself kissing Zhao Yuqin. It was still the scene when Zhou Hao and Zhao Yuqin were kissing in the hotel elevator before the elevator door closed. It was taken at a very long distance. It should have been taken with a large lens in the opposite building. It can also be seen that the technique of the sneak shot was indeed good. No wonder Zhou Hao didn't notice it at the time. This guy deliberately wanted to sneak a photo of us. Zhou Hao gritted his teeth. Zhao Dingzhou interjected at this moment. People in Beijing said that this magazine had been blocked by the National Security Department as soon as the photos were published. It should be the father's permission. However, even if it is now available, I have retracted these magazines, but there should be a lot of them circulated. Alas, some of the people in the circles in Beijing have seen good shows. Brother, I think you came to us with the attitude of watching a good show. Zhao Yuqin stared at Zhao Dingzhou wrote. No. Zhao Dingzhou smiled and said again. But I heard that the owner of this magazine had escaped privately last night. I am afraid that he has already left Beijing or even China. Hey, prepare for Kung Fu. That's enough. It seems that the other party's move has been planned for a long time. Zhou Hao squinted his eyes and said in a dark voice, I suspect that someone from the Dong family did it. On the one hand, it was to retaliate against us, and on the other hand, it was to divert other people's attention and push us to the top of the wave to cover them. Also, since the photos have already been published in Beijing, I am afraid that Hong Kong has also done something. Especially run guys who want to see me unlucky, and they will definitely not let this opportunity pass. Xiao Hao, you are really right. Brother Lu told me that there are magazines with your photos on the streets and alleys in Hong Kong for sale. Zhao Dingzhou sneered. Some people even say that you are it's not the father's godson, but the uncle of our Zhao family, who is a soft boiler. Brother, Zhao Yuqin called Zhao Dingzhou angrily. The muscles at the corners of Zhou Hao's mouth jumped, and he smiled. Sister, people used to say that I was the little white face you raised. I always laughed it off, but this time hum. He immediately took out his mobile suit and dialed a number. Hey, is this a school? The other party was Ni Yongxiao, the leader of East Star. It's me, Hao. How are you? When I want to come to Ni Yong School, I also know about Zhou Hao and the power of the Zhao family in the country. I am very worried about Zhou Hao. Don't worry, I'm fine, Zhou Hao said. But there are too many tongue-chewing guys in Hong Kong. I don't want to see them anymore. You shovel all the magazines and newspapers that have published photos. What's my responsibility? Well, give me one day. Ni Yong School over there replied absolutely. I'll call you when it's done. Zhao Dingzhou understands Zhou Hao's behavior. Generally speaking, Zhou Hao rarely does things so blatantly, but this time Zhou Hao is really angry, and Zhao Dingzhou didn't mean to stop Zhou Hao. It's just a magazine and a newspaper. If it's flat, it's flat. It's not a big deal. Especially those magazines and newspapers are run by gangs, so don't worry about it. I saw Zhou Hao dialed another phone number. Shuyun, it's me, Zhou Hao. How are you okay? Shuyun was on the phone, and she must have known about Zhou Hao. Just listen to Zhou Hao's words. Shuyun, how many employees are still staying on the Xinghe side? There are more than 30 people. More than a dozen of them are planning to travel abroad, but have not yet made a trip. Well, let the remaining 30 or so people form a team, led by you, to attack a few companies listed in Hong Kong. After the event is completed, the bonuses of the following people can be doubled, but I want those listed companies to fall into liquidation. Then Zhou Hao said the names of several companies. Zhao Yuqin next to him was slightly taken aback, because those listed companies were all secretly controlled by Dong Jia. In fact, since knowing that the Dong family was involved in the 30 billion misappropriation of funds, Zhou Hao has sent Pluto people to cooperate with his commercial espionage team to investigate the Dong family's influence in the business world. There are several strong listed companies in China and Hong Kong that are controlled by the Dong family. Zhao Yuqin also knew about this situation. At that time, Zhou Hao was only going to save this situation as a precaution, but he didn't expect to use it so soon. After defeating the Soros group, no one dared to underestimate Zhou Hao's strength in the financial market. After the battle in Hong Kong, many powerful speculative groups contacted Zhou Hao, hoping to invest in Soros or Julian as before. Like that, put the money in Zhou Hao's hands, and then they followed to divide the cake. Zhou Hao did not completely reject the invitations of those speculators or speculative groups. After all, it was tens of billions of hot money. If the operation is done well, the empty glove white wolf method can be used to make amazing profits. This is the same as Soros or Julian, who swept the financial markets of various countries around the world with a huge flood of hot money to make profits, except that Zhou Hao would not attack China. And to deal with the Dong's listed companies in Hong Kong, there is no need to mobilize Zhou Hao's private funds. You only need to manipulate the hot money and collect them, and those listed companies may collapse. Then Zhou Hao called the leader of the commercial espionage team under him Mouse, asking him to find out the situation of the Dong family in the domestic economic field, so that Zhou Hao could take a further blow. Sitting in the front passenger seat, Zhao Dingzhou watched Zhou Hao's calls from the inverted mirror, attacking the Dong family from all aspects, and felt a little emotional. With Zhou Hao's current strength, it is completely unnecessary to rely on the energy of the Zhao family. It can make the Dong family burnt. After the opponent had arranged everything, the car arrived at the airport. Zhao Dingzhou turned around and said to Zhou Hao and Zhao Yuqin, Just come here. I won't follow in, lest I be recognized, and I will cause some trouble. Xiao Hao. Yuqin, the old man is righteous now. You should try to be softer. Yuqin, your personality is very similar to the old man. You are very stubborn. This time you go to the background. Don't go head-to-head with the old man. Know what? Knowing that, big brother, if my sister wants to be tough, I will stop him immediately. Zhou Hao smiled. Zhao Dingzhou nodded. Then you go. I can only wish you good luck. They bid farewell to Zhao Dingzhou, got off the car and entered the airport and boarded the flight to Beijing. On the luxury cabin seat, Zhao Yuqin leaned on Zhou Hao's shoulder and said quietly, Xiao Hao, if Dad has a tough attitude and always disagrees with us, what should we do? Zhou Hao held Zhao Yuqin's shoulders and asked her seriously, Sister, if Godfather really disagrees with us, will you leave me? Zhao Yuqin shook his head without hesitation. Unless I die or you die. Zhou Hao smiled and said, My answer is the same as yours. Even if my godfather really disagrees with us, I won't let go. No one can stop me from being with my sister. Xiao Hao. Zhao Yuqin was deeply moved and buried his face in Zhou Hao's neck to enjoy his breath. It doesn't take much time to fly from Guangzhou to Beijing, and it will arrive after 3 o'clock in the afternoon. There was no delay after Zhou Hao and Zhao Yuqin got off the plane. Zhao Yuqin immediately called his mother, Yan Xinlin. Yan Xinlin was surprised that Zhou Hao and the two came to Beijing so quickly, but also told Zhao Yuqin that Mr. Zhao is now at home. I just had a meeting with the chairman and the prime minister. Although something like this happened at home, the old man has always distinguished between public and private matters, and he would not let private matters affect major national affairs. So Zhou Hao and Zhao Yuqin rushed to the Zhao's mansion nonstop. The guards knew Zhou Hao and Zhao Yuqin, and they let them go after they asked Yan Xinlin. However, even though these guards looked serious, Zhou Hao could detect they looked at themselves and Zhao Yuqin with a strange look, and they knew about their affairs with Zhao Yuqin. Zhou Hao felt a headache for a while. Most people in this capital already knew about their affairs with Zhao Yuqin. These days, ordinary people like the gossip of those high-ranking officials, and those in high-level circles love it even more. Especially the incident this time can be regarded as a scandal of the Zhao family. Those who are jealous of the power of the Zhao family or are simply enemies of the Zhao family's political affairs watch this good show in a gloating mood. And Father Zhao has always attached great importance to his reputation. Under such circumstances, it is completely understandable why he is so angry. The two went into the inner room holding hands and saw the old man and Yan Xinlin watching the news there. Seeing them coming back, Yan Xinlin got up immediately, grabbed Zhao Yuqin's hands tightly, and gave Zhou Hao a deep look before saying, I made some snake gall stewed chuanbei at noon. Let's heat it up for you. While speaking, he winked at Zhou Hao and Zhao Yuqin and nodded his chin at the old man Zhao who was sitting there, reminding Zhou Hao and them that old man Zhao's anger has not subsided, so let them be more careful. After Yan Xinlin walked into the kitchen, Zhou Hao and Zhao Yuqin looked at each other and walked together in front of Mr. Zhao. I saw Grandpa Zhao's calm face, his already dignified face, and it seemed even more stressful at this time, especially when he saw Zhou Hao and Zhao Yuqin holding hands tightly. His face began to pale. Dad, Godfather. Zhao Yuqin and Zhou Hao called to old man Zhao at the same time. Elder Zhao sat on the chair of the Grand Master, looked up at both of them, and said dully, You still have my father in your heart? And my godfather? Humph. If you still have me in your heart, it won't be like this. Come to me. Look at you. You still hold hands when you come in. Are you afraid that my old man will be dim and can't see? Dad, me and Xiao Hao. Before Zhao Yuqin finished speaking, Zhou Hao snatched it over and said, Godfather, it's my fault. That doesn't matter to my sister. I took the initiative. I'm sorry, Godfather, you can vent to me. Don't blame my sister. After she was taught by you yesterday, she has been crying all night. If she still knows the shame, she won't get to where she is today. The old man's anger broke out in an instant, pointing at Zhou Hao and the two of them angrily. You are brothers and sisters. Do you know what you mean by brothers and sisters? It's just that you can only have siblings. You thing now is incest. Dad, Xiao Hao and I are not biological siblings. Are we related by blood? Zhao Yuqin couldn't help refuting. Grandpa Zhao was so angry that the muscles on his face twitched, The whole world knows that Zhou Hao is my son of Zhao Rixin, and you are my daughter, which means that the whole world knows that you are a sibling, even if you are not your biological sibling. What if there is no blood relationship? Now, the people outside say that he came in with the idea of our Uncle Zhao family from the beginning, and that his achievements are all our Zhao family's strong support in order to train son-in-law. Do you know that people outside say that Zhou Hao is a little white face who develops by eating soft rice? Seeing Mr. Zhao's current anger, Zhou Hao did not feel wronged or resented, but was moved in his heart. The old man is very clear about whether he is the kind of spineless little white face, and he is so angry now, obviously because he is worthless for Zhou Hao. He is obviously achieved by his own efforts and talents, but he has been described by outsiders as it depends on the support of the Zhao family to get things done. How can this make the old man who is full of love for Zhou Hao not angry? To be more specific, the old man's current anger towards Zhou Hao is not only annoying him and Zhao Yuqin, but also an irritable mood that annoys Zhou Hao's self-destroying future. This shows that the old man is still very nervous and concerned about Zhou Hao, so Zhou Hao is so moved. Thinking about the magazines in Beijing that publish photos of Zhou Hao and Zhao Yuqin, they have all been blocked. No one in the political circle dared to chew their tongues on this matter, knowing that the old man exerted a lot of effort on it. I saw the old man take a few deep breaths, and then he said in a deep voice, "Yuqin, you leave China for me tomorrow. You can go wherever you go. Don't come back within 1 or 2 years. Xiao Hao, stay here in China. It happens that you have to invest 30 billion yuan in the country. You can make this matter as high profile as you are, so as to dilute the impact of your affairs with Yuqin." Both Zhou Hao and Zhao Yuqin's expressions changed drastically when they heard this, because Father Zhao's move was clearly to sacrifice Zhao Yuqin to protect Zhou Hao. Letting Zhao Yuqin leave China and then letting Zhou Hao appear in front of the people in high profile at home is to show that Zhou Hao and Zhao Yuqin have separated, and since the two are separated, they are from the Zhao family, and the following media have no gossip. I don't dare to write anymore, and if I spend a while to dilute the impact of this incident, I will forget it. This measure can preserve Zhou Hao's future and image and minimize the impact on him. But Zhao Yuqin wanted to leave Zhou Hao, and couldn't see Zhou Hao for at least 1 or 2 years. Even if he could be with Zhou Hao in the future, he had to sneak in and not be known. In this case, Zhao Yuqin suffered a lot of grievance. Although Zhao Yuqin was the father's biological daughter, in order to protect Zhou Hao, the father would rather let his daughter suffer such a grievance. How could Zhou Hao not be moved? But Zhou Hao couldn't let Zhao Yuqin suffer such a grievance. He knelt in front of the old man as soon as he lowered himself and said, "Goddaddy, I'm sorry. I will never agree to this." Zhou Hao knelt in front of Mr. Zhao and said seriously, "Godfather, I just said that this matter is my initiative, and it has nothing to do with my sister. She has no responsibility or obligation to suffer such grievances for me. I am a man. I will be responsible for what I did. My sister has been with me for so long and has done a lot for me. I can no longer sacrifice her to save myself." "What did you say?" Mr. Zhao glared at Zhou Hao. Zhao Yuqin, who was next to him, was already in tears because after Mr. Zhao proposed this measure just now, although she knew that she would be greatly aggrieved by doing so, she was willing to do so for Zhou Hao, and she was psychologically prepared. And Zhou Hao's resolute refusal, in addition to being in the responsibility of a man, the most important thing is his love for Zhao Yuqin. This moved Zhao Yuqin's heart, and quickly hugged Zhou Hao's hand and said, "Xiao Hao, it's okay for my sister. It's just a year or 2. It will pass in the blink of an eye. It's okay for my sister, as long as it doesn't affect you. Sister is okay." Seeing that Zhou Hao and Zhao Yuqin thought about each other in this way, Mr. Zhao's face was even more excited, and he shouted at Zhou Hao, "Do you think I'm fine? Yuqin is my biological daughter, since she grew up, so I didn't make her feel wronged, and now I let her do it. Do you think I feel better? It's not because of you, brat. You little beast really doesn't know good or bad. If it weren't for you ruined Yuqin's innocence, I would send in First Army to kill you." Zhou Hao thought that what Mr. Zhao said back then was something he saved for himself when he was poisoned by Dong Qishan before, so it's not too surprising. He only heard Zhou Hao say, "Godfather, I know you are for my good, but my sister has done enough for me, and I can't let her feel wronged so much for survival. And if you do what your godfather said, Doesn't it mean to show everyone that we are the wrong party? We are not wrong. If it is also wrong to love each other sincerely, I will never admit it. You little beast dare to say it. The old man was so angry that his chest went up and down. Don't think I don't know about your thing. You dare to say that you are devoted to Yuqin? Besides Yuqin, you still how many women, huh? Don't talk about other things. Just talk about the daughter of He Hong's son. You have made such a big mess. If it's not, or I'm my mother, I'll interrupt you now, dog legs. Zhou Hao was speechless and bowed his head deeply, not daring to refute it, because he was indeed the one who was in the wrong. Then the old man waved his hand and said with a sullen face, "That's the decision. Yuqin will go to Australia tomorrow." "No." Zhou Hao immediately raised his head and objected. "Godfather, even if I am a jerk, I am sincere to my sister. I can't let my sister be wronged for me." Speaking of this, Zhou Hao gritted his teeth and said firmly, "I have decided. I want to marry my sister. I want to marry my sister." "What?" The old man stared at Zhou Hao with wide eyes. Zhao Yuqin covered her mouth. She couldn't cry anymore, but there was an urge to die for the king without regrets in this life. Zhou Hao held up his head and met the old man's gaze fearlessly and said more firmly, "I want to marry my sister. You are mad at me." The old man pointed at Zhou Hao and shouted, "I did so many things for you, in order to minimize the impact of this matter, so that it will affect you and Yuqin. It's good to our Zhao family, but you are actually going to marry Yuqin now? You still think that people outside don't laugh enough? Do you still think that our Zhao family has not been pricked enough by others? You are putting Yuqin on us. Where's home? Just for my sister, for the Zhao family, I need to give my sister a status even more." Zhou Hao said awe-inspiringly. The old man was also excited. He patted the armrest of the Grand Master's chair vigorously and roared, "Yuqin is my daughter of Zhao Rixin. I don't allow her to marry you, so you don't want to marry her." Zhou Hao was also provoked to be stubborn and bit his neck and said, "No matter what setbacks and difficulties I encounter, I will marry my sister." You. The old man's chest heaves more and more severely, and he can barely get up in one breath. Old man. Yan Xinlin, who came out of the kitchen, saw the old man trembling with anger and poor breathing, and there were signs of a stroke, so she hurried over to support the old man and constantly stroked his back to give him comfort. "Dad, Godfather, Zhao Yuqin and Zhou Hao are very nervous," the old man, knowing that the old man is anxious. The guards outside also rushed in to take the old man to the hospital, but Zhou Hao stopped them, grabbed the old man's wrist, and slowly injected his true energy into the old man's body to help him straighten out his breath. Zhou Hao's inner strength was so strong, the blue color on the old man's face faded after a while, and his breathing gradually became smoother. But as soon as the old man recovered, he threw away Zhou Hao's hand and gasped and said angrily, "You beast is really going to me off. Get out of here. I don't want to see you again." "Dad, don't be like this, Xiao Hao." Zhao Yuqin's tears kept falling. Yan Xinlin also persuaded, "Old man, the children have grown up so old, so they can let them go whatever they want. Why are they so stubborn?" But seeing the old man wave his hand fiercely, "No, this beast doesn't know how to promote. Did you hear me? Get out of here. Get out of my Zhao family." "Godfather." Zhou Hao's throat got astringent. "Don't call me Godfather. I'm not so lucky to have a godson like you." Old man Zhao was so angry that the muscles on his face were shaking. Seeing the old man's face turned red and blue again, and there were signs of the stroke just now, Zhou Hao poured in infuriating energy to protect his heart pulse and harmonize his luck, while saying, "Okay, Godfather, I'm leaving. Don't get angry, I'll go." After that, he stood up, and Zhao Yuqin, who was supporting the old man, looked at Zhou Hao sadly. "Xiao Hao, sister, I'm not suitable to stay here now. Take care of your godfather and don't let him get angry anymore." Yan Xinlin also winked at Zhou Hao, saying that he would be notified when the old man's situation got better. Zhou Hao nodded to Yan Xinlin in gratitude and said to the old man, "Godfather, take care of yourself. It's Xiao Hao's disgrace which makes you angry." After Zhou Hao turned around and walked out of the house, Zhao Yuqin's tears couldn't help falling as he watched Zhou Hao's leaving behind. After leaving the Zhao family mansion, Zhou Hao didn't take a taxi, so he walked out of the street and wandered aimlessly on the street, feeling very frustrated. When things got to this point, he was also unexpected. Seeing Mr. Zhao's reaction just now, he almost broke off ties with himself. Moreover, Mr. Zhao almost got a stroke for himself, which made Zhou Hao feel very guilty and uncomfortable. As the night falls, the bustling of the capital shows no signs of stopping. Instead, it becomes more and more noisy, surrounded by neon and colorful lights everywhere. But Zhou Hao, who wanders in it, is incompatible with the bustling and noisy, like a lonely one passing. Feeling distressed, Zhou Hao finally took out his mobile phone and dialed Yang Jiabao's number. Jiabao? It's me, Zhou Hao. How are you okay? Yang Jiabao on the other end of the phone was very concerned about Zhou Hao. Yang Jiabao was studying in Beijing and was very clear about the affairs between Zhou Hao and Zhao Yuqin. Although she and Zhao Yuqin are also rivals in love, they also get along well with Zhao Yuqin during this period. So they are worried about Zhao Yuqin and know that Zhou Hao is sure. It was because of this that I was very troubled, so I didn't dare to call to distract Zhou Hao. Yeah. Zhou Hao sighed. Jiabao, are you free? Can you come out to accompany me? How? I'm sorry, I'm at the airport now. Yang Jiabao said over there. Zhou Hao was surprised. Airport? Where are you going? Our class is going to the University of Cambridge in the United Kingdom for a half-month exchange study. We are about to start now. I originally thought that the British side called you to tell you, but now you are calling. Yang Jiabao said, forget it. Where are you? I'll pass now. I can go to the UK 2 days later. Zhou Hao shook his head and said, no, Jiabao, you should go. You don't need to influence the schedule for me. Just now Zhao Yuqin suffered such great grievances and sufferings, and now he wants Yang Jiabao to delay communication and study for himself. Zhou Hao felt that he should not be so selfish and always let them to accommodate himself. It's okay, Hao. Anyway, this exchange study will not have any impact on my grades. No family treasure. This will make me more uneasy. Don't worry. I'm fine. I will take care of it. Due to Zhou Hao's persistence, Yang Jiabao obeyed him in the end and boarded the plane to the UK without coming over. Looking at the pedestrians passing by in a hurry on the street, Zhou Hao, feeling very lonely, muttered to himself, it seems that I am going to be alone in these few days. Just do you want to be alone? Suddenly, a familiar female voice came next to him, making Zhou Hao's heart beat. Turning his head and looking around, Zhou Hao saw a tall woman wearing a long windbreaker standing beside him. She was 1.78 meters tall, and her high-heeled boots were only half a head shorter than Zhou Hao. Moreover, this woman has eyebrows like willows, eyes like stars, bright eyes and icy teeth, and she is a beautiful woman who turned out to be Li Shuihan, the fourth master of the First Army, who has not seen Zhou Hao for a long time. It has been several months since I saw Li Shuihan last time. Especially every time Zhou Hao contacts her, she always performs tasks outside, and because of the confidentiality of the First Army performing tasks, Zhou Hao always can't reach her. Unexpectedly, Li Shuihan appeared when Zhou Hao was most troubled. It was the same outfit that I had seen before, with a long windbreaker and high heels, and a long ponytail hanging behind his head. It was swaying and majestic. However, every time Zhou Hao sees her tall figure, which is very rare among women, he always thinks of her attractive appearance in a swimsuit, especially her long legs and fat buttocks. Thinking about it makes Zhou Hao swallow secretly. Why are you here? The mission is over, Zhou Hao asked Li Shuihan, looking up and down. Reaching Zhou Hao's somewhat presumptuous gaze, Li Shuihan's face suddenly became chilly, but a shyness flashed between his brows, and the two contradictory expressions collided with her beautiful face, which was exceptionally charming. She looked away slightly and did not contact Zhou Hao, and said faintly, I just came back from the field. What about you? I heard that your situation is very bad. Zhou Hao shrugged. Yes, it's really bad. Thinking of Mr. Zhao's tough attitude and Zhao Yuqin's tearful and beautiful appearance, Zhou Hao couldn't help having a headache, and could not help but sigh slightly, looking very lonely and helpless. Where are you going? Li Shuihan asked again. Zhou Hao shook his head. I didn't want to go. I just wandered around. I am afraid I will be homeless tonight. Come on to me. Li Shuihan knew it was not good as soon as she said it. Sure enough, she immediately saw Zhou Hao's eyes glowing and quickly explained. Don't get me wrong. You didn't let the third master give the Black Yin go to the 7 kills to study? Now there are results. I just tell you the results. Zhou Hao was disappointed for a while, but now he really had nowhere to go, so he followed Li Shuihan. Li Shuihan also has a car. It is a silver Spiker sports car with sharp lines and powerful engine, which is similar to Li Shuihan's personality. Moreover, Li Shuihan's driving skills are also very hot. He is constantly overtaking in the left and right conflicts on Beijing's highways, but he is very stable and fast, and he is much better than Zhou Hao. And Zhou Hao just sat in the passenger seat silently, looking at the aggressive woman next to him with interest. Watching her turning the steering wheel fast, watching her skillfully shifting gears, watching her swiftly tightening the throttle and braking, and watching her focused and quiet look on the zipper, everything is so pleasing to the eye. What are you looking at? Have you seen enough? Li Shuihan glanced at Zhou Hao with the corner of his eye. No, I can't read enough. Zhou Hao hugged his hand and laughed jokingly. Can you tell me where to perform the task during this period? Didn't the number you gave me say that you can be contacted? Why? Every time I say that you can't go away while performing a task, Li Shuihan said. Because that task is very important, there can be no single mistake. I am afraid that I will be distracted. So what are you doing? Suddenly saw Zhou Hao leaning forward, and even feeling Zhou Hao's breath, Li Shuihan was startled, and even twisted the steering wheel to the left, causing the car to lean to the left immediately, and finally adjusted it back. But Zhou Hao smiled curiously. You said you would be distracted? Do you mean answering my call will distract you? A woman like Li Shuihan who is so strong and stubborn can distract her is also a great achievement. Li Shuihan inadvertently exposed a trace of his thoughts. His face was a little hot, but he quickly covered the past, glanced forward, and said nonchalantly, everyone will inevitably be distracted by the phone, right? Zhou Hao didn't get entangled either, and sat back satisfactorily, as if talking to himself. Yes, who can listen to the phone without being distracted? Ha 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 ha. Seeing Zhou Hao's slightly smug look, Li Shuihan was unwilling, and suddenly twisted the steering wheel to the left 2 laps very quickly. At the same time, he pulled down the handbrake and stepped on the accelerator. The sports car moved forward and circled. There was a 720-degree flick on this relatively narrow road, and then returned to the original position to continue forward. But the surrounding cars were frightened by her actions and dodged, and several cars collided. Zhou Hao in the passenger seat was very scared, and looked at Li Shuihan in surprise. You? What are you doing? Don't you want to die? Seeing Zhou Hao's surprised look, Li Shuihan didn't speak, but the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Finally came to Li Shuihan's residence, which turned out to be one of the most upscale residential areas in Beijing, named Emperor Palace. Zhou Hao could not imagine that Li Shuihan, the 4th head of the First Army, would also live in this kind of place, because in his original imagination, mysterious agents like them lived either in a dormitory arranged by the state or in a group dormitory arranged by the state, in a remote old building that is not noticed. After getting out of the car, a man in a decent suit came over and bowed slightly to Li Shuihan, saying, Miss Han, you are back. Welcome home. It is still the old rule. Use the car at 8:15 tomorrow. Really? Seeing Li Shuihan nodded, he nodded to Zhou Hao next to Li Shuihan, and then got into Li Shuihan's car and drove away. This should be the so-called butler-style service, but it is also very suitable for women like Li Shuihan who don't often go home and don't like to do housework, so they don't have to worry about trivial matters at home. Miss Han. Zhou Hao looked at Li Shuihan suspiciously. I bought this house under the name Han Sui, Lia. Li Shuihan said, and took Zhou Hao to the elevator. Han Sui Li Shuihan. Ha. Which one is your real name? Li Shuihan glanced at Zhou Hao. Is there a difference? Zhou Hao shrugged, but he somewhat agreed with Li Shuihan's words, because the name was just a code name for people like them. However, Zhou Hao was a little concerned because his relationship with Li Shuihan was not close, but even Li Shuihan. It's really frustrating that she doesn't know her real name. However, Li Shuihan, who was beside him, suddenly said to himself, My surname is Li, and the name Xin was given to me by the master. When Zhou Hao heard the words, he looked at Li Shuihan in surprise. The master was just like her father in Li Shuihan's heart. The name the master gave her was naturally the real name. What made Zhou Hao excited was that Li Shuihan explained to herself that she was in the status in her mind is not bad either. At least she can care about her own thoughts. Li Shuhin's residence is on the 28th floor, with more than 200 square meters, very spacious and comfortable. But the decoration is not complicated, simple and generous, and there are not too many furnishings, which is in line with Li Shuhin's personality. But Zhou Hao saw that there is a rattan lounge chair on the side terrace with 2 pillows on it. It looks very comfortable. It should be specially prepared by Li Shuihan. You can imagine Li Shuihan sitting there in the sun in the afternoon. You haven't eaten yet, there is something in the refrigerator, so please do it yourself. As soon as Li Shuihan entered the house, he kicked off his shoes and took off the long trench coat, revealing her tall and slender figure. She was wearing a blue mercerized shirt with slender women's trousers underneath, which made her particularly beautiful, and Zhou Hao was taken aback. Li Shuihan noticed Zhou Hao's gaze and snorted coldly. What to look at? I'll go see what to eat. Zhou Hao immediately changed the subject and walked quickly to the front of the refrigerator. However, after opening the refrigerator, Zhou Hao smiled bitterly, because the food Li Shuihan said was some instant canned luncheon meat and instant noodles, as well as a few rows of beer. Besides that, there was not even a bit of home food. Zhou Hao raised his head and said to Li Shuihan, who was turning on the TV over there, "Hey, I said you only have these foods in your house. They are very unhealthy and not tasty." Li Shuihan just glared at Zhou Hao and didn't say anything. Zhou Hao helplessly asked Li Shuihan for the phone number of the management office, because many high-end communities like this, especially those with butler-style services, have themselves like hotels. The cold room for storing food stores daily fresh ingredients, eliminating the inconvenience of residents going to the supermarket or vegetable market to buy vegetables. After calling and asking, there was a cold storage room in this community. Zhou Hao made a list, and the management staff quickly delivered the ingredients he requested. The kitchen and bathroom conditions of Li Shuin's unit are very good, and there is even a Siemens cabinet oven, but presumably Li Shuihan doesn't need it. With such a complete cooking facility and enough ingredients, Zhou Hao I started cooking myself. However, Li Shuihan does not like to do housework. When she is on a task, she has her own staff to help her solve the problem of eating. There is a special dining hall at the office, so Li Shuihan basically has no problem with eating. Even if I go home like this, I can eat instant noodles and canned instant noodles when I am hungry. However, her urban white-collar, instant life made Zhou Hao very unsightly. Even if the cooking skills of Zhou Hao were poor, she could at least cook a simple cured meat rice, and Zhou Hao herself was a good one. People who are good at housework, so they are still used to eating Jiankong home meals. Although Li Shuihan doesn't like cooking, it doesn't mean she doesn't like to eat at home. Seeing Zhou Hao's busy back in the kitchen, smelling the fragrance of rice, Li Shuihan in the living room suddenly has a kind of feeling warm and happy. It didn't take long before Zhou Hao came up with a 3-vessel and 1-soup dinner. They were chicken wings in soy sauce, stir-fried garlic bone, baked pork and potato shreds, and a pot of leek egg soup. Not as good as those dishes in big hotels, but the taste is not bad at all, and it is nutritious and tastes home. Come and wash your hands and eat. Try my craft. Zhou Hao unbuttoned his apron and shouted to Li Shuihan in the living room. Li Shuihan came over and washed his hands and sat down. Zhou Hao had already filled a bowl of fragrant white rice in front of her and sat next to her, looking at her with a smile on his face. Eat. Taste. Better than your canned food cup noodles are much better. Picking up a small ball of white rice and sending it into her mouth, Li Shuihan felt a scent of rice in her mouth. Seeing Zhou Hao put a piece of garlic bone into her bowl, she also sent it to the import. After chewing, the thick garlic flavor and tender meat made her appetite wide. A kind of hunger that had never been seen before also rose in her stomach, and she couldn't help but actively pick up those on the dinner table. Meat dishes. Watching Li Shuihan eat with relish, Zhou Hao was also very satisfied, and Li Shuihan really didn't want to be a strong woman in terms of housework. No, because of the eagerness of eating, there were 2 crystal grains of rice on her mouth. Zhou Hao smiled lightly and reached out to grab the 2 rice grains at the corner of Li Shuihan's mouth and put them into his mouth. Li Shuihan was stunned, and then 2 red clouds waved on his cheeks. However, seeing Zhou Hao's smiling face, she uncomfortably delivered food to her mouth to hide the shame on her face. With Li Shuihan, Zhou Hao had a good appetite, and Li Shuihan himself was a very edible host. For this dinner, the 2 of them ate a full caddy of rice, and the 3 dishes and 1 soup were also swept away. Finally, Li Shuihan, who was full of food and drink, leaned back on the chair, his eyes closed, and his face was very satisfied. Zhou Hao shook his head, secretly saying that the woman was not aware of it at all, so she did it herself and put the dishes and chopsticks away. In the dishwashing area, service staff will come up to clean up the housework anyway, which is very convenient. Li Shuihan, who was sitting on the chair, suddenly opened his eyes and saw Zhou Hao, who was holding his chin looking at him. His face flushed, and he asked, "Why are you so honest today?" Zhou Hao was a little bit stunned, and then he realized it. The last time I was in Indonesia, he was very straight to Li Shuihan. Once the two of them were alone in the same room, Zhou Hao would immediately be perverted and could not wait. Zhou Hao did appear to be much more honest when he violated Li Shuihan. "It seems that you woman is also a cheap bone. Is it the kind of person who eats hard but not soft?" Zhou Hao smiled. Li Shui snorted coldly. "You are the cheap bone." Then he turned his face angrily away from Zhou Hao. "By the way, how did your second master study that black cloud?" Speaking of this official business, Li Shuihan returned to normal, saying, "After a series of rigorous research tests such as special radiographic testing, he discovered that the blade of your black cloud is made of an unknown metal that has not yet been discovered. It is not ruled out that this metal is also present on the Earth, but it is more likely to be a meteorite that fell on the Earth from outer space. This unknown metal is not only very tough, but also generates a special magnetic field around it, which can neutralize and dissolve another special magnetic field, which is our inner chi." "You mean the inner chi we cultivate is actually a special magnetic field?" Zhou Hao asked in surprise. Li Shuihan nodded. "We have researched this out a long time ago by the First Army. The inner chi we cultivate is actually a special magnetic field. I believe you have heard of it. The ordinary human body can also produce a certain amount bioelectricity, so the human body can also generate magnetic fields, but the energy of these magnetic fields is generally very small, and those masters of the inner family can increase their own magnetic field energy while cultivating true chi, allowing themselves to play power beyond ordinary people. And the magnetic field generated by that black cloud can neutralize and melt our magnetic field," Zhou Hao said. "And when I turn my true chi in reverse, the generated magnetic field will be reversed, so in order to resist the sharpness of the black cloud." After explaining the black cloud clearly, Li Shuihan said, "Then tell me the black cloud whenever you want to get it back. I will contact 7 kills for you." Zhou Hao nodded and heard Li Shuihan say, "Since you are homeless, then stay here tonight. There are 2 guest rooms over there." After speaking, Li Shuihan turned and went back to his room, shutting the door with a bang. Zhou Hao lay comfortably on the sofa. Li Shuihan's tall and slim figure appeared in his mind, and his heart was hot. But Zhou Hao didn't want to be Li Shuihan as before. After all, it was unfair to Li Shuihan. Moreover, Zhao Yuqin's affairs are still bothering him, and I don't know if Elder Zhao will agree to it in the end. With these worries in his heart, Zhou Hao can't think about those fragrant things without distraction. In this way, Zhou Hao was thinking about Zhao Yuqin's affairs, and time passed without knowing it. When he recovered, it was already past midnight. "Forget it. Let's take a bath and go to bed first. Anyway, it's useless for me to rush myself," Zhou Hao said to himself in his heart. But when he just remembered, he heard some movement from Li Shuihan's room. As Zhou Hao liked to turn off the lights when thinking about things, the room was completely dark at this time. Only the faint moonlight from outside came in, and the surrounding environment also seemed very quiet. Zhou Hao looked at Li Shuihan's room and saw that the door opened slowly, and then a tall and slender figure came out from inside, obviously Li Shuihan. With Zhou Hao's supervision, the dark environment had little effect on him, and when he saw Li Shuihan walking out of the room, he was stunned. Because Li Shuihan did not wear her long windbreaker or home pajamas and night dress, but wrapped in a milky white one-piece swimsuit, she showed her slender and plump figure vividly. With its exquisite curves under the hazy moon, it looked particularly attractive, and the long ponytail was also put down, becoming a black waterfall hanging down to the waist. Especially the white one-piece swimsuit on her was exactly the same as the one worn by Zhou Hao when he first violated her in Indonesia, which easily evoked Zhou Hao's memory at that time. "I saw Li Shuihan in a swimsuit stepping out lightly and cautiously looking at Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao stayed still and closed his eyes, lying on the sofa pretending to be asleep and deliberately snoring softly. Seeing Zhou Hao sleeping on the sofa, Li Shuihan breathed a sigh of relief, but was a little annoyed. For a long time, after confirming that Zhou Hao was really asleep, she took a light action and crept out of the living room and came to Zhou Hao's side. Seeing Zhou Hao sleeping on the sofa, Li Shuihan knelt beside the sofa and stared quietly at Zhou Hao's quiet face. Two red clouds rose on his face. The expression between his eyebrows was very complicated, sometimes happy and sometimes angry, and sometimes shame and anger. After a long time, she muttered to herself, "Idiot." Not only did she talk about Zhou Hao. Yeah, I'm such an idiot. I didn't know how to take the initiative to attack when a big beauty waited in the room for so long. What a big idiot. Zhou Hao suddenly smiled with his eyes closed. Ah. Li Shuihan was caught off guard and was startled by Zhou Hao's sudden opening sound and instinctively wanted to step back. Zhou Hao's hand did not know when he held Li Shuihan's hand, and with a strong pull, Li Shuihan not only couldn't withdraw, on the contrary, Zhou Hao pulled it down. Zhou Hao hugged the glamorous beauty, felt her soft and plump body, and smiled. For masters, I can't imagine that you, a high-ranking general-level Secret Service senior official, would actually be this jade thief's grass picker. Stealing jade and stealing fragrance. Li Shuihan, who has never been so embarrassed by Zhou Hao's life, wanted to find Xiaodong to get in, but Zhou Hao was holding him and couldn't get out. He could only say in shame, "Let go, let me go. For masters, you really recruit for me." Of course, Zhou Hao wouldn't let go. He smiled. "You are in such a costume in the middle of the night. What do you intend to do? Or, this costume is you a necessary battle suit for stealing jade and incense." Being so ridiculed by Zhou Hao, Li Shuihan was really ashamed and annoyed, but couldn't get rid of Zhou Hao no matter how much he made. Before I could react, I suddenly felt a tightness on my lips, and then a hot, soft feeling spread from there, and I was actually kissed by Zhou Hao. The glamorous beauty of Li Shuihan. Even her lips are cold, and she has a unique taste when she kisses. Zhou Hao is very lingering, especially Li Shuihan's lips are cold, but the lilac tongue inside is very soft and hot. The taste is not enough for outsiders. Gradually, Li Shuihan's woo voice also turned into a heavy panting moan, and the air in the room also became hot. "Don't touch the back, this here." "Huh? Didn't you say you won't let me break your body? Why? If you ask you to come, don't talk so much. Here, this is what you said. Don't blame me for ruining your innocence then. Come on, before I change my mind." "Hey, wait, tap, tap. It hurts." Under the moonlight of a midsummer night, Zhou Hao and Li Shuihan were lying close to each other on the wicker chair on the terrace, feeling very leisurely. Neither of them wore a single strand, so they were naked and bathed in the soft and hazy moonlight. Especially Li Shuihan's white and delicate skin, under the bright moonlight, showed a pink brilliance, just like the white jade of suet that made people love it. First of all, Zhou Hao couldn't put it down for her, and wandered around her with both hands, remembering every mystery in her heart. As a result of martial arts training since childhood, Li Shuihan's body is very flexible, without any fat, but not as sharp as those who are keen on bodybuilding, but give people a soft and tough feeling. Coupled with Li Shuihan's height and body length, he was the tallest woman Zhou Hao knew, so the battle Zhou Hao just now was really fun. In particular, Li Shuihan has a strong temperament. When he was in Indonesia, even if Zhou Hao was insulted by half-pushing, he still desperately protected his body. Only Zhou Hao attacked the back, but now he took the initiative to dedicate his flower path that had never been swept away by fate. Zhou Hao is satisfied. Zhou Hao feels comfortable, but Li Shuihan has been tossed very hard. Despite her martial arts high-strength physique, Zhou Hao has developed the backyard before, but this time she still suffered a lot of pain. Now she dare not at all. She moved, because even a slight movement of her legs would rub the wounds on her lower body, and the pain made her have to be careful. Reaching out his hand and gently rubbing the fragrant sweat on Li Shuihan's forehead and face, Zhou Hao said in pity, "Does it still hurt?" Li Shuihan gave him an angry look. "What do you mean? Didn't I make you lighter, but you just came here blindly, huh?" After saying that, he gave Zhou Hao's chest a punch. Li Shuihan, who has a tough and stubborn character, rarely shows such a weak side in front of Zhou Hao. That unique style makes Zhou Hao love more in her heart, and can't help but kiss her forehead, eyes, nose, and cherry lips. Li Shuihan seemed to enjoy Zhou Hao's affection very much. Although he was a little bit irritable, Zhou Hao could do it by half pushing. "Why did you suddenly decide to give me your body?" Zhou Hao hugged Li Shuihan and asked, "Is it because Indonesia fell in love with me after that time? Or was it moved by the meal I had just now? Ha ha, one meal for one big beauty. I've made a profit." However, a complicated look flashed across Li Shuihan's face, and he bit his lip with a hesitant look. After a long time, she looked at Zhou Hao and slowly said, "Zhou Hao, I want to ask you for help." Zhou Hao's expression changed. He sat up a little and held Li Shuihan's shoulders. "Wait, first clarify things. You took the initiative to give me your body. Isn't it just for me to help you?" Li Shuihan bit her lip and wanted to tell Zhou Hao no. But when the words came to her lips, she said, "Yes." A chill suddenly appeared on Zhou Hao's face, and he looked at Li Shuihan with a sneer, gritted his teeth, and asked, "I thought you really fell in love with me and gave me your body. Price exchange? Zhou Hao, what do you mean by that?" Li Shuihan said with a cold face. "What kind of woman do you think of me? Do you think I am the kind of shameless woman who sells my body in exchange for benefits?" "It's not what I thought," Zhou Hao said sternly. "You said that yourself. You just said that you gave me your body just to beg me for that favor." At this moment, Zhou Hao only felt as if he had been cut off by life. He thought that Li Shuihan gave her body to herself out of true feelings, but in the end it was because she wanted to help herself. At this moment, Zhou Hao had a sense of self-deprecation of, "I had my heart to the bright moon, but the moon illuminates the ditch. It turns out that everything is my own passion." Zhou Hao smiled bitterly and laughed at himself, his expression extremely lonely. Seeing Zhou Hao's expression, Li Shuihan's anger just now seemed to be quenched by a basin of cold water. Zhou Hao has always been a very strong man in her mind. At the beginning, she was not afraid to face the powerful regular army in Indonesia. She defeated the Indonesian troops with one person and calmly operated the plan for the Indonesian economy, so that the secret plan of the central government can proceed smoothly. During just this time, Zhou Hao defeated the Soros group in one fell swoop, defended Hong Kong's economy, and became famous all over the world in one battle. He was such an outstanding man, but at this time he showed such a lonely look in front of Li Shuihan. Li Shuihan was very touched. She knew that Zhou Hao was originally troubled by Zhao Yuqin's affairs, and that she was originally his comfort, but now that he hurt his heart so much, it caused Zhou Hao's instant sadness and fragility. Li Shuihan's heart also softened. She grabbed Zhou Hao's hand and said softly, "Zhou Hao, what I just said is not true. I really like you, that's why." Zhou Hao glanced at Li Shuihan. "If you said that at the beginning, I would be very happy, but should I believe you now?" In fact, based on Zhou Hao's intuition, he could know that Li Shuihan did not lie to himself, but he didn't want the combination between himself and Li Shuihan to be mixed with any other factors. He hated this impure existence. "What do you want me to do to believe me?" Li Shuihan sighed. She has always been stronger than a man, and now she has nothing to do. After all, she really hurt Zhou Hao's heart. If she doesn't remedy it in time, she and Zhou Hao might have this not forever. "Say you love me." Zhou Hao smiled. I you." Li Shuihan suddenly panicked. If she was asked to assassinate dignitaries or collect information, she would be expert. She could agree to Zhou Hao without hesitation, and even let her destroy herself. Martial arts, she can also do it decisively, but this little girl's attitude, she is at a loss and feels very uncomfortable. Zhou Hao immediately asked, "Didn't you just give me your body because you said you liked me? I didn't tell you to lie. What's the problem?" Li Shuihan's eyebrows were very hesitant. It stands to reason that with this kind of gentleness, girls should be easier to speak than boys. But Li Shuihan's temperament has been very strong since he was a child, even more tenacious than a man, even if not. The last time she was in Indonesia, she was assaulted by Zhou Hao. She still couldn't recognize her gender position. In other words, if it weren't for Zhou Hao's strong attack, Li Shuihan would probably never find a man for the rest of his life, because before that, the only man who could make her affect her was the master, and what she moved was the affection for her father. So letting her act like this little girl is much more difficult than assassinating a head of state of a small country. But Li Shuihan also understood that if he didn't follow Zhou Hao now, it would be really difficult to save his relationship with Zhou Hao in the future. So, after hesitating for a long time, she finally stared at Zhou Hao and slowly said, "Zhou Hao, I love you." Seeing Li Shuihan's serious expression as if swearing his loyalty to the national flag, Zhou Hao was a little bit funny and very touched, because after all, this is Li Shuihan's way of expressing his feelings, and Li Shuihan's loyalty approach is better than those of ordinary women. The Mountain Alliance is much more reliable. I saw Zhou Hao approaching Li Shuihan's ear and whispered in a soft tone, "For masters, I love you too." Yeah. Li Shui was cold and unprepared. He trembled and fell into Zhou Hao's arms, as if he could not get up because of the legendary 10 fragrant soft muscles. Zhou Hao discovered that the four masters were not only physically sensitive, but even their feelings were so sensitive that they couldn't stand her own teasing. But Zhou Hao really loved her traits and liked to see her gaffes when she was emotional. Looking at Li Shuihan, who was blushing and leaning in his arms, Zhou Hao thought to himself, "Is this kind of woman like the four masters is what the internet calls tea-proud?" With the beauty in her arms showing so true feelings, Zhou Hao was also ready to move, and the magic hand touched Li Shuihan's chest and slid onto Li Shuihan's hips, kneading and stroking from time to time. Li Shuihan's face changed when he felt Zhou Hao's uplifting things again, and he quickly said, "Zhou Hao, I can't do it. The front is not enough, isn't there a back?" Zhou Hao smiled ambiguously. "Don't we always do that before? But behind you makes me feel more cordial." After talking, Zhou Hao didn't wait for Li Shuihan's objection, turned her body over while she was weak, and pressed herself up. Woo! Li Shuihan knew that it was useless to resist, but as Zhou Hao said, the fullness from the back of the hip really made her feel intimate. This second wave of battles lasted for a long time. Li Shuihan, who had a strong martial arts physique, finally became weak and unable to move in Zhou Hao's arms. Zhou Hao also asked at this moment, "Okay, let's talk about it now. What can I do to make you make such a sacrifice? I said that I like you. Otherwise, who can make me?" Li Shuihan do this? Li Shuihan panted in Zhou Hao's arms. I know, but it's definitely not a trivial matter to let your fourth boss take the initiative to help." Zhou Hao patted Li Shuihan on the shoulder. Indeed, Li Shuihan has a strong personality and will solve everything by herself. She never asks for help. Now when she speaks to Zhou Hao, it is obvious that she has encountered a situation that she cannot solve by herself. Just listen to Li Shuihan sternly said, "Zhou Hao, I want you to save the master." The master? What happened to the master? Zhou Hao was taken aback, because from Li Shuihan's words, the master was clearly in danger, and the master was a master of martial arts not inferior to Zhou Hao. Only in this situation can he be in danger of life. So should Li Shuihan come for help? Li Shuihan was also worried and worried. He only listened to her saying, "Zhou Hao, although I can trust you, everything I say next is the absolute secret of the Republic, so I ask you not to disclose a word after listening. Go out, can you promise me?" I said the four masters, "You too underestimate me. You are a patriot, am I not?" Zhou Hao smiled happily. "I am afraid that I have made more contributions to the country than you." Li Shuihan gave Zhou Hao a white look, but Zhou Hao was seduced by Li Shuihan's unique style and couldn't help but kiss her on her cheek and said, "Okay, let's talk about it. What happened to the master?" Some time ago, the chairman visited the United States and signed the relevant documents on the China-US strategic partnership with President Clinton. However, under these whitewashing of friendship, in fact, our spy war with the United States has always been turbulent. Li Shuihan said to Zhou Hao, "How? Have you ever heard of the latest ace weapon that the United States has just developed, the Tomahawk cruise missile?" Zhou Hao nodded. "I know. This is one of the core missile weapons that the U.S. military attaches great importance to. It can attack various military carriers, land, sea, and air, and it can also carry nuclear warheads and has a very large coverage. This Tomahawk cruise missile, it was used on a large scale for the first time in the Gulf War in 1991, laying a crucial step for the success of the United States." What happened? The big boss is related to this Tomahawk cruise missile? That's right, Li Shuihan said. "Oh, tell you the truth, Our republic has obtained most of the relevant technical information about the latest American Tomahawk cruise missile, enough to manufacture it on its own. What? This news shocked Zhou Hao. Although he knew that the strength of China's intelligence agencies was much higher than it seemed on the surface, especially the First Army, which can definitely be ranked among the world's major intelligence agencies. 3. However, the latest type of Tomahawk cruise missile is one of the core military secrets of the United States, and its protection is so tight. Nowadays, most of the technical information has fallen into China's hands, which shows the strength of China's intelligence services. Then Li Shuihan said, "Have you heard of Dr. Li Wenhe? Zhou Hao shook his head. Unless he is a master or expert in the economic field, Zhou Hao doesn't know much about other academic fields. Dr. Wenhe Li is a Taiwanese-American scientist and a top expert in nuclear energy. He joined the Los Alamos National Laboratory in 1978 as a fluid dynamics expert," Li Shuihan explained. And now in the United States, Dr. Wenhe Li is mainly responsible for the research of ultra-small nuclear weapons using cruise missiles and other carriers. In fact, Dr. Wenhe Li is one of the most important spies in the United States and our republic. Zhou Hao's eyes widened, because since that Dr. Li Wenhe can be responsible for such core research work, his status in the U.S. military is certainly not low, and even the core personnel of the Tomahawk cruise missile research project is so important. People who are actually the important eyeliner of China in the United States. This has to lament the strength of China's intelligence service. Dr. Li Wenhe once handed us information on a number of cutting-edge weapons in the United States, taking advantage of the opportunity of exchanges and visits between China and the United States, and made a huge contribution to my country's cutting-edge weapons research," Li Shuihan said. But now, Dr. Li Wenhe's identity has been exposed. Yes, according to our eyeliner report in the United States, the White House has secretly arrested Dr. Wenhe Li and publicly accused my country. When Li Shuihan said this, Zhou Hao remembered. Not long ago, the United States accused China of espionage in the United States, causing the U.S. military to suffer huge losses. Of course, China would not admit it, and instead accused the United States of framing. Li Shuihan said, in addition to Dr. Wenhe Li, the identities of a large number of intelligence network personnel deployed in the United States have also been exposed. This has directly damaged our intelligence gathering power, and a large part of it is our painstaking efforts. For many years, it is now ruined. Originally, after the identities of Dr. Li Wenhe and other intelligence personnel were exposed, their lives have reached an extremely dangerous situation, and according to our rules, their identities cannot be recognized. Zhou Hao's face is heavy. This is the sorrow of spies or intelligence personnel. The contributions they have made to their motherland cannot be known. What they do is the darkest and most unknown work. Once their identity is exposed, in order to preserve the overall situation, the country will not recognize their identities, which is tantamount to abandoning them. However, because Dr. Li Wenhe and these intelligence personnel have played a huge role in our side, and we really cannot afford such a loss. Li Shuihan's mood is getting heavier and heavier. So 6 months ago, the chairman, the prime minister, and Zhao the committee assigned us a task of the First Army, which is to secretly rescue Dr. Li Wenhe and other intelligence personnel. Over the past 6 months, the master and I have been working hard to complete this task. Taking a deep breath, she said, "It can be said that this mission is the most difficult task for our First Army since its establishment, because the identity of Dr. Wenhe Li is too important. Other intelligence personnel also have some political and military services in the United States. Fong is in an important position, so the United States will never let them go. Its guards are extremely strict. Moreover, in addition to rescuing Dr. Li Wenhe and others, we also have another mission, which is to secretly arrest a few secret agents who have fled abroad. There is a treason code in our intelligence agency. Which department is it? Not the First Army, right?" Zhou Hao asked in amazement. "Our First Army's employment standards are very strict, and there has not been a single incident of treason since its establishment," Li Shuihan proudly said. "This time it is the secret agent of the 2nd Department of the General Staff who defected to the United States, and we suspect that Dr. Li Wenhe and others. The exposed identity of a person is the secret leaked by these defectors. Zhou Hao squinted his eyes. The second department of the General Staff? Is the head of the second department of the General Staff a general named Ji? Li Shuihan stared at Zhou Hao. How did you know? Because I had contact with this person a long time ago, and there was another person with him at that time, Lai Chongxing. Do you know this person? Lai Chongxing. Li Shuihan shook his head. I have never heard of this person, but the general surname Ji has been included on our First Army watch list, because we suspect that the identity of Dr. Li Wenhe and others have been leaked, and who the defection of a special agent is all related to him. We have made the worst speculation that this General Ji is very likely to have been instigated by the Taiwan and U.S. authorities. Zhou Hao stared, because the director of the second department of the General Staff, that is, General Ji, was the one who tried to win over Zhou Hao before and used Zhou Hao's energy in the financial market to help him and Lai Chongxing launder money. In previous lives, I have seen this General Ji's betrayal of national interests after being instigated, which directly led to the suicide of his father as the founding father and even the deputy prime minister. Moreover, Lai Chongxing is also an untouchable landmine. The Manhwa smuggling case that shocked China and foreign countries was revealed within the past 2 years, and hundreds of senior officials will step down because of this. So Zhou Hao had been very taboo against them from that time and would never go with them. At that time, I didn't know if the central government had found out about the two people. Otherwise, Zhou Hao would have handed them these two fellows who were damaging the country and the people to Father Zhao. Now, Lai Chongxing is obviously not known to the Central Committee, but General Ji has been exposed. The central government's efforts to capture the defectors secretly may be to deal with General Na Ji. After all, General Na Ji is in charge of the key department of the second department of the General Staff, and his father is Zhongliang, who is powerful in the military and political circles. It is not so easy to deal with, and once a shot is taken, it must be hit with one hit, and it must not be dragged. At this time, Li Shuihan said again, in the past 6 months, we have entered the United States more than 20 times. Except for Dr. Li Wenhe and a few others, most of the other intelligence personnel were brought back safely by us, but there were also a few tragic deaths. It's in the hands of American agents. And because Dr. Li Wenhe is too important and the goal is too obvious, we have yet to bring it back. Speaking of this, the look on Li Shuihan's face became sad. Furthermore, in this recent operation, our actions were discovered by the United States due to a traitor informant in the rear. In an attempt to rescue Dr. Li Wenhe, we were surrounded by Americans. After a lot of entanglement, in order to cover our departure, the leader took the other 2 members of the First Army to distract the chasing soldiers, and because of this, we could return safely. I just don't know what the situation is with the Master now, because since that time, the Master has broken contact with us, and there is no news back. Mr. Zhu and I and the 7 Kills jointly pleaded with the chairman to organize rescue operations, but because our previous operations have already aroused the vigilance of the United States, if we send people to the United States, the difficulty and danger will be greatly increased. Also, even the big boss can't leave the whole body. Even if the rest of us go, the success rate is extremely low. Li Shuihan's words made Zhou Hao's heart heavier. Just as Li Shuihan said, he couldn't retreat with the majestic martial arts of the Great Master. Zhou Hao asked himself that he could not win the Great Master. If he encountered the same situation, it would be lucky no one knows whether it is a violent one, let alone the other members of the First Army. Counting the top players in the land of China, as far as Zhou Hao knew, there were only 3 people, even including himself. Apart from himself, the only ones left were Li Tsongyun, the master and the master of the Tang sect. Due to the high degree of danger and difficulty, the country will not and cannot send other people from the First Army to rescue them. With the relationship between Li Shuihan and Zhou Hao, the first person she asked for help was naturally Zhou Hao. 4 masters, have you ever found Li Tsongyun from the Tang sect? Zhou Hao asked. As far as his interactions with us, I believe he is also a hero who pays attention to national justice, and the Great Master is also in danger this time. For the country, if you ask Li Tsongyun for help, maybe he will promise to help us. But seeing Li Shuihan's face darkened, I have tried to find him, but I have asked everyone and I don't know his whereabouts. Zhou Hao was also solemn when he heard the words, and said in deep thought, in this case, I am afraid we will have to fight alone. Li Shuihan looked at Zhou Hao in amazement, because Zhou Hao's words indicated that he had agreed to go to rescue the master. Li Shuihan also became surprised after a shock, but soon her face appeared sad again. Just listen to her saying to Zhou Hao, "How? Before you promise me to rescue the master, I want you to think carefully." Taking a deep breath, she continued, "I have just said that, even with the master's cultivation base, he has been left in the United States and cannot return. Even the country is afraid of further losses and dare not send the army's rescue in the past. If you really want to go, your life may be in danger." Listening to Li Shuihan's heavy tone and looking at Li Shuihan's melancholy expression, Zhou Hao sighed and said, "The master is now facing great danger, as well as Dr. Li Wenhe and others who are unknown for the country. The spies fighting on the most dangerous front lines are all threatened for their lives. Although I, Zhou Hao, dare not say that I have the ambition of a martyr, nor do I dare to advertise how patriotic I am. But even scientists like Dr. Li Wenhe who are not versed in martial arts are willing to commit personal risks for the country and the people. They can do it. Why can't I, Zhou Hao? Among such arrogance that these arrogance, and so arrogantly those U.S. The most ferocious thugs, as well as the American spies and biochemical fighters before. My feud with Yankee has long been forged. Even if I don't go looking for them, they will find me someday. Hey, if that's the case, I'll just go to the door myself, so that we can shake our Chinese prestige to them." The more Zhou Hao talked about it, the more heroic he burst out of his body. The awe-inspiring aura of standing proudly in the world, who has always had a strong aspiration, and Li Shuihan, who had very little emotional fluctuations, looked at Zhou Hao with brilliant eyes. How? Uncontrollably, Li Shuihan took the initiative to approach Zhou Hao and offered his own fragrant kiss. "May I ask any girl who doesn't like heroes who stand upright?" Even Li Shuihan is such a strong and cold woman who can't help but indulge in Zhou Hao's heroic spirit at this moment. Zhou Hao was willing to accept the kiss from the glamorous woman in his arms, but he still remained sensible after all. He was definitely not the kind of brave martial artist. After tasting Li Shuihan's kiss, he asked, "But now the most important thing is to find out where they are. Otherwise, to find them in the United States will undoubtedly be a needle in a haystack. After all, the United States is so vigilant now. If we stay in the United States, the danger will increase." Li Shuihan also knew the degree of danger of this trip and said, "The reason for not receiving information from the big boss in China is because the United States is too tightly controlled and the network is too tight. But as long as we can successfully sneak into the United States, I am confident. Unless the master is really dead, otherwise I will definitely be able to find him." Zhou Hao knew that their first army had their own contact information. Seeing that Li Shuihan was so confident, he was relieved a lot. He said again, "Then we will successfully find the master and help him relieve the danger. Then we how to escape the pursuit of the U.S. authorities? You must know that the U.S. CIA, FBI, and other agencies have very strict monitoring of sea, land, and air traffic. You don't need to worry too much about this. Although the state does not dare to send elites to rescue the masters, if we go to the United States to rescue the masters and others, the state will definitely cooperate with us fully, and it will not be difficult to escape." Li Shuihan said, "In today's situation, the most difficult thing is to get rid of the dangers faced by the masters, because last time we found and surrounded us not only the elite troops of the U.S. military, but also a lot of martial arts masters who were responsible. There is an Indian who has achieved the highest martial arts cultivation base in the double team hunting down our side. This does not include the masters in the United States who have specially arranged to deal with the big masters." Indian. Zhou Hao frowned suddenly, and the figure of an Indian who had fought against him appeared in his mind. He asked Li Shuihan, "Is that guy's martial arts very weird? His arms and legs can stretch beyond normal?" Li Shuihan stared at Zhou Hao. "How do you know? Do you know this person?" Zhou Hao nodded. "Not only did I know each other, I had a fierce battle with that guy. If it wasn't for his comrades who attacked my sister and forced me to go to rescue, I would be able to save that guy's life." The top Indian master, he said, was the Mohandas he met in the underground boxing match before. Mohandas practiced the Indian Buddhist secret code, Brahmatown Buddhist Sutra. The exercises are very strange and unfathomable, and the techniques used are also tricky. Although the strength and the cultivation of the inner family are not as good as those of the master or Feng Imo Kotaro, however, should not be underestimated. Zhou Hao also suffered a lot during the fierce battle with him. But in that battle, Zhou Hao also knew the restraint of Mohandas, Brahma Town Buddhist Sutra. At that time Mohandas was injured and fled. Zhou Hao had the intuition that he would meet him again, but unexpectedly this guy colluded with the US government to deal with them. It's just right now, I can forget the old and new hatred with him. Zhou Hao sneered. However, Zhou Hao's heart was not easy, because Li Shuihan also said that Mohandas, the supermaster, was only responsible for hunting down Li Shuihan and others, and the US government specifically arranged to deal with the masters and other masters. So it seems that those who deal with the master of the master, his martial arts cultivation is definitely higher than that of Mohandas. There is even more than one. The first thing Zhou Hao thought of was the great master and his old friend Feng Imo Kotaro. This man's martial arts is unfathomable and cunning like a fox, and his escape skills are even more outstanding. Even Zhou Hao and Li Tsongyun are two great masters. Even being able to escape successfully on the scene is extremely difficult to deal with. And apart from Feng Ma Kotaro and Mohandas, Zhou Hao dare not guarantee that there are no other top masters, because Mohandas had said during the fierce battle with Zhou Hao that in the Indian martial arts world, he was considered not the strongest one. Sure enough, as Li Shuihan said, this trip to the United States was indeed extremely dangerous. How? I will go to the United States with you, and if there is anything wrong, I will accompany you. Li Shuihan said in Zhou Hao's arms. This cold-eyed woman who is as strong as iron has repeatedly been in front of Zhou Hao. She showed tenderness and even weakness. If she was seen by others who knew her, she would definitely find it strange. And Zhou Hao raised his head and smiled with the beautiful woman in her arms. Ha! Even if you are walking on Huangquan Road, with this beautiful woman, what regrets in life? Ha ha! Li Shuihan also clung to Zhou Hao's embrace, feeling the heroic spirit of the man in front of him, and only felt that he and him became the Yu Ji and Xiang Yu of the year. Although sad but also tragic, he left a heroic and proud one in the long history of the ages. Pen. As if to make a ritual for this dangerous trip, Li Shuihan endured the 2 wounds before and after, and stayed with Zhou Hao all night, making Zhou Hao a full meal. The next day, Zhou Hao had a conference call with Willie Worth, Song Jiahao, Dong Chunlin, Lei Hu, and other confidants who were far abroad, and made a series of arrangements. Then he called Yin Tong again. Mom, I am Xiao Hao. I am going to the United States soon. Yes, you can help me talk to my cousin, Sister Lan, Shijuan, and others. Yin Tong only thought that Zhou Hao's going to the United States was just doing business, and he blindly told Zhou Hao to pay attention to food and other life issues. Zhou Hao said, Mom, didn't Dad go to the north to do business before, and want to break into a world? Yin Tong over there paused, and then said with a trembling voice, Xiao Hao, yes, is your dad coming back? Zhou Hao only felt a little pain in his heart, but he still said with a strong smile, Mom, it's not that fast yet. I can only say that he has good results now. I promise you that when I come back from the United States, I will just take him back to see you, okay? From the perspective of the area of the United States, the population of the United States is not very large, but the proportion of immigrant population in the United States is very large. Every year, there are many people who enter and exit each year, whether through normal legal channels or other illegal channels. However, since the 9.11 incident has not occurred in the United States, the U.S. authorities' monitoring of entry and exit is not as strict as Zhou Hao's previous life. It is almost insane. It also provides opportunities for many spies targeting the United States. Machine. However, recently, due to the previous incidents of Dr. Wenhe Li and Dedangjia, the U.S. CIA and other intelligence agencies are still very strict in monitoring people entering and leaving the country. This is the border zone between the United States and Mexico. That side is San Diego, California, and this side is Tijuana, Mexico. This is also one of the busiest border zones in the world, with more than 2 million people entering and leaving the United States every year. With Mexico, it's just that the urban scenery of San Diego and Tijuana are completely different. San Diego is spacious, and the layout of the city looks very comfortable, while Tijuana is densely packed with houses, like a large crowded village. At this time, a large container truck was swiftly driving from Tijuana to San Diego, and the container also had the words Andre Logistics Cargo Company on it. The driver in the front of the truck was also a white American with a root in his mouth. Cigarette, listening to the rock music coming from the player, looked very leisurely. Not far ahead is the immigration checkpoint in San Diego, USA. The driver slowed down the car and let the container truck slowly enter the checkpoint. At this time, the person in charge of this checkpoint was a black man in his 40s. He smiled when he saw the driver in the driver's seat. "Hey, Steve, have the goods arrived so early today?" The driver named Steve nodded and smiled. "Yes, Mr. Dent. This time the cargo owner is in a hurry. The company has issued an order and we have to start the morning shift." At this time, only the car of Steve was crossing the border, so the other personnel on duty in the checkpoint were relatively free, and the person in charge of Dent came to deal with Steve. They were also happy, so they walked away to have a donut drink. "Cup of coffee. Mr. Dean, how are your wife and children? I don't know if you like the apple pie I gave to your house last time." Steve laughed and handed his ID to Dean. "Special." Dent laughed happily. "Very good. We all like it." "It's fine if you like it, Mr. Dent. I'm in a hurry. Check it out." Dean nodded and walked out of the level in person, walked around Steve's container truck, and then shook his hand at Steve. "Okay, no problem. Let's go." So Steve started the car into the territory of the United States and drove straight to San Diego. After another 30 minutes, the container truck stopped outside a warehouse on the outskirts of San Diego. Steve got out of the truck and opened the door of the container when he got to the truck. There were several large boxes in the door of the container. "The box covers all eyes. Okay, come out before you die," Steve shouted into the container. I saw that the large boxes at the door of the container were pushed out, and I saw that there were dozens of people hidden in this large container. Among them, there were all kinds of people from South America, Africa, and Asia, which constituted this smuggling army. At this time, 2 more pickup trucks drove over, and a few sturdy men walked down from above, with pistols in their hands. With these brawny men with guns, the dozens of smugglers dared not act rashly, and rushed into a warehouse under Steve's scolding. Then I saw Steve took a speaker and said to them, "Okay, now you are in the United States. According to the price we set originally, in addition to the one after paying $1,000, you can leave. Of course, if you want to find a job here in the United States, we can also arrange it for you, but the cost is extra." The crowd immediately became commotion, and those people said one after another, "I have to pay $1,000? Didn't you say that the total is $1,500? How come you have increased by $500 now?" Regarding the dissatisfaction of these smugglers, Steve said impatiently, "If anyone is not satisfied with the price, I will immediately send him to the immigration department." When Steve said this, no one dared to speak out, because they had worked so hard to come to the heaven of gold everywhere in the United States. What they fear most is being deported. Therefore, for this temporary price increase, they can only be a dumb to eat coptis. However, many people have spent almost the same amount of money in order to sneak into the United States. $500 can't be collected at all. If you can't pay 500 yuan, just work with us temporarily and leave when you pay off the money." Steve said again. Soon, the stowaways who were able to pay the fee immediately and those who could not pay immediately were divided into 2 groups, and those who could not make up the money had to pay back with labor. At this time, 2 tall people from the group who could pay the expense immediately went to Steve's side. I saw the 2 men with dark skin and distinct features, and they looked like 2 rather handsome Oriental men. One of them handed a small pile of dollars to Steve and muttered, "This is $2,000, so we can leave here." Steve took the $2,000, but he reached out to stop the 2 who were about to leave and said with a smile, "2, you guys came to our United States with a lot of hard work, not just to find a job to support your family. Do you want to make a living? I can arrange this work for both of you." Then one of them frowned and said, "Did you just say that there is an extra charge for arranging the work? We have no money." After saying that, he would pull Steve's hand away. Hey, it's free. I don't charge you too." Steve walked around in front of the 2 of them and stopped them with his hand. Don't worry, the job I arranged for you is absolutely attractive and absolutely safe. The face of the person who gave Steve the money just now sank, but the companion next to him took his hand and asked Steve, "Then what kind of work do you want to help us arrange?" Steve smiled and said, "Let's discuss it in my office, please." The two looked at each other, nodded after thinking for a while, and followed Steve to a simple office on the second floor of the warehouse. I heard Steve say to them straightforwardly, "Two people, during this period of time, our side is relatively short of manpower, and I think you two are in line with our requirements, so I want to invite you two to us. Work here." The two men frowned suddenly, because the Andre Logistics Transportation Company, where Steve worked, was not a formal logistics company at all, but a smuggling group under the guise of a logistics company, specializing in smuggling people or snakes from Mexico. Smuggling of controlled items. When Steve said he wanted to hire both of them, he actually wanted them to act as thugs. "Sorry, we are not interested in this job. If there is nothing else, then we will be lost," one of them said coldly, turning around and about to leave. I saw the two sturdy guys in the office immediately drew out their pistols and pointed them at them. And then Steve showed his real face and sneered sneerily. "Do you think I am Disneyland? Come and leave as you want. Now you have to do what you want and do what you don't want to do. If you listen to the paintings, then I can count you, thank you for your rewards. Otherwise, you don't have an ID card here, and no one will know if I kill you." Steve thought he was intimidating and enticing. These two men would give in and behave as his own thugs. Unexpectedly, there was no panic or fear on the two people's faces, and they looked very calm. One of them said to the other, "It seems that this guy's hands are not clean. Killing them should be fine." The other person nodded. "Well, there are risks in keeping him alive anyway. Besides, I don't know how many people are squeezed by him or even die under his hands in a year. Such a person is more than guilty." However, these two people speak Chinese. Steve didn't understand at all and said angrily, "What do you say in bird language?" "I will tell you. I know the immigration department here in San Diego very well. Even if I don't kill you, I can see you rushing back to Mexico where birds don't lay eggs." But seeing one of the two waved his right hand, there was a black pistol in his hand. The muzzle was aimed at Steve. Steve was shocked, and the two sturdy guys on the opposite side pulled out their guns and tried to pull the trigger quickly. But before they could move, they felt that there was a flower in front of them, and the gun in their hand disappeared, and it appeared in the hand of the Eastern man opposite. Bang! Bang! The Eastern man on the opposite side did not hesitate. He aimed at the two sturdy men and shot at the same time, hitting their brows with double taps, killing them on the spot. Forgive me." Steve's reaction was fairly quick, and he knelt down immediately. The man ignored it and pulled the pistol with a chop, killing Steve on the spot as well. After getting rid of the three people in the office, the two Eastern men looked at each other. One of them smiled and said, "I have finally come to America." The two Eastern men who had smuggled to the United States from Mexico were Zhou Hao and Li Shuihan, and they were the only two who came to the United States to rescue the Big Master and Dr. Li Wenhe. Because among the four heads of the First Army, Li Shuihan, the head and the fourth head, have left, the second head of the 7 kills and the third head of Zhu Shoujing must stay in the domestic base camp, especially the 7 kills. He is in charge of the chairman and the prime minister, waiting for the national leader's security work. Even when the leader was in the past, he could not leave China or even Beijing, because most of the other channels have been monitored by the CIA and other U.S. intelligence agencies, and they are very tightly guarded. However, the area on the border between the United States and Mexico has been controlled by drug lords for a long time, and the loopholes that can be exploited are relatively large. Therefore, Zhou Hao and Li Shuihan bypassed Mexico to enter the United States, and the intelligence network controlled by the First Army had a different degree of cooperation with drug barons and smuggling groups along the Mexican-U.S. border. Therefore, Li Shuihan wanted to sneak in from here. The United States saves much effort. In order to conceal people, Zhou Hao and Li Shuihan put on makeup and dyed their skin darker. Li Shuihan even raised his cheekbones and nasal bones and dressed them as men. She was taller than an average man, and she was proficient in changing her voice, so there was no doubt about her disguise. The position of Steve's office on the second floor of the warehouse is relatively off, so Steve and his men were shot and killed by Zhou Hao in the office, and the others below knew nothing. However, Zhou Hao and Li Shuihan did not see those people again. They left the warehouse from the other side and found a pickup truck beside one of the warehouses. This kind of keyless driving technique is not difficult for Li Shuihan at all. From opening the door to starting the car, Li Shuihan only took more than 10 seconds, and Zhou Hao was shocked by his proficiency. After getting in the car, Zhou Hao admired, "I think your technique and technique are much better than those old stealers." Li Shuihan swiftly started the car and drove towards the center of San Diego. At the same time, he said, "In our training, the time from opening the door to starting the engine must not exceed 25 seconds at the latest, otherwise it will fail and be eliminated. Get out." Zhou Hao was secretly stunned, and he could not think that the First Army had such strict employment standards. He said, "After arriving in San Diego, how do we find the masters and Dr. Li Wanha? We have a branch of the intelligence network in San Diego. When we get there, we can contact people there." Li Shuihan said, "In the United States, every large-scale city has our branch point. It seems that the size of the city or the strategic position determines the manpower and the allocation of various resources." Zhou Hao said, "In this case, your First Army spends a lot of money every year." I saw Li Shuihan put up 3 fingers. "Our First Army annual funding target is at least 30 billion yuan, and special circumstances can be applied separately. However, our First Army also has some side businesses that do not require the state to provide all funding." Zhou Hao felt a little bit dumbfounded when he heard the words, because he had seen the so-called side jobs of the First Army, just like the first time I met Li Shuihan, after she led her men to catch the target person with huge wealth. The money of these targets will be squeezed out, then killed or captured on the spot, and those funds will be flushed into the funds of the First Army. As for the other sidelines of the First Army, Zhou Hao estimated that they might also form a killer group. On the one hand, they could make a lot of money. On the other hand, because the dark organization of the First Army could collect a lot of intelligence, they could operation is also very advantageous. By the way, when you came to the United States this time, you didn't tell Ms. Zhao the truth to them, did you?" Li Shuihan suddenly asked. Zhou Hao shook his head. "No, I only told them that I came to the United States to do something, and I didn't ask them to send me off." He put his head in his hands and leaned on the back of his chair and said, "I really don't know if I can do it this time. Going back, I don't want them to worry, nor can I bear the sentimental and sadness of parting." Yu Guang glanced at Zhou Hao. Li Shuihan didn't speak anymore, but he felt uncomfortable in his heart. Next, Zhou Hao didn't say anything anymore. Perhaps it was because he was worried about the safety of the big boss. Li Shuihan was not very happy, and the car was accelerating. He quickly approached the center of San Diego. Zhou Hao took advantage of this rare free time to pay attention to the United States. The environment comes. To be honest, this is Zhou Hao's first visit to the United States. Zhou Hao has never been to the United States before or in this life. The vast majority of the population of the United States is concentrated in big cities, so other places are sparsely populated. Just like the suburbs of San Diego, it is very spacious and pleasant. There are no dense high-rise buildings that obscure the sky and allow people to see clear blue sky. It's just that after entering the city, the blue sky overhead was divided into pieces by high-rise buildings. But the urban environment in the United States is indeed better than that in China. At least the streets are much cleaner and tidier than those in major domestic cities. It was the first time for Zhou Hao to be in such an environment surrounded by people of other colors, and felt a sense of strangeness in his heart. On the road with heavy traffic, Zhou Hao's pickup truck was not eye-catching. Shutting through the streets and lanes, Li Shuihan drove left and right to the door of a home decoration store. "That's it here," Li Shuihan said to Zhou Hao, and the two got out of the car and walked into the home decoration store. "Welcome." A white man wearing an apron came to face him with a smile on his face. He should be the owner of this store. "These 2 guests. What do you want? Do you want to decorate the house?" Li Shuihan said in English. "We want to buy a set of curtains, the set of the Salbella brand." Hearing Li Shuihan's words, Zhou Hao saw that the boss's smile was still on his face, but his squinted eyes flashed sharply. He only smiled and said, "2 guests. Charbella is just a name. A small brand that doesn't wear well. Why don't I introduce other better-looking and more practical brands to the 2 of you?" No need. We only like the style of Charbella. Li Shuihan refused firmly. The boss looked at Li Shuihan's gaze more vigilantly, but still said, "In this case, please come with me, two of you, because there are not many Salbella stocks that we buy in every year in our store, and we haven't put out the front of the counter come." Li Shuihan nodded and followed the boss into a small warehouse on the other side of the store with Zhou Hao. The other customers and salespersons in the store had no doubts, because they were familiar with the owner of this store and knew everything about him. They all like to do things personally, and they often entertain guests personally on weekdays. They are amiable and respectable from nearby residents. Entering this small warehouse, the boss did not immediately meet Li Shuihan, the fourth in command of the First Army, as Zhou Hao expected. Instead, he really took out a set of curtains with good styles and quality. To Li Shuihan and Zhou Hao said, "Although the style and quality of the Charbella curtains are good, the price is too high and more expensive than those famous brands. The curtains of the same price are much better than it, so it is very fewer guests will choose it. This guest, your vision is very unique." After a pause, he asked again, "How many windows do you have in your home and how big are the windows?" After that, he took out paper and pen to write a few numbers and symbols to form a few formulas. Zhou Hao frowned when he saw those formulas, because those formulas were not anything that Zhou Hao knew. This formula is very weird. However, after Li Shuihan took the paper, he quickly wrote the result. Zhou Hao knew that those companies were actually a kind of internal code to identify the enemy and ourselves. Sure enough, after seeing the result that Li Shuihan had calculated, the white man's expression eased, and he saluted Li Shuihan upright, and even said to Li Shuihan in pure and incomparable Chinese, June 3 Team 2, number 167, report to the chief. Take a rest. Li Shuihan let out a soft cry, and the white man relaxed. Zhou Hao was very surprised, because he did not expect that the First Army spies would still have Americans. At this time, I heard Li Shuihan ask the man numbered 167, "Since we retreated from the United States last time, what news is there? Please sort it out and tell me immediately." The man said, "Since you withdrew from the United States last time, the CIA has monitored a lot of the following, especially foreigners in the United States. During this time, they are often screened and their communications to the citizens are monitored. Yes, we have 2 branch locations on our side that were discovered and destroyed by them. They are the branch locations in San Antonio and New Orleans. Not only us, spies from other countries have also been pried up by the CIA. Is there any news about the master?" Li Shuihan continued to ask. "This number 167 has a darkened face. Since the last time, there has been no news from the master. He has been missing for 8 days. Because we are afraid of being discovered by the CIA, we dare not try our best to find the big boss. We can only act in a small area, but the effect is very little, let alone the big boss. Even the important personnel who exposed their identities are now following us." After losing contact, Dr. Li Wenhe was even more like a mud cow entering the sea, with no sound. The face of this number 167 is very heavy, and Li Shuihan feels bad. The master can be said to be like a father who cultivated her as an adult, while Dr. Li Wenhe is a hero who has made great contributions to the country, and there are other reasons the state cannot ignore secret agents who have made major sacrifices. But now, even the members of the branch in the United States have not found any news about the big master and Dr. Li Wenhe and others, which really makes people feel uneasy. "Sir, what should we do next?" The person number 167 asked Li Shuihan. "We are all listening to your orders, sir. As long as you give an order, we can immediately take action to find the master and Li Wenhe doctor them." Li Shuihan said with condensed eyebrows. "The masters must be looking for them, but now the most important thing is to know where they are. The masters are careful. Even if there is any danger, they will definitely leave clues to let us know." "Sir, then I'll go and notify the other members of San Diego to convey your order?" Number 167. Li Shuihan nodded slightly and saw that the number 167 took out a phone much smaller than the one on the market and dialed it in front of Li Shuihan and Zhou Hao, because the First Army rule is that subordinates should contact other members during the mission, must get permission from the superior commander, and complete the contact work face-to-face. Just listen to his humanity over there. 167 calls 165. 167 calls 165. Now you immediately notify other members. Come and gather here at the 167 stronghold. Sir, you sit down for a while. They will be here soon, said number 167. But at this moment, Zhou Hao suddenly had a warning sign in his heart. He grabbed the right wrist numbered 167 with lightning speed. With a little effort, the number 167 snorted and the wrist joints in this way. Zhou Hao misplaced it, and his palms spread out, revealing a flat box the size of a thumb. Li Shuihan's complexion changed drastically, and at the same time, he felt dizzy. The strength of his body seemed to be pulled away, which was a clear sign of poisoning. However, Li Shuihan's heart was still filled with shock and anger. Staring at number 167, gritted his teeth, and said, "You betrayed the organization." However, Zhou Hao tightly clamped the number 167 and glared at Li Shuihan. "Ah, do you dare to mention the organization? We did this precisely because we were loyal to the organization, and you betrayed the organization. What are you talking about?" Although Li Shuihan was very angry, he was also confused by the number 167. This rebel organization actually said that he was a traitor, and the red and white were completely reversed. Moreover, the look and tone of number 167 were not hypocritical, as if Li Shuihan had really betrayed the organization. Li Shuihan said, "What nonsense are you talking about? Are you still shouting to catch the thief?" I saw the number 167 sneered and said, "What you have done you know best. The organization already knows about you, and will soon impose strict sanctions on you. Just wait for it." Seeing that this guy said so righteously that he did not cheat, Li Shuihan was about to wonder if he really betrayed the organization. But Zhou Hao said at this moment, "It is not suitable to stay here for a long time. They are coming here. Let's go quickly." Having said that, Zhou Hao lightly touched the back of the neck of number 167. He only heard a sound of chicks. Zhou Hao's fierce spirit immediately penetrated the neck of number 167, causing it was killed on the spot. Although I don't know if there is any other internal information in it, in order to minimize the risk of this operation, Zhou Hao decisively becomes cruel. After solving the number 167, Zhou Hao's sixth senses, which were much more sensitive than ordinary people, discovered that many people were quietly surrounding and approaching here. He knew that this must be the person who had just been secretly notified by the number 167. He and Li Shuihan also need to leave here immediately. Come, let's go. Zhou Hao stepped forward to support Li Shuihan, who was crumbling. The small box numbered just now in the palm of the palm is a kind of poison gas releaser, and the kind of nerve gas that should be colorless and odorless, makes people poisoned and undetected, and the poison is very fast. Even in Li Shuihan, the masters of the family have all heard it, and Zhou Hao's physique will not be affected if it is not invaded. When supporting Li Shuihan, Zhou Hao had already poured a strong qi into her body to help her calm down and resist poison. I saw Zhou Hao supporting Li Shuihan with one hand and paying attention to the movement outside. Although the steps and movements of the people outside were light, they couldn't hide Zhou Hao's sixth senses. Zhou Hao knew that they were rapidly shrinking the encirclement and wanted to trap himself and Li Shuihan here. But these people obviously had a wrong estimate of Zhou Hao's strength, and perhaps the people who came to number 167 were just ordinary First Army agents. Zhou Hao sighed to himself, then pushed his right palm out and hit the iron door of the small warehouse. His powerful fists can penetrate even the thick armor of the tank, so powerful. Under Zhou Hao's tremendous strength, this iron gate immediately flew out, and half of the walls on both sides collapsed, sand and rocks scattered around, and heavy smoke and dust were picked up. There were bursts of exclamation and screams suddenly sounded outside, because the iron gate that was hit by a huge force was like a steel cannonball, sweeping down a large area of people outside the circle, and the tossing sand and stone also let they fell into temporary chaos. And this brief chaos had given Zhou Hao enough time. He held Li Shuihan with one hand, and his figure passed through the heavy smoke and dust instantly like a ghost, and a whirlwind blew on the ground, so that those outside could not even see his back. Quickly, put on infrared light. Prevent the target from escaping in chaos. Amidst the chaos, a strong voice suddenly remembered. Others reacted and immediately put on an infrared lens, but Zhou Hao's speed was not what ordinary human eyes could catch. Even if he put on an infrared lens, he could not see Zhou Hao's shadow. On the contrary, the person who gave the order just exposed his position. Zhou Hao drifted past like a wind glimpsing, and he saw this person fully armed, even wearing a mask and helmet on his face. This person also suddenly saw a red glow in front of him, and he was taken aback before reacting, knowing that it was a figure. But before he could move, Zhou Hao had already put a finger on his heart, and his anger was direct. It penetrated his body armor and penetrated his heart. Before this person fell, Zhou Hao took Li Shuihan over everyone's heads and walked out of the back door of this furniture store. The outside of the furniture store was also surrounded by people from the U.S. authorities, full of police cars and CIA cars, and even 2 armored vehicles were dispatched to block the entire street. The back door is one of the main entrances and exits of this furniture store. After coming out, there is a long alley. The American authorities have also sent enough people to guard it, but Zhou Hao is not the target they had dealt with before. As soon as Zhou Hao came out, before the armed combat troops outside the back door took any action, they slapped a palm on the wall beside them. That strong force penetrated the entire wall, and the bricks and sands fell off immediately, causing confusion for those people. Zhou Hao also took the opportunity to kick the large trash cans nearby and hit them, make the chaos more intense. Taking advantage of the separation of the attention of these people, Zhou Hao used his toes to pick up the iron cover of the sewer not far in front, hugged Li Shuihan, and jumped down. The iron cover also steadily fell back to its original position. People didn't even notice it for a while. These large-scale cities in the United States have very complete drainage facilities. In particular, San Diego is adjacent to the Pacific Ocean and has more rain. The requirements for urban drainage planning are even higher. The underground drainage channels are large and long, just like subways. It was like a tunnel, except that the smell in the sewer was too unpleasant, and Zhou Hao, who was already used to everything, couldn't adapt for a while. However, Li Shuihan became weaker and weaker due to the poison attack just now, and he was leaning against Zhou Hao's arms. What is the poisonous gas so powerful that I can't even discharge my true energy? Zhou Hao simply hugged Li Shuihan and asked. Li Shuihan lost the ability to move, but could still speak, only listening to her. It is a nerve gas, and it is not strictly speaking a poison, because it will only make you lose the ability to move within a few hours. There will be no impact on the mind, and the attack speed is extremely fast after being inhaled into the body. Even the inner masters are hard to escape. Zhou Hao didn't speak, and he hugged Li Shuihan and quickly moved away from this area, lest the Americans found out that they had escaped from the sewer and opened the gate to flood Dragon City. Li Shuihan's body was so soft that he couldn't even move a finger, so he could only be held in his arms by Zhou Hao obediently. This is really rare for a person like her. Zhou Hao's physique was able to treat this. This nerve gas is immune, and her blood should be able to detoxify Li Shuihan. But Zhou Hao knows that Li Shuihan is stubborn and that he can solve all the difficulties he encounters. It is difficult for this kind of hero to save the beauty plot to appear on her. So Zhou Hao didn't help her detoxify, let her feel the taste of being protected. By the way, the 1-6 or 7 just now, I don't think what he said is like a fake. Zhou Hao said. Li Shuihan also frowned. I don't think he looks like a lie, but do you think I really betrayed the organization? Of course not. I definitely believe you 100%. If you don't even believe it, who can I believe? Zhou Hao smiled. Watching Li Shuihan's angry look, Zhou Hao really felt pleasing to the eye. Because this woman has a face like stagnant water on weekdays, she is terribly cold, and only when she is tossed in bed, she can have some emotional fluctuations. Now it is a good thing to have the emotional changes of this normal woman. My loyalty is unquestionable, but I don't think I'm lying at all. He looked at me just now, wishing to eat my flesh and drink my blood. He really regarded me as a traitor to the betrayal organization. Li Shuihan frowned and said, could it be that he was calculated by those American guys to misunderstand me for betraying the organization? Zhou Hao said, but the American combat troops who surrounded us just now are clearly American combat troops. If your 167 has no betrayal organization, how can you notify these people to ambush us? But it doesn't look like he has been instigated by others. Li Shuihan was also puzzled. At this time, I listened to Zhou Hao's analysis. Could it be that the American devils knew that someone would come to the masters, as you said earlier, so they deliberately set up a round to ambush us? 7. I was deceived by their conspiracy. I mistakenly thought that you were a traitor to the organization. As soon as I found out that we had arrived, I told you immediately. But this doesn't make sense. It's impossible for you to cooperate with the CIA. Especially in the current situation, it is basically a clearly aligned hostile relationship. Since 167 has not betrayed, then how could he collude with the CIA to deal with us? That's the problem. There is no betrayal organization in 167, but they are embarrassed with the CIA. This is a contradiction that cannot coexist. Li Shuihan frowned and said, unless 167's acting skills are so good that they can at the same time fool me and you. This possibility is very low, because I see people very accurately, and the accuracy rate exceeds 95%. Zhou Hao said. Li Shuihan didn't know that Zhou Hao used his intuition to judge whether there was a lie, so what Zhou Hao said was only his boasting. After a while, I heard Zhou Hao say, in fact, if there is no betrayal organization in 167 and willing to cooperate with the CIA, this situation is not impossible. That is, 167 has been deceived. Is there any situation that would make him so blinded that he is willing to collude with our worst enemy? Especially at this sensitive time. Zhou Hao said in a deep voice, hypnosis. If someone hypnotizes 167, then he can blind his mind. Impossible. Although 167 are authentic American whites, we have spent a lot of manpower, material resources, and time to train them as a special group, so that their loyalty to the organization has almost reached the level of faith. Li Shuihan said. Moreover, they all have received strict spiritual training, and their willpower and ability to resist confessions are very high. How can this hypnosis succeed in them? In particular, the 4 of us in charge have a very high status in their minds. In addition, the discipline of the First Army is clear. Subordinates must strictly obey and execute any orders from superiors, regardless of whether the order is right or wrong. What level of hypnosis is needed to make him believe that I am a traitor to the organization? Zhou Hao smiled slightly. The training you mentioned is actually a kind of brainwashing. To a certain extent, it is hypnosis, and it is a kind of long-term hypnosis. Otherwise, we Chinese people are very loyal to the country. Difficulties, not to mention them foreigners. If someone has extremely high hypnotizing ability, it is possible to hypnotize them and let them be at their mercy. Seeing that Li Shuihan still wanted to refute, Zhou Hao said, you should know the cultivation base of the supermaster. In addition to the achievements in martial arts, mental strength is also an extremely important factor. As long as the great masters like Dadao, Li Tsongyun, or Fengma Kotaro are strong people with extremely high spiritual cultivation, otherwise they will not be able to translate their understanding of martial arts into form and produce a huge deterrent to opponents. Hypnosis and being hypnotized are actually a kind of spiritual contest. The weaker a person's willpower, the easier it is to be hypnotized. Think about it. If a master of hypnotism uses his superb spiritual power to hypnotize 167, can he completely reverse his mind, not only mistakenly think you are a traitor, but also willingly follow collusion in the CIA? Listening to Zhou Hao's words, Li Shuihan also looked surprised, but she also had to admit that there was indeed the possibility. Zhou Hao said. Now we know that in order to deal with your First Army, the U.S. authorities have recruited more than one supermaster. Among them, it is very likely that some of them are proficient in hypnotism, Zhou Hao said solemnly. In fact, with the mental power of a master, even if you don't know hypnotism, it is very easy to confuse ordinary people by relying on mental power alone. Li Shuihan felt that his back became cold when he heard it, because the agents deployed by the First Army on the U.S. side were hypnotized by the enemy, and the harm would be extremely great, and it would even cause a fatal blow to the First Army. Zhou Hao said, if 176 is really hypnotized by the enemy, can the enemy destroy the intelligence network of the First Army through him? Because now we can basically be sure of the First Army here in San Diego. Secret agents. I am afraid they have been leveled by those American devils. The stronghold here in San Diego may indeed be leveled, but it should not be possible to truly threaten the deployment of our First Army in the United States, at least not so fast. Li Shuihan said. because of our first army rules. It is that the bases in each large-scale city cannot communicate with each other privately, but directly hand the information to a specific contact person. Each contact person does not know each other, and everyone is directly responsible to the headquarters. In other words, the San Diego base does not know in which city the headquarters is deployed, nor how to contact other bases. All orders are directly issued by the headquarters. After listening to Li Shuihan's words, Zhou Hao was more relieved, because the First Army management method is vertical, and each branch and subordinate organization rarely knows the situation of other sibling organizations and directly obeys the headquarters, which prevents a certain changes in the organization will pose a fatal threat to the entire First Army. With Zhou Hao's unimaginable pace, he is now more than 20 kilometers away from the furniture store. Zhou Hao carefully paid attention to the surrounding movement, including the situation outside the manhole, so as not to choose the wrong manhole that was set right at the intersection and go out. The situation would be terrible. When he came under a quiet manhole outside, he climbed up with Li Shuihan in his arms and opened the manhole cover to see that the outside was also an alley sandwiched between two residential buildings. After going out of the sewer, Zhou Hao directly ascended the back stairs of one of the residential buildings, chose a relatively quiet unit, shook the steel lock of the window, opened the window, and drilled in with Li Shuihan. This is a bedroom, and it is also a woman's bedroom, because the room is very clean and tidy, and there is a smell of fragrance in the air. Zhou Hao put Li Shuihan, who couldn't move, gently on the bed, then gently opened the door and walked out. With Zhou Hao's martial arts, walking on the ground would not make any noise, and the people in the room would never notice it. This is an apartment unit, small in size, but complete with all the internal organs, and the hostess of this apartment, a black woman in her 20s, is standing in front of the refrigerator, leaning down and almost reaching her head into the refrigerator. Wearing only a very thin suspender shirt and short hot pants, he was still humming a song. Zhou Hao quietly walked behind her. The black woman was still unaware, and then she saw Zhou Hao stretched out her right hand to grab her waist and pulled her out, and she exclaimed because of fright. Before the sound, she tapped her acupoint, making her unable to move or make any sound. Putting this stiff black woman on the sofa in the hall, her frozen expression could not change, but after seeing Zhou Hao, her eyes also showed extremely surprised and terrified expressions, especially Zhou Hao gently. After one point she became like a stone, which made her think Zhou Hao was the kind of evil wizard in the legend. Zhou Hao leaned over and squatted in front of her, trying to make his voice sound softer, and said in English, "Miss, don't be afraid. I have no malice, but my companion and I have encountered some difficulties and need to be with you. Stay overnight, and we will leave tomorrow, without any threat to your property and life." Although Zhou Hao said so, how could he not be afraid of what he did at this moment? And Zhou Hao couldn't take care of so much. Anyway, he wouldn't hurt this innocent citizen. He and Li Shuihan just spent the night here. So he ignored the black woman, got up and walked to the front of the refrigerator. Seeing that there was food and beer in it, he took 2 cans of beer and went back to the master room. Li Shuihan's medicine did not dissipate so quickly. He was still lying on the bed, unable to move, while Zhou Hao found a chair to sit on the edge of the bed, looked at Li Shuihan on the bed with such interest, and then smiled. "It's rare to see you so peaceful in normal times. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.